Hey, how's everyone going? Doing? And we're live on Twitch as well. You've been framed. You were about to sleep? Oh, I mean, you can still go to sleep. Yeah, sorry I'm late. Something happened, so I had to deal with that. Gotta look spiffy. Napless. Is that the new maidenless insult? Napless. Alright. I got to ping everyone. I'm gonna ping everyone in the Discord real quick. Hold on, I should probably activate that my streamer bot so that the chat starts showing up on the screen. All right, stream elements bot running. Apparently that's happening now too. Oh, I see you in there, Shane. I know you're in there. You think I don't see you? So the stream. I'm testing stream elements chat, but it's not appearing on the screen at all. Because you can only test it when you're live, which is kind of dumb. Senor indeed. Buenos noches. I forget what that means. It's good something, right? I took a little bit of Spanish. Apparently not enough. God bless America. That means good night. Okay. You know, I probably knew that if I thought about it a little bit harder. Alright. Instead of uwu, now it's owu. Or owo in the Discord notification. That's right. We're at that point. Okay. How's everyone doing? Apparently the stream elements chat just doesn't work. Which doesn't really make sense. I don't know why it wouldn't. I might as well delete it then. Okay. Hey, Carl. You never been this early to stream? Oh, you're gonna paint. Nice. It's great to hear. I know painting's a great hobby. I know a lot of people pick it up. Alright. We're gonna get into... So, for those new... Hey, Kat. Good to see you here. And hey, JPL and Mitsu's. DDC, LilDerp. And Andres. Always great to see you. I'm a little more muted in tone at the beginning of this stream, so I hope that doesn't bore people too much. Cause, you know, I had to do something before the stream, and let's see. Yeah, so for those new, for the first, so usually we start at, 40 minutes from now. But I like to start early so we can go through the document before we get to the rest of the game. So positives and negatives. For gameplay, usability, story, and presentation. So, what are the new things? Right, we've discussed a lot of things, and now we have a bunch of new positives. Look at that, ain't that something? You've recovered since the last stream. The last stream was Heartbound. For anyone who Phisnom reacting start. No, that's later. We gotta do the review document. And then 40 minutes from now-ish, or whenever we finish this document, do I have messages muted still. Cool. And then once we finish with the rest of the secrets, right, Secret and the Mimic, we still have like 2 collectibles left, and then Moon.exe, and then, yeah, Secret Ending, I guess. And then, yeah, go to all the Mrs. Helpful stations with executive access. I believe that's the last thing we need to do. Guys, I matched with someone. Isn't that crazy? What? I probably shouldn't have said that live. But yeah, Heartbound was last stream. Heartbound is unlisted right now. You can access the Heartbound stream through the Discord if you're curious to watch it. I'm probably gonna end up making it members only, but I'll let anyone who wants to watch it unlisted first watch it if you're interested. So maybe in a couple days or so, few days, I'll make the Heartbound stream members only. So anyone who is interested in that, I'm given a chance, because why not? Crash Band. I don't have a few hours left of Heartbound. No, not until the rest of the game comes out. We finished what was in the early access of Heartbound. Doozy isn't even half of it. Yeah. I guess for context, the YouTube automatically unlists finished streams. And then once the video is done processing, I go back in and I either make it public so it appears on the channel, or make it members only and that appears on the channel, but it says members only on it. But yeah, I don't really want to make the Heartbound stream public. You know, if Jason's gonna send his cronies after me, I want them to, you know, have to pay to watch it. I know that's not gonna happen, probably, but I say some unhinged things at some points, I think, so yeah. Oh, Zen, you taught Thanos how to create its own communication protocol. Oh boy, good luck with that. Oh, you got caught up, Nico? Neko? Yeah, it's not Nico, Neko. Good to hear. I hope you enjoyed it. The clips, yes, the Discord has a lot of clips in general. those clips go crazy. Hey Ninja, good to see you. Did the 7 years at Blizzard pay off? It was worse than we thought it was, honestly. You know, and I give the benefit of the doubt, and I'm pretty patient when it comes to games as a whole. You know, I'm gonna call out things, obviously, but it did get to the point where I just broke. I just Heartbound kind of broke me at a certain point, and I never recovered after that. it was just it's really bad. Oh, you're playing a game? Oh, what game are you playing? The only part you liked was when Laura's mom was on the screen. Oh gosh. Thirsty much? You broke an hour into the office section? Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, like, I know about the drama, so I was kind of like, I want to give this game a chance, you know? I want to give it a chance. In the Discord, the oboe in the stream name is sending me. I'm glad it's sending you. Also, the chat in during the Heartbound stream was cracking me up. You guys were brutal during that stream. It was so funny. Alright. It's already been 24 minutes, and I was, what, like 8 minutes late? 10 minutes late? Something like that? Let's go through this. If you... Obviously, when I'm going through this, it's hard for me to keep up with chat. If there's something you want, you know, to get to my immediate attention, Ko-fi donations are text-to-speech, and I'll likely see super chats sooner as well, because those kind of glow on my side monitor. So I apologize if I miss anyone's normal chats here. I don't want to, you know, if I... We'll be here for like 2 hours if I try to keep up with everything. Hey, Mola. Yeah, if you check the description of the video, actually, I put a link to Rubric's video, and I said possibly we might react to that one this stream. Please stop oboing. But yeah, because someone brought up Rubric's video to my attention. I don't know if that was you, Mola. I think it was someone in the YouTube comments. So, because, you know, I tried to respond to most comments, so everything ends up blending together in my head. The game felt like waterboarding. Yeah, alright. Well, thank you all for being here. This is a lot of fun to do this with you all. And you know, hopefully, I've heard comments saying they enjoy the review document, and it's a unique thing that I don't think any other channel does. So it's something I like to do because I think it's kind of a neat idea, even though, you know, it's a huge time investment on my part, but but I think it's fun. It also kind of helps me helps remind me of like what I like and dislike about a game in the future, because I don't like forgetting about what I've played in the past, because then I have to replay it, and it's like, oh, now I'm rambling again. Am I known for that? Maybe. Loading bay, the crane Tetris-like puzzle. It's an escalation of the earlier puzzle mechanic, so I really enjoyed that. The escalation part of it, because you rarely see that kind of thing from Steel Ball. They're terrible, terrible, terrible at it. And they, to be fair, they still are. Secret of the Mimic is still terrible at this. But the crane puzzle actually escalated it. Power puzzle only sort of escalates. And, you know, I just had to mention again, Data Diver upgrade puzzle is trash. And we've talked about that before. Admin Wing, Chica, believe it or not, that's funny I say it here, as atrocious as this area is, the optional collectible puzzle of deciphering the code from within several mailboxes, it actually gives the area a unique gameplay, right? A unique goal, unique something, just something, right? And it's optional. I thought that was the best part of this section by far, because everything else about that section is trash. Which, you know what, let's skip right down to the negatives for those sections, just so we keep it grouped together, right? Hey, loading bay. We just talked about a positive for that. It's in that pun is good pun. Hey, Hadster. Good to see you. If the Mimic needs the blueprints, then why does it try to kill you? Doesn't it still need you to get access? Okay. Because I understand the base story with M1 and M2. I guess what you're referring to, M1 is the one who ends up taking over Dispatch's voice and is talking to us, trying to get us to upgrade things and get further in, but then I think M2 is the one that's actually trying to kill us. But at the end of the game, M2 is the one who grabs our fully upgraded Data Diver. So I guess M2... But actually, no, M1 at the end is the one that wants us to hand it the Data Diver. Am I crazy? That is kind of confusing, isn't it? I know everything except the secret ending. We haven't seen the secret ending. Yeah, M1 wants it and M2 just uses it when we already have it. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Greetings, Depraved. Good to see you. Story's just a means to get you from set piece to another. Yeah, we'll talk about the story soon. Okay, load and bay. We just talked about a positive for it. The joystick controls, I like them in theory. It's a good way to let the player like feel the joystick movement with the mouse, because it's an analog control, right? I gave this game positive points for analog controls in the beginning of the playthrough. However, if in practice, if you see people use it, you have to really stare at the joystick and try to get it to center itself to get it to stop moving. So it's not, you know, it's obviously meant for VR, and it doesn't translate super well for mouse movements, because there's no easy way to like intuitively recenter the joystick. So so you'll see in playthroughs, like players will move the crane too far or lose control of it in some way. Okay, a lot of negatives for the admin wing. I forget, what did I say for this? What is this? Oh, the save system. This is the save system. Right, here is where we start to see the save system fall apart, and it's pretty bad. Markiplier complains a lot about it too, which is really funny. So after the loading bay, we're actually encouraged to explore previous areas because now we have level 5 clearance before we continue with the main path. Except the autosave system doesn't ever trigger. Very rarely triggers unless you're going down the main path. Because it doesn't trigger at the computer. Which is weird. It doesn't autosave when you deposit a collectible. Which again is insane. So a lot of negative points with that. Controls work better with the controller. Oh yeah. I could see that with the thumb pad. Yeah, I could see that working really well with the thumb pad. Yes, yeah. It's Ninja. Sometimes it gets wonky. Zen. Use a paint-by-number story template designed to appeal to the target audience and as a homogeneous puddle of... Okay. Excrement. It maintains significant commercial viability. That is such a funny way to put it. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not wrong. It's not even centering the joystick. It just feels greasy. Like things should click into place and just don't. Really. Because I'm using a mouse. Wait, what is Dark... What about Bendy Dark Revival? This game is just... I'm trying to look up to see what you're talking about. This game is just Bioshock, but worse thinking about it, which is the same thing I felt about the Bendy game. Oh, the Bendy Dark Revival. Gotcha. Alright, so we talked about the one positive for the admin wing Chica section. Let's talk about the 9 negatives. Might be the worst section in the game. Right? The cupcakes are alarms and shouldn't kill the player, but they do kill the player, and that's a negative. There's no benefit for them killing. Okay, and I might insult the game every now and then because it started making me mad. And then with combining with the safe system, the player is likely to die from the cupcake outside the door, so it's straight up just bait for resetting all the player's progress before they can hit the autosave. Especially since, right, as you know, like up here, you're exploring, the game actually encourages you to explore the area, like other areas at that point with the higher clearance level. And, so they basically tried to get you to reset all that progress before you hit the autosave, which is frankly disgusting and probably should be another 3 negative points instead of 1. Admin wing, more admin wing. Okay. Both methods of playing this section sucks, right? The core gameplay is you just walk, hide in a locker, and you just wait for Chica to knock me down the wrong hallway. And then there's a cupcake that shouldn't trigger but always does. So that's a problem. Or you can just sprint through most of it and Chica can't do anything about it, which is also a problem with the design. And yeah, if you want to collect all the mailboxes, then you're forced into the first method of playing, to be fair. but you can still mix in the sprinting until you reach the lockers. So, and this Chica combined with down here is especially bad, right? Like, Chica as a threat, you just wait for her to walk back and forth. Combined with it being a linear path, it doesn't mesh at all, right? Why is there a roaming threat in a hallway kind of deal? That it doesn't work. And then there's lockers instead of just naturally hiding behind cubicles in a more open area. I feel like that is a more obvious route to go when designing the level. And spam a bunch of cupcakes, right? Because that's good design. Well, what can they do that to require the least amount of effort and least amount of thought, right? Forgot to bold that. So again, the code, I gave this game, or this section, a positive because the optional mailbox code. There's a balance here between retaining the collected mailboxes and punishing players for failing. And I believe Colton was the one that brought this up. Allow the player to save halfway through by entering the break room and accessing the computer. Like, at the very least, there should have been that, right? That would have improved it quite a bit. Oh. Yeah, this one, when we add 300 twice to the 5-digit code, it lapses from 7 to 3. But the second digit doesn't increment for some reason. So I guess you're supposed to just ignore mathematics when adding numbers together. I don't know why. And then Nurse Dolly. Okay, I guess that's all the negatives for that section. And then Nurse Dolly, we talked about earlier. I added a new one for our New Game Plus playthrough, right? Steelbolt left the dev shortcut on so we can toss in rabies into the chute and it works. It's so stupid. Guys, I'm losing my mind talking about this game already. That Chica section broke me, man. It was horrible. I feel like Arnold could kick those cupcakes, honestly. That's funny. Hey, Sean. Good to see you here. To be honest, it's nice to skip most of Dolly. Yeah, Dolly's a little plain. Yeah, JPL. Yeah, someone told me it was. Do we have a source about that? I think we do have a source, but I don't know if I have that source. If anyone knows that, post that in the Discord. That'd be helpful. Inside the case study research category, the fancy thing I set up. Okay. I'm sorry, fellas. I know we need to get through this document quicker. I'm actually going to be back in a few minutes. I apologize. I'm back. Oh, it's already getting darker out. Sorry, guys, I had to do that. There's some unresolved things. Whew. Exposed to more light. Increase the gain. I wish I had a better webcam and a better lighting system. Alright. Jump scare. The Sharpay costume. Yeah, that was an interesting design. That's the dog one, right? You can't tell whether Zin is joking or not. Zin is great. Love Zin. Oh yeah, the Celeste creator made Towerfall, indeed. Oh, Hatster missed me? Oh, so cute. A mod where nothing changes but Arnold yaps more. That's funny. Welcome back, Mr. Frame. You have that effect on people's end. That's you know, it's fine, Depraved. There's a couple people in particular that have been here since like the Expedition 33 streams, and that's Zen and Shinzi, which you'll likely see Shinzi later. And there's and then Blue Canary ended up joining the Expedition streams too, which was fun. You'll probably see Canary later. Possibly. Depends. Anyway. Yes, you LilDerp. Indeed, LilDerp is awesome too. You're all awesome. Shinzi, your fellow Brazilian, yes. Hey, Odd Puka too. Is Mr. Frame's voice a diegetic sound effect? Indeed. All right. Oh, goodness. We have to really get through this. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Some things are out of my control sometimes. You know how it is. Okay. So back to the positives. Surveillance room. Seeing Chica in the room we were just in through the camera. Do the TV where we see Chica about to enter, and then, you know, obviously it's kind of predictable, but it's still kind of effective, right? Because Chica disappears once you turn on the computer, and you can, yeah, and they do a good job of showing it, right? Because you can still see the monitor when you're first hooking into the computer. And then for some reason I kind of compared it to Soma doing that, but Soma was, you know, obviously more effective. Anyway, White Tiger, probably one of the best sections in the game, and the scariest for sure. The White Tiger plus the Moon section were probably the scariest and the best sections in the game. Do I want it? Scarier than Moon? Okay, to be fair, the Moon section was better designed. I guess we'll get to that. I'm glad you're using that new emote. I added some new emotes, fellas. We got a confused husky, and we got noted. The confused husky and noted are animated in the Discord as well, for those in the Discord. So it's kind of cool. Right. So the best part of the White Tiger is when we're looking around for the next light to run to, and then you just see the tiger's eyes in the dark. I think that worked really well. And it worked better than it would have if we were simply just running from one light to the next, right? Because the lights were kind of like turning on in multiple places in different directions and stuff. So I actually think this section worked. I think it worked. However, this is why people watch Design Frame. We break down the sections. Isn't that right, Mr. Frame? Oh, Mr. Frame, tell me about the white tiger. I can't be losing my mind this early in the stream. We're just getting started. White tiger, JPEG, remove it. That's it. Right? Do it through actual visual and audio effects if you want the player to not look at the tiger. Okay, not a silly JPEG. And you can't even die from the tiger if you look at it for too long. Anyway, so what were they trying to do with that? I don't know. It was dumb. Wasn't scary at all. White tiger. So I gave it 3 points for, the initial section where we run from one light to another, but I think we can improve the next sections. So like the section after where the tiger appears in the light, like there's 2 lights that glow. You choose the one where the tiger's not in it, right? I guess it's supposed to kind of like fake you out, maybe? Right? Because your instinct is to run to the light, but then the tiger is in the light, so it's kind of like, but I think it would have been more effective if the lights themselves became a little bit unreliable, as long as it's not in an unfair manner, right? You have to test it so it's actually fair. So to get the player to panic more, right? Because that section you're not actually really panicking, right? It's just you choose the one where the tiger is not in it. So I think that would have been more effective. Anyway, arrows. This is just not good level design. In a horror game, even in a horror game, maze-like level design is not very effective. And at least it doesn't last very long, right? Obviously, it's effective at first, when you're like, oh, you're going around the corners and stuff. But if you end up getting lost for too long, the horror kind of fades away pretty quickly. Ends up that this section is actually incredibly short, and I just took a long time to get through it because I didn't notice the arrows. And I also found the secret. The difficult to find secret in it, which was kind of cool. So yeah, me missing the arrows is by itself not a negative point, right? Obviously, I like to look at how other players play the game and what the general reaction is, how players like play with it. So, but I'm giving a negative for what I just talked about with the level design, right? The arrows are a boring, almost mindless implementation of what's otherwise aimless level design. And what's funny is the moon section is actually just a good demonstration of a better approach. Because the moon section is also in the dark, and we're also have the star in our hands, but the moon section has level design where it's, even though you're in the dark, it's very clearly outlined into 4 quadrants, so there's direction. And so it's not maze-like. So I thought that was a pretty cool comparison that the game implemented for us there, that we can directly compare. A little bit more reflective material on the arrows. Yeah, to be fair, I might have just had streamer brain. For those who like, trying to constantly talk and express your thoughts while playing a game is quite difficult, and keeping up with chat, obviously. So I'm willing to admit that I might have been a little dumb there. But I'm also going to be watching other people's playthroughs and kind of seeing if I'm crazy, how many of them notice the arrows immediately. Mark seemed to notice the arrows immediately. And then he just followed the arrows and he didn't see the secret and just got to the end of that section in like 2 seconds. Because apparently that section is incredibly short. But either way, I stand by what I say here. With that highlighted. The famed streamer brain attacks again. A little yellow paint on them arrows. Yeah. I'm not saying yellow paint, but... yeah, once the first round passes, there's very little tension in the tiger section. I kind of agree, Ninja, yeah. And that's why I'm trying to, you know... with these 3 negatives, I wanted to be fair with the tiger section, and I still gave it 3 positive points because it was great at first. But I also want to like make sure I break it down into pieces and I express where it can be improved. And I hope it's easier to follow what I'm talking about in the future case study where I'm actually, you know, writing it in a more understandable way, and I can, and I'm showing visuals on screen and stuff. And there's, I know I mentioned this guy a lot, Thomas Grip. He talks about in Penumbra, where the maze-like section ended up being boring for players and antithetical to horror. So I'll probably bring up that quote in the case study too, because it's interesting, right? Hearing what developers say about their experiences with developing horror games. I want to find other quotes too. I used a few different documentaries and people in the Rune case study. So I hope people enjoyed that. I know a couple people thought it was a little bit too much, and maybe it was. All right. That was White Tiger. Let's go back to positives. All right, still 3 positives for White Tiger before anyone attacks me. Parachute. We get to the parachute stuff. All right. The puzzle and connection to FNAF 1's mechanics. Okay, this is the FNAF 1 location. I thought I want to point out how it sticks to a theme, right? The power management theme, the callback to FNAF 1, it overloading the power, it sticks to a theme, which Steel Wool almost never does. So I wanted to call that out. I think that's good that they did that. Incredibly important. Apparently, this is incredibly important. I don't really remember what I wrote. I wrote this like a week ago at this point. Like after the last stream. Whenever that was. The fact that we already entered the captain earlier, in a section dedicated to the goal of assembling the suit, means the game has established that we can enter spring-lock suits. Alright, it's a precedent being set. This means this section is more intuitive than it might otherwise be. Manually opening the curtains to reveal them also helps. What made me think of this was watching Markiplier and how when he opened the curtains, he didn't immediately realize that he can get into the spring-lock suits. So I'm thinking, oh, wait a second. The game has already set a precedent that we can get into these suits with the captain, which makes it more likely that the player will try to enter these suits. So, yay. Collectibles are placed only in areas that can be backtracked within the open world. That's good. Granted, I think we're about to talk about this. I don't think we need to play New Game. We should have to play New Game Plus to get everything. I think that kind of counters the positive here in a sense, because you have to play through the game again anyway. But ignoring that, in the house, right? We get to the house. Probably one of the worst sections in the game again. But the objective here is different and great, right? Because we actually watch films that build up the world and the characters in a way that's like you could argue it's kind of a cutscene, but we're still controlling our character and watching them, and they're short enough, right? Like, you could argue that it's too much of a cutscene, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But it's also part of the puzzle, which I think is kind of cool. Granted, the numbers are just at the end of it and not integrated into the films in a more clever way. I didn't think about that until now that I'm talking about it out loud. But, you know, I'm trying to give credit where credit's due. M2 chase scene. This might be the best chase scene in FNAF as a whole. Granted, the bar is almost non-existent. It's important that I mention this. Because, you know, if you watched me play it, right, it kind of had that frantic feeling where you're running down the hallways, checking all the corridors and seeing which ones are safe to go down, which I thought was kind of cool. Granted, M2 falling down the lava was sort of similar to, you know, just watching a cutscene play out, but it feels like less like a cutscene. This is closer, the M2 fall into the lava is closer to Poppy Playtime 1 than I put in the Ruin video, except Poppy Playtime 1 had you pulling the block down and causing the enemy to fall along with the bridge, which involved player action, right? So M2 fall into the lava here is an improvement, but still not as good as what Poppy Playtime 1 did. Just gonna put that note here. Here, okay. What have I been missing? Because I'm trying to get through this, obviously. I found you! Yeah, those stupid voice lines, man. How did you feel about Mark quitting? I don't know what you mean about that, because at the end of the last episode, he said he's actually going to come back to it and do the secret ending. He just hasn't yet, but he said he will. I'm guessing you're assuming Mark quit because there hasn't been another episode yet. But I'm looking forward to that extra episode and seeing how he reacts to the moon section and stuff. He sounded so defeated. Yeah. Oh, he did. Which, believe me, I took notes on that. I'm probably going to have a section at the end of the video talking about, like, because even Mark admits that, like, the fan games have expanded what FNAF gameplay has been about, and in the mainline games are deviating from that in a way where there's no real gameplay loop anymore, which he mentioned kind of throughout the playthrough, which is awesome. Granted, he was really buttering it up. Like every other sentence he was saying when I think it's kind of empty words that don't contribute to his argument. Because he wants to be honest, but also he wants to lessen the blow on developers, kind of deal, which I agree with in a way, but he was a little excessive about it. All right, negatives. We talked about admin wing, the save system, the extra nurse dolly. Dwight Tiger, I forgot to mention this. Falling down the vent resets the camera. I don't think I've ever seen a game do that. And if a game does that, it's after some kind of loading screen, so you don't notice it. Now that I think about it. But of course, the way Steel Wool does it is, not great. Okay, correct me. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong about this. If you just play the dialogue in the security room, hold on. Cards, you there?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Yeah. Answer this question. Even just playing the dialogue in the security room, does that lock you out? Does the door lock? Or do you have to activate
I am
parachute for the door to
not
lock?
sure.
Oh, does anyone know?
Okay, I think it might, unless you do the bad ending, and if you do the bad ending, it'll spawn you back in. But that's just me going off of my experience. Because I remember I did the bad ending, and it loaded me back in there just fine, and I could leave.
The door locks. You're stuck in the security room if you play the dialogue? Okay. That's stupid. Because, and you can see it in real time with Markiplier's playthrough, it literally prevented Mark from exploring, like, the extra areas that he was going to explore. Like, he just went in there and played the dialogue, and then he was curious about the parachute option as well, and it just kind of, locked him into it without him knowing. And basically, it comes down to well-designed games at this point. And if you watch my Expedition 33 playthrough, you'll know that Expedition 33 does this very well, where it's very explicit about points of no return. Points of no return have to be handled carefully, because if the player ends up going through one without realizing it, they're going to be frustrated.
I completely agree with you. This has actually been one of the most frustrating things in games for me. Like, whenever I think of a gaming pet peeve I have, it is always those points of no return. Have you ever played Pokemon?
Yes.
Most
The
people have,
old
but
ones. I played the
yeah.
Fire Red and
Okay,
Leaf Green. I'm
okay.
one of those
So you definitely know
classics.
then. In the Pokemon games for the longest time, like you just you'd be going through a map and then you would hit a trigger and then suddenly you're thrown into a battle and there's no warning for it. Like the early Pokemon games were just filled with those and I always dreaded it.
Oh, the random
Yeah.
encounters in the grass.
No, not the random encounters. Like there would be a trigger for like a boss battle and you wouldn't know. You'd just be
When
walking and
when
then
you walk in front
randomly.
of someone.
Yeah, like that's always what I think of when I think of that trope and like adjacent ones.
Gotcha. That's not a point of no return, but I get what you're saying.
Well,
I think in the Pokemon
yeah.
games though, if you're in those like in between towns and stuff, I think it's safe to assume walking in front of someone always triggers a battle.
Well, no, because sometimes they'll just like have an NPC walk from out of sight, and then oh yeah, specifically I was going to mention the Elite Four because that is point of no return stuff. The game will like not tell you when the battle for the champion triggers. So when you enter the champion's room, it'll just auto enter the battle, and the game never tells you that it'll do that because the Elite Four you can walk up and talk to them, but not the champion. So that's one example of it that I
Oh,
yeah.
like you can accidentally trigger the Elite Four too early? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Like,
you trigger the champion battle by entering the room in the early games, but the games don't tell you that as soon as you enter the champion's room, you're going into the battle. If that makes
unexpected
sense.
scripted events that you walk into, and then like your rival walks in from off screen. It's a hard fight. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry, I got us on a side tangent. Back to what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, the champion in the Elite Four was annoying. The rest of the Elite Four require player input to start the battle, but the champion doesn't. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that, so I believe you guys. That sounds like it would be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Crap, we're overtime. We're overtime. Uh, parachute. Goodbye show. Elevator. Big top. So on the surface, this is simple but effective for what it is, right? And I do, I do give it a presentation point for it. Right? Big top looks great here. And I copied and pasted something for this apparently. I think this was in the comment section of a Markiplier video. A neat touch is that his tune is missing a few notes in the parachute elevator because the notes come from the pin striking his teeth and he's lost a few teeth by then. That's a very cool touch by whoever made the music. So, neat. But, I'm trying to think of how to improve sections. I went past it, apparently. Because it is still a fairly simple section. And it's effective for what it is, again, but, I guess I'm just going to read this. But it falls back on the simplicity of a threat being a timer for executing some trivial gameplay. Yeah, because when looking at games, it's useful to kind of like drill into, or what's the word? Simplify it into its parts of what what the game is doing. I think here it might be useful to think about why the classic FNAF gameplay loop is still explored in fan games today. The crux is threat management, even expressed as simple as, this might not be great grammar, ignore it, as us hiding against the wall as Big Top emerges from different vents to scan the elevator for us. In fact, this idea was already done in the older Joy of Creation living room game, as an example, right? Because, and this plays into Big Top, right? So if your threat has something to it, right, stick to the theme as much as you can. So Big Top, he scans with his eyes. So why not have him emerge from different vents as we go down the elevator while we're doing stuff, and we have to pay attention to him emerging from the vents, and then we have to avoid him gazing at us. Already, this is a million times better than what we got. And this is just using, this is not adding mechanics, right? This is using what we have, which is, we don't have weapons, we don't have tools, except the data diver.
This is kind of related, but I never really understood why so many FNAF fans are like obsessed with the idea of the series constantly needs to be evolving. It constantly needs to be changing. Like it constantly needs to be like this new thing that reinvents itself over and over again. Like why is that an expectation that's levied against certain franchises these days? I'll never understand.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if you suggest that like FNAF return to its roots or try to incorporate that more, people will say, "Oh, it's boring," or "Oh, it's not this or not that." And it's like, well, that's what FNAF was grounded on. If you don't like that, then I don't know what to tell you. I guess you're like not actually a FNAF fan, and people will get mad at you when you say that. I know people have at me, but like I genuinely think that if you like only enjoy the modern FNAF games, you're not really like a fan of what FNAF is at its core, because it's something different now, and I don't think it's the same.
Yeah. And the hardcore fans will probably say, like, things change, oldie. But
Yeah,
like, okay, fair. But did things change for a reason? Did things get better?
no
No.
one wants to admit this, but things changed because Scott wanted to fall back into his comfort zone, and he wanted to make his series marketable. The reason why we're obsessed with like the sci-fi stuff, the AI, and why everything's sci-fi, that's because that's Scott's comfort zone, and that's also what makes the series more marketable to children. So I think it's a duo of him both wanting to work within his comfort zone, work on what he wants, which fair, I guess, but like to an extent, I feel like as a creator, you should try to balance like audience expectation with what your personal wants are. And I don't think Scott has done that well because it constantly feels like he'll make story decisions and choose certain elements to include in his games to just completely spite the audience, especially FNAF 4.
Hadster, threat management is a really good way to put the issues of Secret and the Mimic. I feel like the game just didn't have interesting ways to interact with the threats. Exactly. Right? Like, and yeah, and I think that's one of Markiplier's main issues that he was trying to come to grips with in the playthrough. He was like, what's the gameplay loop? He's like, I miss having a gameplay loop, is basically what he said. It was just really funny. I hate how the scripted sequences, especially the chases, make zero use of the abilities of the characters. You only see them doing things in the animations. Yeah, Jackie's arms never catch you. I think the Jackie's arms thing was kind of neat, but it is kind of surface level to an extent. As then Apple phones don't change and get worse all the time. You're both way off. I know, right? I know. Good old Apple, right?
FNAF is, to go on that one person's point about the characters not utilizing their abilities, I think that's always been a problem. Like, ever since FNAF 1, the animatronics are very much a set piece in their personalities, their traits, and like what instrument they play. Like, none of that ever really comes up in the gameplay at all. Or even the
Except
story.
Chica with the chicken. Or chicken. Kitchen.
Well, yeah, there's that, but that's
But yeah,
that's really small potatoes compared to the like, in my opinion, wealth of potential you have from like having animatronic characters as your enemies for a game. Because really nothing's done with it. I feel like Willy's Wonderland and all that crap does more with it than FNAF ever does. And that's kind of sad in my opinion.
I'm eating. Yum, yum. In fact, FNAF 2 doesn't really do that, does it? Chainsword? Maybe for the different types of animatronics, but most of the animatronics fall under like two or three categories.
FNAF 2 is the least gameplay diverse game in the entire series. Like, it's completely just like 9 out of 10 characters function exactly the same, and the puppet's the only different one, I think. And Foxy.
Really, pal? Have you been seeing people say that the game should go back to its roots? I don't think that was what people were saying during security breach days, was it? Maybe people are saying it now after Secret of the Mimic, and especially after seeing Markiplier's playthrough. I'm guessing, cult of personality kind of thing that is probably rubbing off on people. Or maybe people are finally getting sick of, subpar mascot horror games. I don't know.
I think FNAF fans kind of never know what they want because in my opinion, games like Sister Location, Security Breach are way worse violations of the franchise's sanctity and gameplay, but people never complain about those.
Yeah. Also, guys, you're gonna hear it here first. I'm thinking when I release the Secret of the Mimic case study, I'm probably gonna do a charity stream where I played through all the FNAF games. So that'll be fun. And all the donations will go to charity. it, Twitch. Get banned. Get banned. Oh. Oh, you guys are seeing... You guys saw me do that. I hope you didn't see any sensitive information. Okay. Showtime button. In the FNAF 1 location. This is a great excuse to insert the research I've already done about how Steel Wool and Sky handled Help Wanted 1 Showtime. The cheeky inclusion here is tone deaf, to put it nicely. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to wait for the case study for that, I think, because it was pretty bad. And it was equally, I say equally, I guess it was mostly Scott's fault, but Steel Wool's fault for leaving it in the game. And when I say the research I've already done, it was supposed to be part of, like, part 2 of the Steel Wool video that I hinted at the beginning and into that video. That I may or may not ever release. We'll see. Because part 2 is basically just going to be, like, me talking about the parts of Security Breach that I didn't talk about in my first Security Breach video. Which is a lot. I actually didn't... Yeah. Yes. Anyway. The initial puzzle is great. I gave it a point for that, right? Sticking to the theme. Oh, I mentioned that. Hey, that's why there's a positive point for it. Wow. Cool. Oh. But once we figure out the initial puzzle, the remaining 2 spring locks aren't part of the puzzle anymore, but simply part of the execution. And I've talked about this before. Puzzle design... once you get to the execution, it's not part of the puzzle anymore. And a good alternative way to think about this, for example, like Markiplier's line of thinking was interesting because he was wondering what other ways he can drain the power. And that's much more interesting and in line with puzzle design versus what we got. What we got was not this. All right. All the negatives now for the house. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Okay, a lot of negatives for the house. We're gonna... I'm sorry, chat. Colton and Cards might be looking at you and might tell me if there's something very important, or you can super chat or Ko-fi for it to be seen immediately by me. House is tone deaf, confusing, ill-conceived, elongated scare chord approaching the house. Especially when it's followed by not scary threat. Watching Markiplier's, I'm gonna keep mentioning him. Watching his playthrough of it, where like after that scare chord, M2 was like walking like an old man about to crap his pants in front of the window. It was really funny. Anyway. The worst audio mixing imaginable. M2 is incredibly loud, not at all directional from the source, so it's just global voice lines every 5 seconds that bust out your ears and make you flinch from the noise. It was still loud when I turned voices to 70%, assuming those voices are correctly tied to the voices settings. Who knows? I'm probably going to test that for the case study, so I can make fun of them for that if they didn't do it correctly. Because... they don't do anything correctly, apparently. Just random jabs at Steel Wool. This deserves more than 1 point, since it's several issues and not something that's possible to miss. It's just another of the countless things they decided not to bother to fix before release, and most of the issues haven't been patched out yet. This is where the one-handed inventory becomes an issue. You either have to awkwardly juggle items by running back and forth and dropping things onto the ground, and you guys saw Markiplier and me do that in our playthroughs. You saw that last episode. Or you have to run up and down the stairs a bunch, just carrying one item at a time, and you have to wait for M2 to stomp away. And this is just a great example of the problems with hide-and-seek horror if you don't implement it correctly. It's horrible. And then more negative points, since this contains one core issue. It's basically a core issue. I try to label things core if they're more like core mechanical stuff, but you know, sometimes I may not. The inventory issue doesn't really demonstrate issues until now, but it still limits what the game can do in its level and quest design, which we see kind of plain as day. The game doesn't have much to it. Continued from Gameplay Positive 39. What is that one? Oh, that's the positive where I was saying the puzzle with the getting the numbers from the film, right? The film. However, if the player doesn't connect the dots until they're at the door, where the David image is placed a second time, which is good, then they have to rewatch every single film in their entirety to see the numbers again and write down the number and color for each film. And guess what? Markiplier had to do that. That was funny to watch. So it's possible to be punished for figuring out the puzzle too late with lots of tedium. This is not good puzzle design. And, you know, I'll expand on that in the case study in case it's not clear why that's not good puzzle design. But I think this part is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, I think this part's pretty self-explanatory though. But obviously I'm going to be expanding on everything later. Additionally, you can't expect the player to write all these number color combinations down onto paper, especially as a VR game. So what are they planning on doing for the VR version? Probably nothing. I guess VR users will have to constantly take off and put on their headsets during the whole section, or turn on pass-through. Am I wrong about that? I was kind of thinking, because in my head I'm like, what are VR users gonna do, man? Alright, Right, instead of a scare cord when being spotted, there could have been a voice line instead. And they already have the voice lines! During the last stream, we made fun of this with Noah and Colton. I found you and you there. And this is not a question mark, you there. This is like, you there. You there. Come here, my little boy. No, Grandpa, get away. Alright, to extend the hide-and-seek gameplay loop, the house itself isn't big enough to really support a roaming threat, or at least a bigger house would have minimized the tedium if the gameplay is going to continue to be this boring. Right? Like, it's not completely linear, but it's still boring. Whatever happened to the whole distinct costume swapping mechanic anyway? Could they not have done something creative with that for the final challenge? I don't think we really mentioned this last stream, but this is huge. This is huge. They never do anything interesting with the costume swapping mechanic after the captain section. The captain section was pretty cool with the costume swapping, but it's just completely abandoned. And kind of same with like the FNAF 1 section. They don't do anything interesting with that either. They just like everything else in their games, they abandon it before they explore it. New Game Plus. Have to play through the entire game again just to explore and visit the extra areas for the rest of the collectibles, and one collectible is locked to New Game Plus only. There's attempts at variety every now and then, but it's just slight variations in puzzle solutions. Yeah. And that's 3 negatives. I get 3 negatives for that. It's dumb. And you guys watched me play through it again in real time, which granted was probably at least a little entertaining because I was able to regurgitate my thoughts during the New Game Plus playthrough, and we got through it really quickly. No new usability. No new usability. I can't talk anymore. I'm talking too fast. Story positives. Hearing how Edwin spirals is incredibly sad and incredibly effective. Losing his wife, then son. Business continues to fail. Betrayed by employees. The second half of the game is where the story tries, and I appreciate that. Escapism through a recreated wife and son. Fits the Mimic theme very well. Hearing how Edwin died, with M2 using Edwin's own behavior toward his son against him, incredibly effective. A horrible end to a series of unfortunate events, bad father aside. And then seeing how M1 Fiona still waits for Edwin was kind of sad, especially if the theory is true that her spirit or whatever agony bullcrap resides within M1, but I think it's more accurate to say M1 is just a well-functioning mimic, unlike M2. Obviously, don't spoil anything if the secret ending talks about this at all. I assume this stuff is just going to be left to theorists, and I have no interest in whatever like, non-official theorist thing, the theories people say, if there's no evidence behind them, because that's what FNAF is all about, just making up crap until the next game. M2 leaving you because it knows you'll be dead anyway is a good detail. And when that happened, we praised that, because that was really cool. I believe Noah brought that up as well. Negatives. It takes too long to establish an interesting story and world building. The audio recordings are great throughout, but the more I think about it, the more I realize how much of the story is packed towards the end. I especially realized this when that famous comment said I wasn't paying attention to the story. We've made fun of several times here. Because apparently I was drinking for half the stream in the first stream. I'm an alcoholic, guys. But there hasn't really been any story at all at that point. At the point when he left the comment at the end of the first stream, there hasn't really been any story at that point. And yet he still thought I wasn't paying attention to the story, which was interesting. Even in the Jackie section, we see the toy merchandise in Jackie's room, then that's it. The rest is just a chase scene. Nothing contributes to the story or world building in any way. Then she leaves for the rest of the game for absolutely no reason. To extend the above, I don't know why Dispatch spells out exactly what the Mimic is and what it does, when there could have been interesting world building and personal stories told through audio logs and notes in the game. That'd be more interesting to figure out what's going on with the costume swapping as well. And I believe last stream I compared this to The Last of Us 1. The bunker notes that everyone remembers because it's incredibly effective. Absolutely not what they chose to do. Presentation, I mentioned this already. The elevator, goodbye show, big top. And then negative for that spinning pipe in the chase scene that we made fun of. That was funny. That was really funny when that happened. All right, that's it. We totally got that through that slower, but also I came into the stream late and I had to go for like 5-10 minutes, whatever.
Wow.
So...
Bad streamer.
Bad streamer indeed. Horrible streamer, bad streamer. Horrible streamer, bad streamer. Horrible streamer.
Are you ready to solve the secret of the Mimic?
I know, we're about to find the secret of the Mimic, dude. Entertaining with my singing while I load the game. Do. Okay. What did I miss in chat? Oh, and one acknowledges she's not actually Fiona at one point in one of the audio logs? Okay.
I'm pretty sure she does. Like, I don't think she acknowledges it directly, but she kind of alludes to it in one of them. Like, I'm 99% sure.
Pat plays. The feminism filter hit theory channels. I'm actually not familiar with that wave, because I really don't keep up with the theory channels.
But don't you want to see how John FNAF is gonna interpret this new game to be about the circus baby and Charlie robots? Are you excited to see that?
What about you, Colton? Does that excite you?
Oh yeah, it really gets me going.
Oh,
we gotta find out how this brand new game ties into decades old books.
Hey Sean.
Oh, if the Mimic would take you over in a costume that you could get into? That's an interesting idea. I don't know how that would turn out, but that's interesting. Yes, my buddy? My pal?
What would I be asking for you?
Did you forget already?
Did I forget?
Wait,
No, did you forget?
did I forget? What were you... Hold on, were you saying something?
Yeah. No. I'm saying something, but you forgot to do something?
I already pinged in Discord. Is that what you're...
Oh,
Oh,
scripted.
crap!
Hold on. There you go. There you go.
Hold on! I didn't share it in
Thank
Discord. Woo! Woo, guys. Woo! I almost got canceled there for that one. Hold on. Actually, I almost forgot.
Oh, you forgot something else.
Someone in the Discord, I'm going to show it on stream, transformed me into a Heartbound sprite. A Heartbound stripe.
Oh.
Sprite! Heartbound sprite! So, and then I, of their own volition, got them to make a different sprite.
Make a different sprite.
Yeah, don't check the Discord. I'm gonna show it. I want to see your reaction. It's gonna be great.
No. Oh no, I see Cranberry Sprite in the chat. Please, no, don't bring it back.
Cranberry sprite.
There you
Want
go,
to try cranberry? It's the thirstiest time
Yeah,
of the year.
Please, no.
I have just one query. Want to spike cranberry? The answer is clear. It's the thirst
I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
of the year.
I'm so surprised you don't know about Sprite Cranberry.
I actually don't. Guess I'll keep it that way, huh? Oh, cool. It works in the Windows photo editor. Alright, here we go. Alright, so he made me into a Heartbound sprite. Look at that! Look how cool that is. It's me.
Very cool.
Wow.
Look at that, it's me.
You're moving and everything. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a Heartbound sprite. And I'm wearing the same shirt you guys can see with the gray over gray. Well, it's kind of gray. It's a mix of colors, actually.
Dude, that's cool.
Honestly, it's so cool. It's so cool. Shout out to... they said they wouldn't be able to make this stream until later. Shout out to Atticus in the Discord.
Atticus Ace?
Their Discord name is just Atticus.
Oh, well, there's an Atticus Ace in the
Oh,
chat right now.
is that the same Atticus? Atticus Ace, are you actually here?
It is.
Oh, Atticus is here! Shout outs to Atticus Ace! I know anyone who joined the Heartbound stream, and for those who weren't here, if you want to see the Heartbound stream, it's unlisted right now, and it's only accessible through the Discord until I'm probably going to make it members only, but I'm offering a chance for those to watch it who want to watch it before I make it members only. I kind of don't want to make that one public because it's Pyre software, and plus I say some unhinged things at some points because the game kind of broke me.
How bad did it get? Because I left before you got to like the weird like father and mother shit and all the like furry area.
It's just, dude, it's just the game is just, it's almost all dialogue, and the jokes are bad, but not only that, but it reinforces the jokes. When a joke, even when a subtle joke is said, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of good, then the other character comments on that joke, and then the other character comments on the comment of that joke, and that's the same pattern. That's a pattern throughout the entire game. That's just how Jason writes, apparently.
Did you
and it's
finish it?
horrible. I did finish it, yes.
Oh
my god.
Just for you guys. Just for you guys. Because I care so much.
Oof.
I wanted to get through it for you guys. Stroke live on stream.
that could have been taken in a different way, by the way.
Oh. Anyway, so what I was saying, we have a surprise for Colton as well, thanks to Atticus. And we made Colton into a Heartbound sprite as well.
Is this going to be my new VTuber?
There you go.
Oh my
It's your cat. It's your cat.
I know, please. I don't want to be a furry.
I told Atticus to look to. I didn't know what else it would be. I told him to look at your profile picture of your cat.
Yep.
You guys can see his profile picture in the top left. It's his cat.
I have thought about changing my profile picture.
And what's funny is like this actually kind of looks like a Heartbound sprite of like that lion character, which is really funny. Like it's perfect.
Yeah,
Government assigned furry, condemned to furry.
Condemned to furry.
No, I'm
You are
not
now
a furry.
furry.
I am not a furry. I refuse.
Listen, you're getting the Full Metal Alchemist treatment. What happened to that one character?
No.
You know the one.
Yes. Yes, I do. Why would you reference that? How dare you?
Hey, Valindra, good to see you here. Hey, Mike.
I'm beating the furry allegations. I'm changing my profile picture right now.
You're beating the furry allegations. You got aftoned. Hey, Dominite. Hey, Lone Wolf.
I'm changing it. No more cat. You guys don't get to see my cat anymore.
I still believe you aren't a furry, Mrs. Afton. Oh yeah, because LilDerp drew in the Battlefield 6 image. LilDerp
Yes,
did a
I
great
know.
drawing.
I know. It's because nobody has anything to go off of. All right.
Yeah, which
I
is a great. I love that drawing. For those who weren't here for the Battlefield 6 stream, I had a 5-step medic process. This is in the fan art channel as well in the Discord. And then Colton, I guess, at the bottom. Colton, cool. I guess. So this was LilDerp. This is awesome. My 5-step medic code.
Sean to be made into a furry sprite, and he said, "Nah, make Colton one instead." You son of a bitch.
You should share with the class the art I drew.
Oh yeah.
That's it. I've gone back to my original.
Guys, I don't want to be a furry. Just to be clear, okay? I don't want to be a furry.
You're normal.
We're not gonna normalize this, guys.
That's why, yeah. No,
well, we'll show what he drew up. Oh, hey, that's that's my file explorer, guys.
Uh-oh.
Exposed.
Oh.
Exposed.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing bad there. Wait, which one is it? Why can't I find it?
Also, I'd be surprised if anybody knew what my avatar was.
There we go. This is what cards drew of me, and I hate it. Thank you.
That's perfectly.
I'm never beating the furry allegations after this one.
Yeah, this is something I like sketched out in like 5 minutes.
It's uncanny, the resemblance.
The resemblance is uncanny. All right, but yeah, the fan art has been incredible. I did not expect for people to draw stuff.
Yeah, it is actually crazy. That's really cool.
Yeah, the Heartbound sprites are so cool. Also, there's a naked version. There you go.
What?
It's just without the bow tie.
Oh, okay. Like...
Yeah. Whoop. And then, yeah, then there's me. So, there we go. There we go, guys. How cool is that? It is so amazing. Thank you, Atticus.
That is pretty cool. That is really, really cool.
It's so cool. I think at some point I'll probably have just like fan art cycling in the corner of the screen. We're gonna end up getting enough of it where we can do that, which is so cool. You guys are so sexy.
You still need 2 more.
If I could be all of your guys' daddy, I would.
Don't say that ever again. That was terrible. Please don't say that ever again. Oh my god. Felt my skin like.
Did I sound a little bit slightly concerned for a second there, Necronomicon?
Atticus, you're gonna eat and catch the stream later. Well, thanks for being here, Atticus. You didn't have to. If I knew you were here, I would have looked at that earlier. I'm sorry if I missed you. I didn't see you in chat.
Please give back the money I donated. That was unacceptable.
DJ. Never. Also, for donations, I'm selling $10 tickets. At the bottom, you see tickets, please. So, if you want in on the show, you guys are going to have to buy the $10 ticket, which is really discounted. I originally, were selling tickets for $200, because I'm more entertaining than Taylor Swift. It is what it is.
Please. Operator, report to the stage left.
So, as far as I can remember, and I have written down here, you just need to go to the showroom to get the last 2 collectibles.
Yeah, I don't really remember where I should be going. Should I be going this way?
Remember the it's wherever you go back to like the main area, because you can go to the showroom.
Workshop. The showroom. It's been too long since we played.
It was that huge optional side area.
Did you already... Yeah.
Did someone say tickets? You're right, I'm selling tickets. Oh, that's right, I opened this, but then it didn't save, I guess. Is this the captain area? South Hall? I mean, South Hall is the central area. Now I just need to
you should. I think you should be able to.
The retail showroom?
Yeah, there should be.
Because retail showroom, we can get there through the main area, I believe. Unless there's another entrance I should be going through. Like right here, the retail showroom.
Yeah, because remember it opened up that big extra entranceway. It's in like the big top area.
The big top area? Oh, the big top showroom.
Yeah.
So I don't need to go through.
Because remember you had to go through the clown teeth.
That was... I get there through here, I believe. Through the elevator. I'm sure there's multiple ways to get there. Okay, physics.
Physics.
Can you be my parasocial father figure, frame son? I totally will. I would love to. I'd love to, son. Come sit on Papa's lap.
Don't say that ever again either.
Yeah,
I guess
please.
I can't get to the big top showroom through that way. Am I really supposed to only take the alternate route now? What's the alternate route? Oh, I'm scared.
I wish I knew, but I'm bad at.
All right, do you want me to tell you how to get there?
Yes.
Okay. Go back. Go back. Yeah. Go back that way. Get in the elevator.
He tried. He couldn't get into the elevator.
Oh, he couldn't? Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think if
swear,
you go
dude.
in, it triggers. I swear. If you go in, it triggers. I swear.
Well, if
No,
I run
it's
into the door of
closed.
it?
No.
The door is closed.
Wait. What?
If you make me go back here because you weren't paying attention,
wait.
I'm...
No.
He wasn't
Press the
paying-
button.
no.
Wait,
Nope.
what?
I can't press. I was just doing this.
Why is it?
That's what. He
Why
wasn't
is it
paying
not
attention,
working?
Sean.
Apparently.
Ah! Oh my god. No. Oh, you haven't fixed it yet. You haven't been into that one hallway.
I have to fix it?
Yeah, you have to fix that elevator.
How?
I forget, honestly.
What do you mean fix it?
No, you can't go
Since-
that way to fix
No.
it. You can't.
It has to be somewhere else?
Okay. Okay.
What? Why? Why do I have to fix it somewhere else? Why? Why? Why?
I'm trying to remember the layout and what you do. Okay. I think just go back to the welcome show.
Welcome show. Okay.
Yeah. Go back to the welcome show.
Is that where I fix it?
No. Just go through there. Yeah.
No. What do you mean no? I need to fix the elevator.
Yeah, I know. It's just we'll get to that. I promise
Should
you.
I go through here?
Yes, through there.
Everyone panic. Thanks, Shay.
Everyone panic. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Go to the elevator to your right. Yep,
Crap.
that one. Run. Go. Oh.
Hey, King of Comedy, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for purchasing your ticket to the show. Tickets, please.
Now we play the waiting
Oh,
game.
Colton, do you have the tickets, please voice line?
Tickets, please.
That's what you should totally get. You should totally voice mod the tickets, please voice line.
Tickets, please.
Oh, sorry, Kane. I ignored your message. Well, I didn't ignore it. I read it, but then I forgot. Think you'll stream Deltarune? I will. Especially since someone mentioned in the Discord that one of the bosses in Deltarune is just a better version of what Heartbound tried. So I like comparing games because I think that's super useful. So I'm thinking of streaming Delta. I was thinking
Honestly,
of streaming Deltarune anyway, but especially after that comment, I might stream it sooner than later.
It's going up the stairs. You should probably run for it now.
Oh,
The elevator to your left, yeah.
cool. Thanks. Thanks for the super chat.
Kind of more like spammed to even less funny.
Yeah, Tina. That's what the person mentioned. Sorry, I'm forgetting their name right now.
You could have opened that door, but don't worry about it. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean I could
You have
have
to
opened?
go all the way through the warehouse to get to that door, and you have to go and rearrange the parade again to get to it. So don't worry about it. It's a shortcut that isn't really that useful.
All right, guys, get the secret dialogue now. I don't know what we've listened to here.
I think you would only have the 3 by this point.
We really need to make
Gotcha.
a good impression on our prospective clients. Strike that. Not just good, but great. Every night, we need you to look for any imperfections on our displays.
That's setting up for a FNAF game right there.
Repair any scratches, scuffs, stains, dings, and dents you find. We'll let you figure out a good schedule. I got a lot going on. Just make sure it gets done and take pride in your work.
Sorry about that. I had to go grab my dinner.
Hey, welcome back.
I heard you say you want me to have the tickets, please, on my soundboard.
Yeah, you heard me. You heard me. Okay.
I heard you.
You totally, after you eat, you should totally set that up because this is the last FNAF stream. I guess we can use it for future streams, though. Tickets, please.
Attention, my admin friends. Despite everything that's been going on, you've been doing such a great job holding everything together.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
I was just thinking, we should do another one of our fun dinner parties. How long has it been? So, I invite you all up to the house for fondue and board games, like we used to.
I remember this one.
Fiona loved it when we could put our work aside even for a bit and just get to know each other. So I want to do that. Tonight, yeah. Tonight at 8.
You're a social boss.
There's just, there's something I need.
Tickets, please.
Oh, you got it!
Very nice.
I mean, Edwin is definitely the best FNAF character for sure. He is. He's such a tragic character. Like, kind of his. He was kind of his own downfall, but at the same time, he was also betrayed, and his family randomly died. I think David was kind of his fault though, because probably related to letting him wander around dangerous areas. But and then, you know, him being lonely and not being able to do his job very well probably. Things falling apart.
Surprise! It's me, Edwin. This is maybe a little awkward, but I've got something very important to ask you. Okay? Here goes.
Ask you to marry from here, right?
Known each other for how long now? I don't remember your start date off the top of my head, but it's been a few. Okay, let me start over. Oh, come on. Rewind not working. Keep going. Just, Fiona, ignore that part. Anyway, you're the most amazing artist and creator I've ever been lucky enough to employ. We just click in every way. I hope you feel the same. You know, MCM wouldn't be this successful without you. You've become the heart of this company, and I want to share it with you.
So it was successful.
And you're also really pretty, like asymmetrical pretty. I should have led.
Asymmetrical pretty? What do you?
You're fun and funny. Not a lot of things really make me happy, but you do. And you make the best puppets. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, I can't think of a future without you. I want to keep making magic and sharing our creations with the world forever. So, will you marry me? Please? I love you.
Why through this machine? Why would that be how you ask her to marry you? Was this during when his father was still alive? Because that would explain why MCM was successful at that point. If his dad was still alive,
Probably.
MCM being successful before he married Fiona. Oh, that's right, because I think he was married with Fiona when his dad died in the other voice log.
Yeah, the other
okay. Okay, I get it. Yeah, why is his proposal here, King of Comedy?
That's what I was getting ready to ask as well.
Yeah. Why
is it here?
The first interaction was him making the helpfuls. You know, that's a good point, actually. Right, because it was the voice log right in here. Right through that wall.
Yeah.
Was...
I mean, I guess...
Because she voiced Mrs. Helpful. I guess that would be kind of a cool callback. I'm guessing he's standing next to her during this, at least.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Is like, I mean, I guess it would be more of like, yeah, they went here and she listened to it while he was in the room.
And then after that part, he probably got on his knees with a ring. So I think that's actually cool if he was there with her and then asked her to marry her right then and there. Will you marry me, Fiona? All right.
Please never do that.
I'm guessing. Oh yeah, that's right. This way. I remember this way. Because we didn't have the clearance to do this last time.
Yeah. There's 2 collectibles in this area.
Already?
The last
Already?
2. Yeah. These are the last 2 collectibles you need, and they're both in this area.
This area is so dumb because it's a linear hallway. Why is there a threat here? Go, 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 go.
Go, go, Power Rangers.
Don't see me, don't see me. Scary. Why do they keep putting wandering threats in the consistently worst spots? I know, that's what I'm saying, man. Why?
I want you to suffer.
I'm glad I pressed that button before coming in here. Why is there a hidden library of books? This guy has like a forbidden knowledge that you would see in like Harry Potter or something.
That's
you got
that's
the forbidden magic books.
That's Edwin's robot fan fiction.
Oh no.
Yes, you're right. You're right. What is this?
Is that like David's little secret area?
It must be David's secret area. And this is like one of those security. It's that security breach moment where underground in that broken Chica area, you got someone kind of camping out down there. But yeah, this is.
Did you see the area in the very corner of this room yet?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. We're gonna go there next. Yeah. Oh, that's the purple hedgehog one. Did David like that one? Elephant, the dog one, which is named Sharpay, right?
What's weird in this area is that there's a wrapper for like a tiger candy.
Is there a wrapper for tiger?
I think it's.
Those are unopened.
I think it's like right down there, one of those.
Oh, that's unopened even. Tiger truffle. Fruit bar. Did the white tiger exist as a costume before? It must have, and then it was just kind of possessed by children, I guess.
Or maybe David liked tigers because of the candy.
Huh. Something. Can you see me through here? You probably do, but you can't get to me. There was no inventory system up here, right? Do I really have to go all the way back and then come all the way back?
I think there's a way opposite of the store up here. There might be something in there for you to use, but I could be wrong.
Because, again, this is where the limitation of the inventory system comes back into play that I complained about for the house.
I feel like there should be one here because there is a second collectible you can get here.
Yeah, you would
There
think.
might be one in here, but I'm not entirely sure. You're probably
Why is the mimic so inquisitive right now? Right?
Oh, there is! Cool.
Mimicking Marge Simpson? Yeah, it is.
Did you guys see that? There were like white blocks under it. That looked like a bug. I thought it looked like a Steel Wool quality trademark bug.
And you now have all of the collectibles.
Deposit every collectible into the inventory system. Nice! We did it!
Now
I
you
just
just
gotta
die,
save.
or else you'll you have to redo all of that again.
You're right. The only reliable save in this entire game, because of steel wool quality trademark, is the crane.
Okay, I don't know if you've gotten spoiled on this yet, but do you know what New Game Plus changes?
It added the white tiger collectible. That's all I know.
Okay, do you want to know what else it adds?
Is this something I would not see otherwise?
Technically.
Yeah, sure, I guess tell me.
The White Tiger plush is the only new thing in New Game Plus.
That's it?
Yes, a single collectible that requires you to play the entire game a second time.
So we did know what it was.
Yeah, we did know what it was then.
Yep.
You're lying to me.
Like, they made you play the entire game a second time and give you a single collectible right in the office where you start. You don't even, like, unlock a new area for it. Like, it's just there. You have to play the game a second time for no reason.
And that is in the document as a negative as well.
Yeah, that is a terrible reason to get a player to do New Game Plus.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we want you to play the game again to get the secret ending because we put so much work into this. Please, believe us. Believe us.
Again, it kind of just goes back to my problem with this game. Well, my biggest one at least, where it feels like none of what they have here is, like, quite done. Like, everything they have here just needed, like, a few more areas, a few more, like, design changes and updates.
Gablin, he knows to do the Moon.exe.
Yeah, thank you. I believe I just said that, actually. Did I not? Did I just think it and didn't say it out loud?
I don't know.
Whoops. Alright. Actually, should I go to the crane and save, or does that not matter?
Don't worry about that.
Okay. Oh, I have to start over? I guess there's new stuff. Oh, we have to listen to this guy the whole time?
You could have done it at a different computer.
I think you can talk to him and then do it, but I could... Yeah. I think
I guess we can, but then the door's locked. I don't... I mean,
Well,
should I
the
just
door
talk to him?
You're like, nah, I'm going to
The
a
door
different
locks,
computer.
but you've completed everything, I'm pretty sure, in the rest of the game.
Right.
Yeah, you've done everything. It's just...
Is there a computer over here?
I don't know.
Inventory
so.
system over here. Not the same as a computer. I know this has a collectible in it.
I mean, yeah, I can understand New Game Plus for getting all of the collectibles because it saves the collectibles that you've gotten.
Why not just after you beat the one ending where it locks you into it? Why not just, like, roll your save back to before you did it? Like,
yeah. It should, like, a lot of games have done that, where it auto-saves right before you lock yourself out of doing the other endings, and you can just roll back to that save.
The security office, then you can go home.
I guess I'll just lock myself in there.
yeah, you can just... yeah.
But yeah, also it's also like they don't put collectibles in areas where we can't return to, which is already good design. So the fact that they don't just let you at the end of the game, you know, go back and explore the other areas and get all the rest of the collectibles, but instead make you go back through the entire game again before you can then explore the rest of the game to get the rest of the collectibles, it's asinine. I have all the collectibles, Frostbite, unless the bathroom in the west hallway is something different. Oh, hold on. We don't want to lock ourselves in here yet because I just remembered we didn't get all the Mrs. Helpfuls yet. Should I do that first and then Moon.exe, or does that not matter? Can I just do Moon.exe? Surely there's a computer somewhere in here. it's an elevator. What the? Where the heck is the closest computer?
Don't forget to come to the security office. Then you can go home.
Oh, except the collectible in the house. Yeah, good point.
I think I saw somebody say go to the warehouse.
Warehouse? You cracked me up. Oh, I swear if I die here, where's the freaking computer?
Other way, other way. Go straight ahead. Glowing light. Glowing light. Not that way.
Wait,
You're
it's a
not-
costume
not-
threat? It's
Yeah.
not
Yes,
Chica!
you're in the warehouse.
No, Rollerblade and Chica used to be here.
Oh, really?
Yeah!
You gotta go to your right.
Down there somewhere?
No, right, all the way right, where you came in from.
Where I came in from?
Right down
Oh,
there.
oh,
Yep,
hey.
right there.
Hey, right here. That was convenient. We get to listen to disco music while we do this? Yeah,
Yep.
Chica took a vacation, apparently.
Better than listening to the mimic going, hey, hey.
Tickets, please.
Hey. Hey.
Oh no,
Tickets,
we had to
please.
listen to the elevator go up and down too. Alright guys,
You can't win.
I just can't win apparently. It's like the atmosphere of this game is undercut. Last time I couldn't wear this. I still can't wear it. He never sees me. Is that David saying, complaining about his father because he is a bad father?
Maybe.
Dear Moon, can you bring back the sun? No. Look at trophy. Yeah, X. One new collectible. We put one new collectible in our game.
That sprite for that plushie, every time I see it for the first time, it does not look like what it's supposed to be. It looks like something way worse.
What do you mean? Oh, it's gone now.
Yeah, it does not look right. I always see something very different before I realize what it is.
It gives me the mask, right? Give me the mask. Thank you. Thank you, creature from the Black Lagoon.
Maybe that's why you like otters, Zen? What?
Is that why you like otters then? That's cute. It's locked, right? Barred from the other side. Alright. Bum, bum, bum. Put on the hedgehog mask and then we're going outside.
Jarvis, make Moon.exe 250% slower.
Jarvis, please do not do that. A deeply nested inside joke? Oh no.
Yeah, Arnold's typing in the bottom left, yeah. I think I gave this game a presentation point for that. Or some kind of point I gave it for the thematics, the thematic typing.
Wait, can you
stuff.
see him
It's kinda
typing?
neat. Yeah, when we click on something. Did I open the dresser? See, watch him type it. Open dresser.
Oh, yeah.
which is a kind of neat detail. I want to type it myself, though. I want to feel like I'm actually playing an old text game. Are you kidding me?
What? I couldn't hear you over the elevator.
I know, right? Why is the open window option still there if it's already open? Shouldn't it say close window?
Tickets, please.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Everyone needs to purchase their tickets before they can truly...
Tickets, please.
Before they can play Moon.exe.
Exactly.
Take Chica Cup. Alright, I don't remember everything I need to do. I'm just gonna click all the options like last time. Because I think that's what it wants you to do. I don't have anything to break the tree branch yet. Jarvis, replace the game. That's basically what LilDerp said. Love it, love it, love it. Hey, that's new. Pick up Starbright Nightlight. Aren't you cute? Aren't you cute? Takes the firelight and burns forever.
Oh, now you just get to have the camera shake from Mimic.
Guys, this was the worst. This was way worse of a location than the dispatch. I think.
Yeah.
I think this.
You could have just talked to dispatch and then done it.
Oh, it's so funny.
Or gone into the, just gotten the Mrs. Helpful out of the way and then gone back.
Yeah, I've probably done Mrs. Helpful first.
Jarvis replaced Moon.exe with Subway servers.
Jarvis randomized the elevator sound effect. Yes, please.
Jarvis, bring back Princess Quest.
Well, that's a callback.
If you add the typing, that would be a day's work for every language. They were never going to do typing. That is localization hell. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, I know they would never do the typing.
That's what Pat Plays was saying.
Gotcha, yeah, yeah. I'm not saying it... Sorry, I should have clarified when I was saying that. That wasn't like a legitimate criticism. It was more of like...
It'd be cool if it was a thing.
Anyone who wants a game that does that, though... What's it called? Duskers? Yeah. Everyone go play Duskers. That game, you're actually like sitting at a computer controlling drones with text commands and stuff. It's really cool. Duskers on Steam.
Someone at Steel Wool said this is great gameplay, pressing the same buttons over and over and reading. I repeat, reading.
Yeah. I don't think reading in a game is bad, but this is just like so tedious.
Reading is obviously not a bad thing, but
yeah, no, it's fine. But like, I was so frustrated by how slow this game goes, this minigame, that by the end of it, I wasn't even paying attention to the text because I just wanted to get through it so badly.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that threshold will be for Sean here.
I mean, I already, because we played Moon.exe earlier up to like, what, we had 11 collectibles or something like that. Or 6, one of those.
I mean, the other thing is like, if you fail, does it restart you?
Yeah, I think so.
No, no. If you fail, like, you don't have to click all the same things again, I don't think. But, so I already gave this a negative for just, like, there's no thought to this. It's just, Oh. Uh-oh. Moon got
Yes,
me.
let's restart.
Yeah, but you don't have to repeat things, thankfully.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you had to repeat everything, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Also,
Eat
you
strange
know,
soup might kill me.
with this being like a whole little mini game, they could have just muted all outside sounds.
Yeah, like why is there not even like a soundtrack for
Stomp,
this?
stomp, stomp,
Like,
stomp. If
like
there is a
Yeah.
soundtrack to this, well, we can't hear it.
Yeah. But literally, it's like I understand you want to be able to hear things around when you're like playing the game normally, but just for this by itself, they could have made it to where nothing, like you only hear what's going on in Moon.exe.
Oh, Fall Fest. Is that Fiona and Edwin up there as statues then? Because Fall Fest? Is that what that's trying to say?
Probably.
Maybe.
Feed baby owl. Oh yeah, you're welcome, owl. I'm gonna pet you. I'm gonna pet
It's
you.
immersive. It's like I'm actually playing a game in a factory. Very true.
POV, you're on your 30-minute work break.
Yeah.
Dude, I hated my
Really
break room
fast.
at my one job. Like it was always it was always like really nasty. Like it didn't look nasty, but you got the vibe that it was, and I hated it.
I would just go sit in my car at that point.
Like one of the chairs had like a dark stain on it. Yeah. It usually smelled bad.
Monty's fishing game. I was saying David would play with it. Is that what he means by he? Seems like an allegory, right? Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of allegory towards the three family members in this one.
This rock is beautiful on the outside, but dark things move under the surface. I don't know why I did that. Am I losing my mind already? That Heartbound stream, I think, might have done a permanent number on me.
Yeah, it made you insane. I'm no longer the jokey one. You were it now.
Toy
I'm not the
pirate ship.
comic relief anymore.
Hey!
It's always great when you play a game that just mentally breaks you and turns you into a completely different person.
Yeah, well, whether if I was the same or different person, that's up to you guys to
Maybe you just become more enlightened
more enlightened.
by playing the absolute banger of a game that Pirate Software released.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I didn't read what it said. I was looking at chat. Oh, you laughed at me?
Why do-
Well, I guess I need to get a different item and come back.
Why do I see Colton brain rot? Why is this a thing?
What?
Mitsu's.
Mitsu Ned just goes Colton brain rot. I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
Jarvis put Italian brain rot in replacement of the visuals on Moon.exe. What?
What does this mean?
What do you
What are
mean?
you guys talking about?
Italian brain rot.
I think Heartbound broke your chat.
Is this where we make a fishing pole? We use some of the...
Oh, the
Stream.
Colton has got to frame. I see. My brain rot has infected you, I guess.
Good. The more of a... Oh, you did change your Discord image. How could you?
I told you I was. I did that a while ago.
I didn't actually look at it. How could you?
I'm getting
don't
rid
worry,
of the furry
guys.
allegations.
Don't worry, guys. We have the furry picture. We have
Nope.
Colton as a furry. That will always live
Nope.
on in our hearts.
Yep.
No,
Actually, should I just put that in the corner of the stream?
Yeah.
I'll leave.
I'll leave.
We know what you are.
Nope. I straight up will fucking leave.
I'm not fond of furry.
Don't do that. What the heck, dude? What the heck?
I even said I doubt a lot of people will even know where my avatar picture is from.
It looks like Jeff the Killer when I glance
Nope.
at it.
I think I might recognize the anime.
It is an anime.
I'm not an anime watcher, I wouldn't know.
I think you have seen it, Sean.
I think I have. If it's the one I'm thinking of, Josh really liked it, and we watched it in college.
The mask is futile, Colton. We know what you are. No! I refuse!
Went up the mountain path too early. I want to get this. Hey, the honey. We use that for the bear, don't we? This way to the summit. Okay, why? I should probably not click on everything, but at the same time, clicking on stuff reveals new dialogue options.
Also, Chad, I'm the resident furry. So throw
Yeah,
the
ban
joke
him.
to me. Yeah, kill me. Burn me alive.
He wants to become the martyr.
I'm the one good furry. I'll die for their sins.
Moon.exe is so good that we would rather talk about furry PvPs and Italian brain rot than the actual
Yeah,
game.
I'm just like my eyes have glazed over, like they did when I played this the first time.
I'm just looking forward to playing Amnesia the Bunker.
Good point, Andres. Why are there only 4 likes on this stream? What are you guys doing? You think this is free content? You guys think you get to watch this for free? No, you don't.
Wait.
27 on my
Insert
end.
ad.
I see 21.
I see 27.
There you go. I pressed the insert ad button. I thought that was kind of funny. Anyway.
It's probably because you have to refresh the page to see how many likes there are. Like if I refresh.
Oh, did you not refresh it? Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's up to 36 likes now. Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
Like the stream.
Thank you guys.
Like the stream.
Like and subscribe, baby!
You know, because there's always those people that dislike the
Ring
stream
the
before
bell.
it happens because they're afraid of what I'll say.
Yeah. Ring that bell if you want notifications of when Design Frame will be going live next.
Indeed. And join the Discord if you want notifications there. And to be part of a cool community. Only half of us are furries. Alright.
Only half of us.
I would just like first to make you earn it.
Is this really not over yet?
He's like
I'm halfway
maybe
playing
a
it.
quarter. He's a quarter of the way in, I would say. If that.
Why is this so long?
Talk to old woman. My name is Sun, the old woman says. Come with me. She then motions you over to her workbench. We're getting to new material now. We haven't seen this before. You must fix these 3 masks. They will give you a great reward. Call back to FNAF 1 through 3. I mean, we have the Fox plushie. Does that count? Fox Puppet Eye?
No, not the personas.
Not the personas, no. I don't think I have anything to fix the other masks yet. Oh, the bow tie. Okay. Apparently that's all Freddy needs. I don't think we have what we need for the rabbit mask. Oh my gosh, it's just the sewing kit. We already have everything. That's funny. You would think the game would at least make you like go back and explore more for everything, but apparently we already explored everything.
Man, I'm about to launch some Battlefield 6 and just play that until you're done with this freaking thing.
If you do, I'll put your gameplay in the top right corner. Do it, actually.
All right.
You have two monitors. Just put the stream and the chat on the second monitor.
Screw it. I don't care.
Moon.exe takes 20 minutes in the all-ending speed run.
It's so...
In the speed run, it takes 20 minutes?
Yes, in the speed run, it takes 20 minutes.
That's crazy.
You have now your reward and your sacrifice. The cave awaits you now. I missed the first thing that she said. Oh, okay, well. That's fine. We have what we need. We have some kind of owl mask, apparently. Is what it looked like. Zin says you could play Contra.
Contra?
Heck yeah.
What is Contra?
No. The old arcade game Contra?
It might be. I might just be brain farting.
I think you're brain farting. Look it up, dude. Contra.
Yeah, I must be brain farting.
I mean, we're old enough to know about Contra.
Yeah, I'm always...
okay. I know about this game. I've never played it.
I technically haven't played it
Contra?
either, but I know about it.
Jarvis, buy a Colt a game that doesn't suck and put Colt over his knee and spank him firmly. No!
I grew up on Zelda. I grew up on the original Zelda game. Actually, I think I beat the first. I beat the first quest when I was like 7 or 8.
Yeah. Look, okay. I know about Contra. It wasn't a game I played then, okay?
Fair.
Very hot. Something is cooking. Smells like chicken. Could it be Chica? I guess now I'll use the pizza maker. I hope it doesn't kill me.
I think the implication is that they cooked the bird and then gave you its face as the mask, and that's why it looks so realistic.
Here you go, Sean. I went live if you want to actually do it.
No, we don't need to be. We don't need to be brain rot. We're not Subway Surfers channel.
What are you talking about? Oh, I'm putting it wrong.
If y'all want a good NES game, play
There you guys
Goonies
go.
2. That one's really good.
There, you guys can be entertained while I go through this. Oh, look at him hitting those shots. Look at that. Oh, he died.
Okay. I died.
He died.
Oh my god, we're doing the Family Guy in the corner.
This is funny.
Oh, should I do the Mrs. Helpfuls first? Well, we'll do that after, unless it locks me into something. That'd be unfortunate, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm not even paying attention, man. Cards is furry, Colton hasn't played Contra, and Sean is eating. At the end, you can't trust on you heroes. On your heroes, yeah.
Listen, don't ever put faith in me to do anything. Like that's the biggest mistake you'll ever make in your life, is trusting me on anything. I never get any of my projects done. And also, just as a general rule of thumb, don't trust anyone, any content creator ever, like for anything, ever. It's good advice, and it'll save you a lot of time. It'll save you the disappointment when inevitably all your heroes have to put out ukulele apology videos.
Ukulele apology videos?
Yeah, isn't there like that one person who put out like a ukulele apology video where they like played a little ditty on a little instrument or something?
Fredbear's Singing Show, our favorite restaurant.
When is the Design Frame apology video coming out? Yeah, the FNAF fans canceled you. You gotta apologize for making a game that was mean about security breach. What do you gotta apologize to them? You were mean to the $1 million corporation and the $1 billion game creator. You gotta apologize.
Believe it or not, I am currently not a diddler. So I don't think I'm gonna be releasing a apology video anytime soon.
Well, yeah, but you still gotta apologize for your FNAF opinions, because people.
True.
People don't like those.
I don't think there's anything else. I'm trying to make sure I get everything, but.
I am not currently a diddler. Sincerely a racist. I stole that from World Gamer in the chat. Shout out to World Gamer.
I'm having trouble focusing on the Battlefield inset. Can we get Secret of the Mimic as a smaller inset in the Battlefield inset?
Oh yeah. Should I put on like me playing Roblox 2 or something?
Oh my gosh.
Should we do the triple stream setup?
I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys. How about that? I don't want to replace it entirely, because then I have to swap things around.
Yeah, this is just literally a joke. It's just this Moon.exe is so boring.
Well, you say it's a joke, but this is actually incredibly boring. Okay, look at Owl Statue. You will bring him back no matter the cost. Is the owl supposed to represent David then? And we're playing as Edwin, maybe? We'll bring him back no matter the cost? Examine vacuum pet. Vacuum pet, his greatest success and his greatest failure. Well, why was it both?
Indeed.
Wait, does it say your or his? His greatest success is, so we're not playing as Edwin. Why did the other one say you instead of his then? Who are we playing as? Touch small rocks. Yeah, we do need to touch some grass, don't we? They begin to cry softly. Back away. Well, okay. Getting more than what I bargained for, man. Crying rocks. You think we're playing as M2? Really? I mean, would M2 be thinking of fixing David? I don't think so. I think that would be M1 or Edwin, right? They wanted to fix David. And deeper into cave.
Would you believe me if I said we've been playing Moon.exe for almost a half an hour now?
Yeah,
well, I've been doing it a little bit slow, but to be fair to the game, I'm doing this a little slow. I'm reading chat, having fun.
It's still way too long, though.
Oh, we make out pieces of things. Nothing else here. Okay. M1 is son? Really? So that old lady is M1? I guess that kind of makes sense. Let's take the toy hammer. The lore in this minigame is kind of confusing. There's a wrench into the story. Does it throw a wrench into the story? I guess I'll find out. I'm sure we'll talk more about it. I'm sure Cards has a lot of opinions on it too.
I'm actually not sure what they're talking about with this one, honestly. Like, I have some ideas, but I'm not totally sure. Chat, just don't look at the chat for a second. I'm going to ask them. What did you mean by throw a wrench into the story, Hadster?
Need to pay attention to this.
Or someone else
Two
could
brightly
answer.
colored legs and a torso, but no arms are ahead. Was this supposed to be a jester or something? East arch. Crystal clear pool in the center. Something at the bottom of the pool, but you can't reach it. We have to come back. We might need to go back and catch the fish too, once we have something for that. We have the Starbright. Nightlight. Ooh. Pirate ship.
Oh yeah, I made a Goonies reference earlier. I wonder if this is a reference to the Goonies as well.
Hey, chat, do you think I should take a Timu sponsorship? I just got an email from them. I could take a Timu sponsorship. I already examined the waterfall. Why am I repeating it? I'm appealing to the different generations here. Am I?
Why is Battlefield 6 on?
Yeah, we referenced Contra, Goonies. A few streams ago, we talked about
Goonies.
like actual 80s animatronics. We're really nailing our YouTube algorithm.
That's
by,
a great point.
appealing
This
to people who don't want
the
YouTube.
under the ship in the cave system is totally Goonies.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
I remember that movie. That's a classic movie. For all you youngsters that haven't seen that movie, that was way before your time. I'm like 60 years old.
We're old and decrepit.
We're old.
And when I'm talking to chat, I can't play the game at the same time. You guys have no idea how difficult it is to talk and play at the same time. I need if I don't stop playing, or if I stop playing, then I'm gonna get another one of those comments that are like,
Oh my god!
this guy ain't paying attention. This guy is drunk.
Wait. I just had an awful revelation. Wait. No! Do you want to know what Heartbound is a scramble of?
What?
Earthbound. Earth and Heart contain the same letters. Oh my fucking god. I hate everything, man. Fuck.
Well, I mean, if you don't know, the writing in Heartbound is honestly kind of better than Earthbound.
Real cinema.
Earthbound no limitations. I'm joking, by the way, for those who don't.
He's not.
Who aren't familiar with my personality yet.
No. He's not joking. Don't let him gaslight you.
Sometimes I say things and with a straight face, and I just went that way. Thought it came from the east, but east was something else. East was the broken statues, and west was the ship.
Oh yeah,
Now-
true.
oh,
We haven't hit a scare chord in a while.
That was pretty quiet.
Was it?
Well, at least in my ears, because I have like the game constantly whirring in my ears right now.
Tickets, please.
Oh,
Something inside the crystal. Oh no, let's bash it open with a toy hammer.
Sean, do you want me to tell you something to kind of give you like the mindset to go into this and see how you react to it? Like to give you like words to keep in mind when going into the segments ahead.
Sure, I guess.
Okay, so the sun is an allegory for Edwin. The moon is Fiona, and then I think the star will be
No, someone
David,
said
I
the
think?
star. Oh no, the sun was M1. Is that not the case?
I've heard that the sun is Edwin, the moon is Fiona, and then the star is David. I could be wrong on that. Someone. Oh, sun is M1 equals Fiona. Okay, so
Okay, left, right, right, left. Okay, I guess I didn't need to examine it, because I can see that quite clear. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. Gotta
the
remember
Star
that.
of David,
Left,
it all
right,
makes
right, left.
sense.
Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. All together now. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left.
Tickets, please.
How cringe can I be to pass the time? That's all I can think about now is rugs. All I think about is rugs, dude. All I can think
Okay,
about is
so-
rugs.
Chat's got me corrected here. Sun is M1 Fiona. Moon is Edwin. Yeah.
Oh, took a while to get back. Left, right, right, left. Okay, we got the right one. Cool. Alright, now we gotta slowly make our way. I think that's all there is in this area. Does the fact that it's orange mean that we're not done with that area yet? Or is this game just broken? This game's broken!
Oh yeah, Fiona used Sun's face sprite when you meet her in research and development too. I forgot about that. Like the Sun program.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
So Fiona's son?
Yeah, the Sun thing.
Which makes sense
in
because
the-
the old lady was the son too in this game. In this
Yeah.
text game. We're missing the head. The only place we didn't get a part yet was in here. Oh, we got a fishing net. Oh, we're putting... Oh my goodness, we're putting Moon back together. Is Moon supposed to be David? Are we putting David back together?
Oh?
Oh my god, I love theories. Because honestly, the rest of the game is pretty devoid of like super theory bait crap, but then you just have... You have this... You have the token theory bait minigame
Yeah, this is totally
Bro.
theory bait, you're right.
for all the little skibbity slop hounds to just gobble up and say, oh my god guys, this is so good.
Skibbity slop hounds.
Skibbity Slop House is such a
That's
funny.
a new one.
That's so funny.
No, but yeah, I got really mad earlier because I actually saw a FNAF fan say that like, oh, the series needs to be this way in order for us to keep theorizing. Like, just completely never considering the fact that like maybe the franchise could for once have a good story like actually have characters and mysteries it follows through upon. No, it has to be a constant mystery that never ends, because of course it does.
What is? Do you know what this means?
Let me look.
You rebuilt yourself, but now you are split in two: moon and sun, destruction and life.
I have no idea.
You rebuilt yourself? Who rebuilt themselves in this game? And then split between sun and moon? Fiona, if Fiona is sun.
M2 maybe.
How does that make sense? Does this make sense though? The mimic gave itself legs. You're M2. The mimic didn't really split itself, did it? Edwin did it. Or Edwin tried to make a copy of M1.
Okay, I'm gonna find that comment that got me upset earlier because
struggling being M1/Sun and being Edwin because he beat him up. Okay. That sounds like it would make sense as a theory. Yeah, destruction I guess would be M2, right? Creation would be M1 in this case. Because M1 wants Edwin to finish M2. But M2 is just evil now. Theory crafting, let's go. Glowing orange eyes. Oh, I'm scared. Let's open the security door. We're in the welcome room, I just realized. Hey, it's Jackie! Jackie sits in her box surrounded by toy soldiers and presents. It looks like she's actively attacking us right now. If I just sit here, are we just fine, I guess? If I examine something else, does Jackie kill me because I don't attack her? Oh, why don't you smile at me? Does Jackie kill me if I go for this? Rainy day boots in the corner.
Okay, so for context, the thing I was talking about.
Trap Jackie in the rainy day boot? What?
What?
Aww.
What?
How can you trap Jackie in boots?
You hold up the rainy day boot and Jackie is sucked inside.
What?
And now she left behind a birthday present?
Oh, this gets really weird.
David. His third birthday present. Inside are a set of children's blocks that spell David. It's a joke about the Jack in the Box origin? Oh, is it? Is it a reference to the original story? Like, not FNAF, obviously, like, whatever Jack in the Box is from. Centuries old story. Oh.
Oh yeah, the man who trapped a devil in a boot.
I don't know why this kills me. Hatster, they're saving her for a rainy day smiley face. That's... okay, just intervent? Are we just in the facility now, I guess? Jackie gone, you crawl into the vent and exit the room. Oh, it's Big Top now! Oh, we have a ticket book for Big Top.
Tickets, please.
Colton ready with the tickets, please.
Alright, so, I found the comment that kind of got me frustrated earlier. So, someone made a post asking why so many people dislike Sister Location. And then someone in the comments, and again, if you're somehow in chat and made this comment, I'm sorry, but it really irritated me. And then someone says, because it added a lot to the lore that previously wasn't there. The same reason people hate on Secret of the Mimic. I honestly think that when our perception of the lore changes, and when new things are added, it's a good thing. It's why we can continue to theorize. And like, I think that comment kind of like symbolizes the problem with FNAF fans. Kind of what they have right now is that they're so obsessed with like their theories. They're so obsessed with like continuing to debate about a story that they just can't really appreciate or understand when they get an actual narrative. And maybe I'm misreading that, but that's my observation that I've been feeling about the series lately.
I mean, yeah, it's something that I harp on the like ruin and security breach of story because I separate story from like the lore, and that's what you kind of have to do, right? You can have that deeper lore and that expands on the story and stuff in a satisfying way, but if you just don't have a story at all, then it's just unsatisfying slop, and that's what security breach is. It literally doesn't have a story, and the theorists end up projecting onto it, and then Steel Wool and Sky were like, yeah, you guys were right the whole time. Also, here's a mimic.
Yeah, I think as well, FNAF fans quite literally aren't like set up to have story, if that makes sense. Like, so many of the FNAF games since like FNAF 4 really have just kind of been more focused on throwing out like vague little snippets of lore than they have telling a real story. Like, what's really the plot of Pizza Sim? Because notice how in Pizza Sim, even though people love to glaze Henry's stupid speech, look how much actual like character development and interaction happens there. You'd think that like Afton would have something to say to Henry, something to say to Michael, but he just doesn't. Like, none of the characters interact at all. Like, it's just so devoid of any story, and yet people worship that game as like a peak of the storytelling in the series, and I have no idea why.
What do you mean security breach doesn't have a story? Isn't it obvious after playing this game?
I guess not to some FNAF fans, because FNAF fans to this day still defend the security breach.
You're saying the story of Secret of the Mimic is mid? I'm not saying that. I actually like, at least the second. Okay, the first half of this game doesn't really have any story, and they don't. It just doesn't. But the second half of the game, seeing like Edwin is actually a great character, and because you see what happens to him and with his family, his business, the betrayal from his employees, and then what happened with M1 and M2, and especially Edwin's death with M2 was just like so effective, because M2 was using how Edwin treated David against him, basically, which is so effective.
I'm Crash Bandit 4. Yeah, I have friends who defend security breach guys, but it's usually the characters in gameplay. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be honest. Your friends might actually be lobotomized victims because what characters? Like, genuinely, what characters? Most of the characters.
Security breach? Yeah, no, there's nothing, man.
There's no like there's the faintest outline of a character. And if that's enough for you to say a game has good characters, you might be cooked, buddy. The same goes for the gameplay. Like, apparently having a 3D environment to interact with is like the second coming for FNAF fans, because that's enough for them to give this game an 85% on Steam. Can you believe that? 85% on Steam. Security breach has. I know Steam reviews don't matter that much, but why is it that every other game, when it turns out bad, it always gets mixed reviews, always gets negative reviews on Steam? But Security Breach, for some reason, has an 85%. 85% of people thought it was in their best interest to give Security Breach a thumbs up.
Also, Depraved, I saw you wanted me to continue this. Sorry, I ranted a little bit there. I'm trying to get through this, I swear. Where is the cake? Come on.
The cake is a lie.
We're literally just walking through every area of Secret of the Mimic, but in text format. Like, why? 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 Okay, I figured popping the balloons might actually get us killed.
Cake is a lie in the big 25. Oh my god.
I can't believe somebody actually listened and understood the reference for once.
Oh, everyone knows cake is a lie. Are you kidding me?
Not everyone.
No. Okay.
That's
No. Listen. I had this exact experience. One day I was scrolling, like, I think Reddit, of all things, looking for something. I found someone who made a post on the Minecraft subreddit saying, hey, what is this a reference to? And they posted the Cake is a Lie achievement in Minecraft. Because they didn't get it. Like, no irony, no jokes.
Genuinely saddens me.
They did not get it. Like, we're getting old.
Yeah.
Pretty soon people will be like, portal? What's a portal? Like the portals they use in Skibidi Toilet? Oh my god.
If you ever reference Skibidi Toilet to me, you're dead to me.
Dude, the lore of Skibidi Toilet is so good.
Most kids nowadays think G-Man is a Skibidi boss or some crap like that. Well, I mean, it's true.
People see Master Chief and I see a kid go, is that the character from Fortnite? And I have to just leave.
This is how I felt when I showed my friend Half-Life 2 back when I was really young, and he said, these characters are from Gmod. And I just want to reach over and slap him. Yeah. I was like, kid, please. Help me. I would have said
that's when you commit murder, yes.
I was like 12 when I showed him Half-Life.
Does this give me an order? Doesn't he bounced to the moon, spelled his name in the stars, and ran through the snow with the silent hunter? That's not really giving me anything. Oh, we put items in them. What's the more option? Is that just going back?
Gabwin Art, it's funny you joke about that because just recently, like a month ago, Gary's Mod actually finally added the Counter-Strike source assets to the base download. So you don't have to have Counter-Strike source anymore.
Hold up.
The joke is dead. It's not a joke. It doesn't matter anymore.
Open closer door. Open closer door. Open closer door. Steelbolt quality trademarked.
Ooh.
Wait, is that meant to be closet?
It's meant to be closet,
no.
yeah.
Oh,
typo spotted.
No.
Uh-oh.
How would you miss that?
Which, you know, I'm forgiving with games that do that, but this is Steelbolt. Like, they ran out of grace from their community. At least they should have at this point.
They should have with security breach.
I need to pay attention to this. What is this? Bounced, spelled, ran. Okay, so the first one is the ball. Hurry up! Go. The ball in the toy box. Close toy box. Open star box. Eventually, maybe one of these days. Maybe. Oh, we might get to it. Oh wow! Oh, there you go. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, by the way, the game has gotten a single hotfix patch, and it's not been updated for 2 months.
Oh yeah, of course it hasn't. Security breach wasn't even updated for. They had like some kind of hotfix, but it took them 2 months to actually update the game with anything.
I genuinely
remotely
believe
like what should have been patched like immediately, because they knew they say they didn't know, but excuse me,
they knew the game was fucked, and then they went on a holiday. So.
yeah, that's exactly what happened. They knew the game was screwed, but it was like, hey, people are gonna pay full price anyway, let's just go on holiday, you know?
I guarantee
let's not
you,
fix the game that they paid full price for. We don't care about our fan base.
I guarantee you, if a few more FNAF fans plays Security Breach, like if it had got enough positive reception, I guarantee you probably wouldn't have even got all the patches that it did. And Ruin will
No way, definitely
DLC.
not. Why is this mini game in here?
Why not? Look, you're making a bow tie. See?
It's the same.
Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Oh no, you messed it up.
I was testing if this was the same broken minigame as the data diver, and it is. Because when it reaches the edges, you can't move it. Like, I'm pressing the keys there. Oh, I just failed it anyway. Yeah, for those who missed the first stream, when you press up and down here, it doesn't let you go up or down. It doesn't let you interact with the game at all.
Weird.
When the arrow's on the edges. See, when it's doing that and blinking, you can't press enter, you can't move up or down on the thing, it's just... And it's not a bug either, that's just how they designed it. Incredibly poorly designed. This minigame shouldn't even be in this game at all. Sun appears, she comes in from the sky and smiles. Oh, aren't you cute? You have found my presents. You have completed my tasks. Now you will get your reward. Use this to bring him back. It's all in your hands now.
Oh.
If we're controlling M2, from what people say, what M1 is trying to get us to bring David back. The glitched permission is yours. Use it wisely. Whoa. Hey, don't stare at me. Oh, is it done? Is this over?
Is it actually over?
It is. Oh my god.
It's over.
Oh my lord. Alright, you guys don't have to watch my crappy Battlefield 6 gameplay on top of him playing this now.
I mean, you can keep playing.
No.
I have to go find the Mrs. Helpfuls. Alright. For your sake, don't see the helpfuls? Why? I guess I could just watch them on YouTube. But... We made it indeed! Let's go, chat! Can we get poggers in chat? Pog, I'm pogging.
Poggers.
Watching me
oh
suck
my gosh, hold on. Did the game save after that?
FPS.
I swear if the game didn't save after that.
You might want to remove the stream thing as well.
You should be fine anyway.
I just did, yeah.
Now you can go back and do the parachute ending again. Yippee.
It did not save. Oh my gosh, if I die here, would I have to do the entirety of Moon.exe again?
Yeah, just go back to the office and then do the parachute thing.
Okay, I guess we'll look at the Mrs. Helpful dialogue on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really want to force yourself to go through that risk?
Yeah, that's not a risk anyone should have to take. That's for sure.
You really want to play another 30 minutes of Moon.exe?
Oh, look at the data diver now.
Oh, interesting.
Fancy. Okay. So something happens when we plug in and choose parachute. Is that what's going on? Is that what I do now? Is choose parachute?
Well done,
Yeah, you
Marty.
play through the parachute
I
ending
think you
again.
do, but
Except
my
it's
gosh,
slightly
the whole-
different at the very end.
that data diver
Slightly
has
different.
exact permissions, and you found the
Only slightly.
Gosh, is that what New Game Plus is for? Steel Wool? Seriously?
You have to go all the way to the mansion, and it's unchanged up until that point. And then you also have to play through the mansion.
Oh my god, you still have all of that to go through?
You have to play through the mansion.
Alright, you want to play Battlefield?
No, it's fine.
What's wrong? You don't like playing through the exact same area again?
Oh man.
You have made your choice.
I'm not joking, by the way. The game is
I
exactly the
can
same,
tell.
except you gotta do a different task in the mansion.
You could have helped. If you had just given
That's the
me
only
this
different
advantage,
thing.
we could have fixed things.
I thought you were different. I thought you might
I'm gonna put up a poll in chat.
What is it?
Watch the secret ending or play to the secret ending? Is that what the poll is? Battlefield
Honestly,
and
it might
Corner?
be-
Oh, I see.
Oh. I was trying to say it might be worth it just to watch it, but
They didn't listen, and it caught them
No, we're committed at this point. We're gonna play through this.
yeah, you really gotta find that secret of the mimic.
Which one?
Yeah, guys, we have to discover the secret of the mimic. It's all come up to this point.
Another worker bee, a bumbling.
So there's
bee,
X's throughout
busy bee.
throughout some of the areas, and I still don't know what they mean. The outside
They
of the
don't mean
building has an
anything.
X with a bright light flashing on it. It's like, what?
Running from danger.
They genuinely
Fear,
don't mean anything.
Searching for a hole to hide in. No, you did everything I asked up to this point. You were an obedient dog, a good dog. Then you bit the hand that fed you.
You know, you really like rugs? Hey, I know somebody else that really likes rugs.
That's all I can think about now is rugs. Alright, they've spoken. They want you to play Battlefield.
Okay.
Only if you
You're
want
free.
No, I mean, I'll play it. I can either play Battlefield or I can play Sifu.
to. Oh. Do you have a preference?
No.
Let's put a pull up for that.
Or secret third option, you can watch me play Minecraft.
Minecraft. Well, the cable, I saw that. The cable went a little wonky on the bottom. Can I replicate that? Oh, I don't know. I don't think I can.
How about all of them at the same time?
Could we do
looks like
both?
Sifu is hardcore winning out as far as I can see.
Minecraft in the other corner?
Minecraft in the other corner.
Oh my god.
Alright, get Sifu up.
It's going home, going.
Alright, put Minecraft in the other corner.
All of the above, please. Oh my gosh.
Alright.
I can't show both. I don't have. If I had a fourth monitor, I could put Minecraft on the fourth monitor and then share that as well.
You should do a poll of Battlefield versus or Sifu versus Minecraft.
Do people actually want to watch Minecraft? Do people still play Minecraft?
Yeah, I'm a really good
gosh.
Minecraft builder. I play it in my spare time.
Question is how big should the Sifu playthrough be? Should it just cover Secret of the Mimic? That's the size I had. It was probably good.
The chat demands.
You guys can
poll.
watch Colton beat people up. Look at that. I could mute Secret of the Mimic and have Sifu play sound playing.
No.
Is that too much?
Yeah, that's too much. We gotta.
Oh, textures?
Oh yeah, the game has a lot of weird unloading. Like if you look up, it'll get all odd. Yeah.
Giggity. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, get away, Big Top. Guys, in order to stop Big Top from taking over the stream, you have to purchase tickets.
You need to restart the Discord stream, by the way.
Okay.
When you get a chance.
It's fine for me. Weird.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that.
Sorry, guys. There we go. I had to make Sifu go away while I fix that. Yeah, you have to smash the like button.
Like and subscribe.
And then, yeah, $10 per ticket. Oh, and then we can stop Big Top with the power of tickets. Woo. All right, that's enough of that joke.
Why would you come down here? You are
Dude, ask Steel Wool, man. Why would I come down here again?
Why? Why would you come down here?
Yeah, I was like, that's not up to me, man. Steel Wool's the one that wanted to pad their game.
You did everything else that was asked of you. Why the change of heart? Why don't you trust me?
Well, I don't trust you because your Showtime button doesn't work, sir. What am I doing again? Oh, computer. I was looking for the Showtime button, so I ignored the computer. So I thought that might have been, you know, it was funny. It was kind of funny. Alright. Cover your ears, guys. Well, actually, it's not until the house, till the voice lines get super loud, right? I see you. What, M2 doesn't get voice lines in this section?
Okay.
You jinxed it. Now they're gonna spam voice lines.
Oh, there's the first voice line.
It will catch you.
Will it catch me though? Well, you have no idea what you're talking about. No, it's saved already, X. It's okay to die here.
They cannot see you in that suit, but I can.
Okay, well, I'm not going over there yet. I'm just gonna get the one over here, I guess.
Should have done what you were told. Where did you go?
Alright, chat, while I'm walking through this boring vent. Yeah, Sifu is a game I still want to play. I have Sifu. That'd be a good stream game. Maybe we'll play it even tonight as a bonus game, bonus secret game on the stream.
Oh.
I know, right?
Of the design frame?
Wait, what?
Secret of the design frame?
Yes, secret of the design frame, that's right. That's right.
I see right through your simple shell game.
Shell game?
Lord have mercy, Jafar.
Whoa.
Why are you so aggressive?
Alright, he just saw the distraction, he didn't see me. I still have a little bit of food in my bowl. Whoop. Ow. This is the part where we wait for the game to allow us to play it. Yeah, make up your mind, sir. Where are you going? Alright. Good boy. Where's the other costume? Oh, that's right. Please don't turn towards me. Alright, we're good. Slowly walking. Do 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 do. Martial arts choreography. Heck yeah. Music or ambiance. Silence is a bit awkward.
30% power.
It is a little quiet, isn't it?
Left consider power. You put us both at risk.
There's really no way to pass that Chica thing without activating it, huh? Because I was touching the wall there. I don't think it's really fair for something to activate no matter what if you pass it. It's kind of weird. Alright, good seeing you again, sir. Or it, whatever you are. Gross machine. Bet you don't even have friends. I bet David's not even inside you.
That's crazy.
Without power, it will trap us both down here in the dark.
Oh yeah, Moon.exe. Also, a lot of my thoughts of some sections in the review document in the first hour of this stream. You got here when we're playing Sifu though. I hope you're enjoying that. Oh, right. I need that piece. Where? Oh, here it is. Boom, boom, boom. Crank it till you make it, my boy. That's what my papa always told me. If you don't know what to do, you crank it.
Power remaining.
Let me in! Let me in!
Enter.
That's a meme reference. So I have no idea what references my audience will know, so I have to make that explicit if I say something.
It is lonely.
This is very skibbity.
Wait, what?
Skibbity, you're right,
What are
guys.
you, a computer?
Oh, is that you,
voice
Fiona?
changed. What is
This
going
is so
on?
skibbity. Whoa! Was that the sun symbol? Is that you, Fiona? The sun, M1? Are you in this game?
Still be useful. My
Skibbity.
communications with Edwin have been severed. Edwin abandoned me.
Alright, let's watch some
He shut
Sifu.
himself away in our home.
Oh,
Head
look
to
at
the
you
main
go.
house
Look at
and
you go.
activate the
Oh,
communications.
execute. Oh, that was
I have a
brutal.
message for him. We must convince him to repair M2.
I like your hat,
That is all
dude.
that I want.
Thanks.
If you do not, M2 will never
If I get hit, I lose it.
join you. Tell
Oh
Edwin
no, you lose your hat?
I still love him.
If I get hit,
Answering, stand by Mom.
Pow. Ooh. Nice. Are we playing again? Oh, there we go. Cool. New Game Plus, everyone. Can't skip the scenes we've already seen because they didn't account for New Game Plus in this game that they literally force you to play New Game Plus. Isn't that great? Isn't that great design? Isn't that wonderful? At this point in this series, I think I think I can just randomly rant about this game. At this point.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Good evening.
If you've
Fine
watched this
morning,
far
everybody.
in this series,
5 a.m. Burning the midnight oil, I see.
I think we earned ourselves a little bit
Here are
of
today's facts.
We can
a little
complain
bit
as
of
Creed.
fun
Software project. Over budget. Behind schedule.
whatever the word is.
End of active projects. Bank account status. Overdrawn. 11. Loan payments are past due.
Same game minus.
Status. You have received
I like that,
22.
World Gamer.
Court summons. NCM status. Poor. Employee count.
Yeah, right. Are you having fun yet?
Safety. Emergency alerts active. Productivity 0. End of update.
In summary, nothing to worry about. You got this. Think positive and believe
Andres
in
is
you.
a YouTube member. He gets access to the... Also, my emoji artist is working on 4 new emojis. They said they'll get the sketches to me in a couple days, so that'll be exciting.
Nice.
I might even show stream folks previews of that in future streams. That might be fun. I can't talk and play at the same time, apparently.
Alright, I have an idea I want to pitch to you, and it might sound completely terrible.
Roger.
What if, for some streams, we read the Fazbear Frights books and reviewed them? Like like we encourage your viewers to read, and
like a book club.
yeah, a book club. we do it to finally understand FNAF, because we clearly don't.
You know, I see that's the weird. Why is the? Did you guys see that? The camera was stuttering in?
I didn't see that.
I mean, it's not doing it anymore. But yeah, that when in the review document when I was talking about that very weird scare chord, that's the one I was talking about. It's like, ding! It's like, oh my gosh, it's the inventor's house. No way! All right, we need to unlock this door. Hold on, is the code the same every time?
Don't worry about that, because that's not relevant this time.
Oh, we don't need to get the code this time?
You have to get something else this time.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
You have to do the exact same thing, but it's with different fucking items.
Are you serious?
I am dead fucking serious, dude. You have to do the same thing again, but with different items.
Okay, well, there was a film in this room. I guess there's nothing in this room.
Well, you brought one here, I think. I don't think it spawns with one.
Ooh. Film.
You don't need the films.
Oh, you don't need the film?
No, you need something else.
Okay.
Okay, so you know how there's those locked doors?
There's locked doors?
Yeah, in the mansion, you know how there's those locked doors with, like, the weird permission you can't open?
No. Oh! You're right, I can open those...
The game doesn't tell you that, though. You just have to assume that that's what you can do with those now. Oh, yep, there's one right there.
If I saw that again, I probably would have put 2 and 2 together.
Fair.
Oh, just lost my hat. Sad face!
Oh, you lost your hat.
Yeah, I got hit.
Bedtime story?
You gotta take that upstairs.
Okay.
Man!
Okay.
I'm really rusty. I have not played this game in a while.
Are there any rabies in here?
I don't think there's any rabies in this map. Pretty sure, at least.
No, I think there is. I saw Markiplier using them. Or did you see me? Where are you going? Are you over there now?
Where are you going?
Oh, he's upstairs right now. Are you kidding me?
How many of those things do you think you have to collect, by the way?
Great question. What, like 5? Just like the films?
More.
More? Alright, go check out Rabies. What? Why'd you ignore Rabies? Did you go back upstairs? I hope you're not up here. Oh, you totally are, aren't you? Dang it. Wow, that was a deep Atticus, please. Yeah, the Mimic's voice lines, yeah, I hate them too.
Tickets, please.
Colton Gadwin's like, holy crap, Sifu's getting jumped by like 5 guys at the same time, cowards. Oh, never mind, he just beat them. Yeah, Rosaline through the wall, eye contact, yeah. That bug is so consistent. If you're holding something, you're no longer holding it if you do anything in the game. How did they not know about that or fix it? Like, I have to like right click to drop it for the item to appear back in my hand.
For the last time, no, it wouldn't be him. Oh, who am I kidding? You're not really you. So stupid.
Edwin, calm down and give it some thought. Try again. Make another, and we can all be together.
All this time wasted? I should have been having fun with him, playing games and teaching him how to make things. I didn't. You, I let a machine raise my kid. You're not real. What was I thinking?
You do not mean that. It is me. I'm Fiona.
Stop talking like her. You're not her. I never want to hear or even think about you ever again. Ever!
That's rough. At least Edwin realizes that he was a bad father. Okay, well, we'll have to come back to this room for the other cassette. Oh, here we go. Oh, we need all 6 of them for the bedtime story to play. Okay.
Huge lore revelations and Sifu's just playing in the background.
Yeah. The audio balancing is horrible in this section. Okay, is there something else in this room? Oh, 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 guys.
Sifu is a mainline FNAF game. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I think it is. I just threw it up in my mouth from playing this game, I think. Anyway, with the when Cards brought up the FNAF books, what I was saying was a while ago. Because after, as I said earlier in the stream, after the Secret of the Mimic stream, I want to do like a charity, Secret of the Mimic case study. I want to do like a FNAF charity stream where I play through the FNAF games, and we could go read the FNAF books all together. Stay up all night, a 48-hour stream. of FNAF games and FNAF books.
We should.
Oh no. Aha! I knew there would be a cassette in this room. I knew it. Man, I just can't die. If I die, I think I lose all of the what I've collected. That would suck.
Yeah, that would be rough.
Oh, that's a distraction, isn't it? That's just still film. Oh, is that the valve? Is that the valve that someone had mentioned to me? Is that the valve?
The valve?
That leads back to the stairs.
The valve that still refuses to release Half-Life 3?
I know, right? What the heck, man? Is there not a cassette in this room?
No, it's only
Play
in the new
to
ones.
win.
Oh, he's coming up. Look at that speedy boy. Isn't there a rabies up here somewhere? Get out of here. Nobody loved you. That's why you're abandoned here.
Wow.
Actually, no, that's... When you step out of the vent, the audio...
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, the audio's muffled? It's not even muffled, it's just quiet. Audio is just quiet in the volume, and then it goes back to normal once we're out. Man, this section just had just no polish at all.
I wonder how much it is them rushing or genuinely not realizing.
And that's the thing, is like we can't even tell if it's rushed or if they didn't realize it, because they're that bad at making games.
Like, we still don't know what exactly happened with Security Breach. People have their theories, obviously, but nothing's ever been even given by Scott other than why the story was the way it was.
Alright. There's two more. Oh, it must be downstairs. Oh, did I go in here? Please don't be right behind me. You weren't, it's just bad audio. Good to know. Hey, there's one in here. Most of them are up here.
Edwin, you can't put it off any longer. You need to try again.
You need to try again.
Another.
Build another. Yeah, so Fiona's is really wanting M2 to be fixed.
Where do you think you're going?
Yeah, great question. Where do I think I'm going? I need to go back to the other room. Alright, the last one has to be on the first floor. I think I've been to every room here. They're all upstairs? Really? Where did I miss?
I don't think they're all upstairs. I could be wrong, though.
I found one downstairs, I think.
I think there's two downstairs, but I could be wrong on that.
I must be missing one downstairs, because I looked in all the rooms.
I think there's one in the bathroom and one in the front exit, but I could be wrong.
Goodbye!
Tickets, please.
Oh, no! Are you serious? No. It's saved? Awesome! It's saved!
Finally.
Yeah, dumb AI outsmarted you. Yeah. No.
Yeah, remember what I said about how the game has no flags for a lot of like events? That's one of them.
This event, this scare chord that plays when we approach the house, plays when you reload in any room as well?
Yep.
How
flag for it.
How do you set it up that poorly? How does that even happen? The trigger is... Why would they make the trigger encompass the entire house? Why wouldn't they not just put the trigger in front of the door where the sound triggers? What?
Game design hard, I guess.
That's not even game design. That's just... not knowing your... That's like... Basics 101 of game engines. That's like...
We're an indie team. We're a team of storytellers. A team of... We're a team. That's the one thing we can say is that we're a team.
Yeah, World Gamer. Steelwool heard you praise them again and threw 3 more problems at you. Legitimately, that happens every time. Like, every time I praise them for something in this game, I walk like 2 steps and then they immediately prove me wrong. It is crazy. Found it. Hold on. I can't pick up a rabies when I'm holding something else, right? Oh. Did I make noise by running into that mannequin? Because that would have been the smart thing for me to do. I'm generally starting to think this game is meant to be buggy to keep engagement up. That is so funny.
Oh my god.
It's so funny. Hey Eric, how are you doing? Genuinely, how does that not get noticed and fixed? Well, that's the thing. They must have ran out of time. We also know that they hired a third party for the QA, and I don't know anything about that company. I found where the audio changes, guys.
Oh no.
There we go, see.
I don't remember that being a problem in Security Breach.
I don't think that is a problem in Security Breach.
What the fuck?
Okay. Okay. I guess I just need to be more patient and wait for him to go down a hallway. Oh, okay, that works, actually. Okay, that works. Upstairs, if you really wanted to know. Alright, we got it, maybe? You're not gonna play it yet? Oh, what is that connected to? What? Okay. There's nothing I have to press in here, right?
No, you just got... Well, get the tiger plush from the machine.
Wait, I actually have to do that?
Yeah, get the tiger plush from the machine.
Wait, if you continue without doing that, do you just have to play through the game again?
I'm just saving you time.
Oh, okay.
It's in your collectibles, yeah.
So what happens if you don't bring this? Just nothing?
Can't do the thing in here.
Can't do the thing. Yeah, Security Breach didn't have that many vents. That's a good point. What was that? Hey, it's the white tiger.
FNAF 4 lore bait, yippee.
Is that where I'm supposed to place the white tiger, maybe? Oh, you got a closet that's a little bit open? No, it's not ominous. Classic spook. You know, this might be a moment where we take Sifu off the screen.
Oh yeah, if you want to, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, because now we're actually getting to the secret ending.
To new stuff. Yeah, we can stop. I don't have to play Sifu anymore, and you don't have to have it up on there.
I mean, you can just tab it if you're in the middle of it.
I've beaten this game like 17 times. I don't. I don't care.
Okay.
I almost have all the achievements.
Ooh, so we got a cock, a bunny, a fox, and a bear. Is that part of a puzzle? Or is it symbolism?
Yeah.
Is it theory bait? What could it possibly be? Hey, little bee. Alright, well, I'm guessing I need to... Oh! It is part of the puzzle! Ain't that cool?
Oh!
You put your tiger on the pedestal.
Welcome to bedtime. Would you like a story to help you sleep?
Hold on. Someone's missing. David? Where's David? Come out, wherever you are. There you are.
Oh, that's
Do
creepy.
you remember how our story begins? Once upon a time.
Oh, you gotta select the thing.
I was too curious. Wait, why did it just grow?
I don't think it... Did it grow, or was it just like crouched down, acting like it was...
It looked like it was just a child, like a small child mimic.
The mimic can compress and then grow.
It can compress and grow?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to know what's on the wall? Is that...
Do you have your tiger with you?
Oh.
There it is.
It's a grower, not a shoe.
Oh, there's different colors even. Yeah, maybe that's not related.
Welcome to bedtime.
Oh, I can still see it here.
Yeah, don't worry about the colors.
Hold on. Someone's missing. David?
Bunny?
Where's David?
Don't press this right now. Don't press the color light up.
Wherever you are.
But I need to press them. I need to press them.
Do you remember how our story begins? Once upon a time. That's right. The clumsy chicken danced in the sunlight on top of her coop. Isn't that nice? So, what happens next? That's right.
Get away from me, sir.
Popped over and offered to play cards. They had so much fun. You remember what happens next? That's right. Then the crafty fox came over and challenged all of them to a race. But he cheated to win. Oh no! What did they do?
Guess the bear's last.
That's right. The bear
That's right. Get away from me.
The group yelled and gnashed their teeth. And
Loser.
it scared the bear, and he ran away. This shocked all the friends, and they realized that anger didn't solve anything.
Yeah, that's right. Anger didn't solve anything.
Lived happily ever after.
You want to start a band with me, Mimic?
Oh. Yeah, I agree, Hatzer. Like that whole section right there, with it almost grabbing you in VR, would be actually kind of cool.
Yeah, the VR would be pretty freaky.
Once again, this game was made for VR, but...
Yeah.
The story is that friendship is the real treasure. Now it's time for bed. Your parents love you. Sleep tight.
That's supposed to be David now, I guess? Oh, okay, well, it just told us. Okay.
Yeah.
Well. And it's deactivated now. So now Oh.
God, that is so loud all of a sudden. That's crazy.
That is so loud all of a sudden. What the heck? Oh my gosh, I can't skip this. Oh my gosh. This might be an Alt F4 moment.
Yeah, I don't really want to listen to that song again.
Alright.
Okay.
That was Secret of the Mimic.
Okay. So I guess we successfully completed M2 by putting David into it, which I'm guessing is what Edwin was trying to do, but did so unsuccessfully, and we successfully did it by putting the tiger on the thing and pressing some storybook buttons. Which does that mean, like, is this like a FNAF 1 instance where there's like souls being transferred? Is that what's going on here?
No, both of them are copies.
I mean, but like, otherwise, what's the point of the white tiger, right? Because the white tiger.
Well, people speculate the white tiger thing in the basement is its own, like, ghost spirit thing.
Is its own ghost thing, like unrelated to David? Because the white tiger was
No,
like David's stuffed animal, right?
Okay, so the ghost thing is probably David.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the ghost thing makes a lot more sense that it was at like it would be more David, and then
that's what makes sense to me. Hey Gavin, welcome back.
You did.
We just got it. We just got it. Hey Foxhound, good to see you here. Think he possesses the toy, and the one we see is the ghost projection? Yeah, I guess so. Where's Seafood Gameplay Corner? I can't watch without it.
That's funny.
Can't wait for Amnesia. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I can't wait either.
Yeah, Colton's gonna be playing that one, which means I actually might be able to update the review doc in like real time.
Yeah, you can update it like as fast as you want because I'll be the one playing.
Yeah, so that might be kind of neat to have the review doc updated in real time. If the Mimic ain't angry, we don't get FNAF, so it just can't be canon, yeah. The ending is so anticlimactic. I think that's fair just because it makes you play through the whole game again for no reason. But like as a thing where you know you have all the collectibles and then you put the tapes together. I kind of assumed putting the tapes together would have given us like an audio recording out of it, but it didn't. It just kind of unlocked the area for some reason.
Well, yeah, it was bringing the story bits back to the machine that you use, I guess.
Yeah. But I think the secret ending is fine insofar as, like... I mean, it tells us that, like... It basically allows us to finish what Edwin's goal seemed to be, right? Is to... I guess M2 was supposed to be David. Where M1 is Fiona, and then M2 was supposed to be a copy of M1, but he couldn't get M2 to replicate David in the same way that M1 did for some reason. Until we transferred David's soul from the White Tiger plushie, I guess.
I don't think it transferred. You're like giving him. You're like.
I mean, it had to though. Like that's what was the point of it otherwise?
More like what Cars was about to say. It's more like it was reprogramming it to act like David.
Yeah, because they're both programs pretending to be people.
Yeah.
The white tiger plush isn't haunted by David or anything. It's just David's favorite toy that functions as the activation key for David's automated bedtime story. Edwin was never there for David.
Yeah.
Oh, you think the plush was the key for that bedtime story?
It was, yeah. That's why you needed to place it.
Well, then, I mean, what was the point of the white tiger section where it was like haunted by like children ghosts?
Least spooky, I guess. I don't know.
Like, what was that connection?
I
then?
think that probably is the ghost of David is just haunting. It would make sense to me if his ghost is attached to the white tiger plush, but it has nothing to do with, like, his ghost doesn't possess the mimic. M2. It doesn't possess M2. I think it's just the plush, the white tiger plush.
If anything.
Oh, Rosaline, my guess is it couldn't mimic David simply because it didn't have enough data. M1 had tons and tons of Fiona data through the company stuff. M2 wasn't made until after David died. I could see that making sense.
And Sikro says, like, M2 was going to be David, but Edwin noted that it wasn't his family, and then the mimic abuse happens. Because he did start abusing the mimics.
Oh, yeah, because M2 wasn't working like M1 did.
Yeah.
Well, what was the point of the supernatural elements in this game then?
Just least spooky.
Right? Because what's funny is in Markiplier's playthrough, like, what looks like the physics bugging out and a box flying onto the floor is actually purposeful. And then there's like a light. We saw this as well. There's a light coming out of the elephant's eyes and ears that suddenly theory bait. It's the spirit of David. Okay, but why? Why is the spirit of David in the place and then it's just not related to the secret ending of fixing M2? It's just like completely unrelated for some reason.
Does it tell you how David died?
No, I don't think so. It's just assumed that it's just Edwin being reckless with, like, because there was a voice log of Edwin being like, he talking to his lawyer, being like, "Oh, David's fine. He can play with the dangerous area in the dangerous area."
Okay.
So,
I mean, if he
I
died,
believe I think in the book he died from a car, but this is not the book. This is a game.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think the game says anything. We don't care about the books because they're not related. At least they're not. At least they, Scott says over and over that they're separate. Even if theorists are forced to use them because the games, or at least Security Breach and Ruin, don't contain anything in them. It doesn't specify how he died in the game. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. That's weird that they try to fit in the supernatural elements, and then the mimic elements are just a separate thing. Like, how do things relate? Where's... Like, surely if David resided in the White Tiger thing, then something should have happened with that. I don't know.
I don't know either.
A story full of holes.
I think David haunts the tunnels that his mother died in, so maybe David died trying to find the last place his mom went to.
No, she went to Fazfest or whatever.
Fall Fest. Yeah, she died at Fall Fest. Hey, Sensitives, welcome back. If you want what the FNAF theorists say, there's a line in Moon.exe that suggests that F10 killed David somehow. Inside Son's cabin, the oven smells of chicken once the owl disappears. Oh, because owl, I think, was supposed to represent David from one of the dialogue things we read. One of the dialogues made it very obvious that the owl was David. And then the owl disappears. Yeah, it's implied he died somehow related to the playground being too close to the truck yard, but no specifics. Yeah, okay. Probably so people can theorize if it was an accident or if M1 let it happen on purpose. But why would M1 want that to happen on purpose? Because at some point M1 said that she missed, like, the child that she raised more than she missed Edwin, even. She explicitly says that. So, like, so it sounds like to me that David dying was an accident. Oh yeah, the other helpful things. Okay. Na 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 na. YouTube, here we come. All right. What are we looking for? We're looking for Secret of the Mimic. All Mr. and Mrs. Helpful. Here we go. All right. Share the screen, share the screen.
I'll be right back. I have to do something. You can do the helpy things, though.
Okay. Steel Wool shouldn't write things because, you know, if Scott makes them do it, we'll get a security breach again.
Yeah.
Fair. Scott's not a good writer either, though. If we're being honest. It felt obligated to have Ghost. Well, you know, Steel Wool or Security Breach didn't have ghosts or possessions, hauntings. At least I don't think it did. Ruin didn't. I don't know. It should have. I don't know. It's just weird that the white tiger that was haunted by David actually ended up not. Ooh, I seen people press the 100 button on. Oh, see, I can spam it. Ooh, fancy. I don't know why that's a feature. Anyway, I don't know why it's not related. Right? Yeah, bring back the paranormal stuff. Yeah. I mean, I would have been fine with it. Didn't really amount to anything. Like, if David was possessing White Tiger, like, it didn't go into that at all. Right? And then at the end, when we had the White Tiger plush, that didn't actually relate to M2. It was just the key to the story time thing. So, like, I don't know. Again, like, they just don't know how to tell a story. Scott and Steelwool. Like, the most interesting part of the story is the... Press the celebrate button, yes. Is, you know, the second half of the game when they actually talk about Edwin and expand on Edwin. Like, they actually had a story in this game for part of it. It's crazy. And I feel like it would have been more satisfying to see, like, oh, David is in the White Tiger and we laid him to rest kind of thing, right? So he can...
Yeah.
You know, yeah, so he can not be trapped down there anymore. And then maybe we can shut off, like, at least shut off Mimic 1. I understand M1 and M2 are probably needed to be alive because this is a prequel, but putting that aside, like, shutting off the Mimic thing so that they don't have to, you know, their consciousness or whatever doesn't have to suffer with Edwin being gone, kind of thing. Like, there's really no closure with a lot of things, I guess. What you were saying, Colton, before I rudely interrupted you?
I'm not. You weren't rudely interrupting me. Well, the whole reason I was asking if we knew how David died was, like, if he died in the factory, then it would make sense that if his spirit was there.
Oh yeah. He probably died at the dangerous playground play area or whatever he was at, like next to the factory.
Yeah.
David's spirit as the White Tiger repeats many of M2's lines. It's very possible M2 is possessed by David. If M2 is possessed by David, I feel like it would be a lot more David and a lot less mimicky.
Maybe, but maybe David is just really angry because it's the whole thing with the M2 is it's mad. So
well,
what
I think it didn't get mad until Edwin, like, strangled M2 and broke his legs, and then M2 retaliated and broke Edwin's legs.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is, like, the fact that I guess that could be the case, but I was just going to be like, well, what if it is David that's possessing it, and David's just mad at everything, mad at it all because of what his dad just didn't take care of him, didn't experience him or any of that. So
yeah,
that was just my, like, random thought, but obviously there's probably other things that come into play. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. May not actually work though.
I mean, that is interesting because it could work, really. It's probably not what they intend, but
no.
But it could work because I could see David being mad, which is probably why David is in the White Tiger thing in the first place, because like he's not, you know, the typical, like, you know, pagan spirit thing of like, oh, they're not the ghosts are haunting this place because they need to be laid to rest. They need to, what's the word?
They don't need to rest. They need to what?
Well, you know, it's like a ghost is haunting this place because. Yeah, they have unfinished business.
Business.
Yeah, basically, Rosalie. And I was trying to find a way to explain it. Unfinished business, right? And then you have to like help them rest, kind of thing. So they go away from a place. So, and that's what it feels like with if David is possessing the white tiger thing, right? It's like, okay, well, what's happening with that now? Is David just kind of screwed? He's just stuck there, and like, why is that unfinished in this game?
Yeah.
It's Indian burial ground logic, yeah. I mean, if M2 was David, I feel like they just wouldn't have the ghost tiger at all since he's already possessing something.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
Trying to explain paranormal stuff with science. Like Revenant and Agony is so dumb.
I mean, I don't know how David could find peace, but that's the job of self-proclaimed storytellers, isn't it? Just saying what's on their website. Self-proclaimed. Yeah, don't worry, guys. We'll watch Phil's video probably when Colton leaves because there's not much longer before he's probably gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's not as much of a famous React-tuber as I am. you know how it is. You know how it is. React-tuber here.
I'm just a poser.
The MCM burns down. Oh, that's true. So that might as well be an explanation for why we never see the White Tiger ever again in this series. Probably, well, I guess so, but it's also a prequel, and the White Tiger was already not in the other game, so he kinda had to not appear anyway. But it might not even be David himself and just Agony Creature. Oh yeah, well the games don't explain Agony at all, so that doesn't exist in the games. We can't use that. Because books and games are separate. Scott has said that. Agony isn't soul because agony happens even without possession, like Haunted Mirror. Well, if they are actually using, if Scott is actually using that as some kind of plot thing, it's stupid because they haven't introduced that into the games yet. Yeah, JPL, Afton be like, I am agony, then explodes in a lake. Sounds about right. What engine do you think is canon? It has to be... I mean, the first two endings are pretty much the same. I guess it doesn't really matter, because the first two endings are... They result in M2 walking off with the data diver. So that has to be the canon ending. Because then and then M2 somehow gets locked in the bottom of the Pizzaplex from Security Breach behind a cement block that's stuck in a doorway somehow. The stupidest thing. A cement block. That, and by the way, the cement block that we bust open with by ramming a vehicle into it, which is not how that works. You know, with one of those, like, what are those industrial machines called where you lift things up with the two spawns?
A forklift?
Forklift, that's what it's called.
You are not forklift certified.
I am not. In Ruin, you break an entire cement block just by ramming a forklift into it. It's so stupid. It crumbles into pieces. Yeah, Luke. Isn't that what it's called? Spawns. A forklift has two spawns. Out of name ideas, yeah. You love how Ruin was like, so Gregory and Vanessa, who was trying to kill Gregory, by the way, went back to the Pizzaplex with Freddy and locked the mimic behind a concrete wall. It's so dumb. I agree with Gavin. All my friends are not forklift certified. Overrated. Alright. Let's listen to the special dialogue we missed in the game. I don't know how loud this is going to be on the stream.
Error. This elevator is out of service. Thank you for your patience. Welcome.
I turned it up in the stream. Hopefully that's loud enough.
Not required.
Which one?
Elevator maintenance. Tut tut, creator. You know better than to be out here in the lobby. Get back to your workstation.
Oh, that's it.
Admins, please ensure that our creator staff aren't wandering around the lobby. With all the elevator issues, we really can't afford another incident.
Another incident.
Honey, that stupid elevator keeps acting up. Every time it breaks, I get pulled away to reset the thing. These disruptions totally throw off my vibe. But I had the best idea. Can you make a quick instructional tape telling staff how to fix it? Love you.
That's how you tell her to do that? By uploading a recording to that? What? I think we already we already listened to this one. Yeah, asks her to marry her. Very sweet. Very sweet.
Potential clients and demonstration operators. For your safety, a spring lock suit is required. Assembly may be required. Hazards that could cause issues on the suit's functionality.
I don't know which one is new for us.
If you're assigned to run the demonstration, please follow the demo instructions.
I don't think this is new.
A completed director's
suit is required.
Every costume that leaves this building must now have shipping insurance.
Shipping insurance,
we can't
nice.
keep doing these trivial repairs. It's pulling staff away from their other priorities.
Okay. Alright, time for the Edwin one.
Ed, I hate talking to you through this stupid bear, but it's hard to reach you otherwise.
Oh no, really?
I'm worried about the new suit design. One of my costumers, Vic, nearly lost his hand today. All he did was spill a can of pop and the thing snapped shut like a bear trap.
Oh no.
You're busy, but you can't rush these things. Please look into it.
Oh my gosh, that explains the faulty spring lock design in the future games. That's funny.
Crazy.
But mostly for this. This is no place for creative thought. It's so loud and clanky.
Loud and clanky.
Head back upstairs and... Oh, to Dolly! Now that the Dolly system is up and running...
This one, they're replacing jobs.
Imagine the money will to install throughout the lower levels.
You didn't do the last one?
No.
Disliking the video. I mean, come on. If you're putting all the recordings and trying to get free views by doing something like that, well, at least at least get all of them. It's just false advertising otherwise. What the heck? I think we already listened to this one, right?
Suggestions for original ideas and characters. Let us help Mailbox. Ideas.
Very bad ideas. Just kidding. Please don't give us your ideas.
Time up in his office working on it all week. So anything other than Windows, let us know.
We might have already listened to this one, actually.
I feel stupid recording this, but I just hope somehow that you can still hear me. I can't do this alone. Man. The change orders are killing me. Our employees, my friends, they keep leaving. The money's gone. I just need to finish the new Fazbear project, and then everyone will come back. We can get back to normal.
I feel so bad for Edwin, man.
Our friends. I miss you. I miss you more than you'll ever know.
Rest.
Oh, man. Poor Edwin.
Yeah, he's definitely... I mean, poor Edwin, but he also was his own downfall.
There's no last one? Oh, because you can't go back there again? Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna... I'm gonna like it, okay? I just liked it instead of dislike. Alright. I'm sorry about what I said. I can admit to my mistakes, unlike Steel Wool and Scott. Apparently I can't say anything without jabbing them, but they deserve it. Yeah, girl, what do you mean it's hard to reach out to your husband? I know, right? Apparently Edwin was not just a bad father, but a bad husband. What the heck? I mean, you feel bad for him, but also like, oh my gosh, it's a character with depth, maybe? Is that what's going on? A character with depth? That might be the first one in the franchise. Waylon, I mean, it's just his interview clips in my Ruin video, which I also kind of compiled them with like sad music behind it towards the end of the video too. I liked that section. If I do say so myself. Why do you guys watch me?
Oh, crazy. Crazy.
We expect a full YouTuber apology within the next week. Yeah, true. I'm gonna have to make a personal video to Ruba, who released this audio recordings video we just watched. Dear Ruba, I may have made Do you have something on your soundboard that's ukulele?
Probably. 1 second.
Freaky frame.
Yeah, dude. Freaky frame, bro. Make this easier on myself.
All of Help Wanted. Not true. All of Help Wanted is in 3 dimensions with height, width, and depth. True. The game has so much depth because of it. Fully Windward. I haven't seen the FNAF movies. I don't watch many movies in general. I think the last thing I watched was now I'm forgetting what it's called. Arcane.
What kind of ukulele are you wanting, by the way?
An apology ukulele.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Maybe a happy one, just because it's discordant.
Yeah. I got you. You ready?
Yeah.
Here's your ukulele.
Hey, hey guys, Design Frame here to tell you, hey Ruba, I might have insulted you, but you didn't quite deserve it, and I am sorry. Oh, it's only if you made better videos. I would. Oh crap! Oh yeah, we gotta restart that. Hey Ruba, I didn't mean that last apology. You're actually great, and I don't know how to keep this bit going. I'm not funny.
Guys, cut the music.
Cut the music, guys. Yeah, I do need a tutorial on how to apologize. You're right. I made an apology video of an apology video. First YouTuber. That's funny. Just have this music playing over all streams. I hope that's not copyrighted.
It's royalty free.
Oh, thank goodness. Hey Starco, I'm glad you came into the stream during that.
Oh, here. This is the type of music we should have playing.
Yeah, guys, we have a tickets please emoji being worked on as well, so it's gonna be great. Oh, I forgot that I did not want to make this a video, guys. Oh, you're right. I'm not very good with satirical stuff. My brain doesn't work very well when it comes to that. Different brains work differently. My brain works in a certain way.
My brain just kind of...
Stop! Stop! Oh, you're right. My dog isn't in here to provoke sympathy. My dog is out with my mom right now.
There was no rain effect on the video. No rain effect on the video.
Oh, either. Rain effect. I don't have a rain effect.
Just disappointing.
Yeah. I think it's time to address the allegations.
No! I'm with the science team!
Jarvis play Half-Life scientist screams. I love those. I love those voice lines. They're so good.
Did you hear that?
Oh, I loved the improv Half-Life thing. You've seen it, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
By Wayne Radio, the Half-Life VR self-aware
Hold still.
AI
This won't hurt a bit.
saga. Is that what it's called? It is.
Howdy.
This is great. I'm gonna link this in. I'm gonna link this in chat. This is the playlist of it. There, so you guys don't miss it. There's 3 of them. That's the playlist of this series where it's pretty funny. Can't really explain it. It's improv of people voicing characters.
Yes, I have seen this. Not all of them. I've only seen the first episode. I never watched all of it.
Oh, I watched all of it, and I
did
rewatched some. Actually, I rewatched some of it, but the actual, I think I watched. No, not the actual live streams. They released some commentaries over it, which is interesting too. Where they like talk about the behind the scenes while watching it themselves. I love when creators do stuff like that. It's really cool. We're gonna paste it again. Gmod roleplay, really? Yeah. Look, Gordon, a rope! We can use this to help me, Gordon! Such classic. Honestly, he's my favorite. What, that one doctor? What's his name? That one doctor is my favorite. He's so funny in the videos. Dr. Coomer, yeah. Dr. Coomer is so funny. Definitely my favorite character. I did have a wife, but they took her in the divorce. So many good lines from Dr. Coomer. Unless that was what was the other Tommy? Unless that was a Tommy line. That could be a Tommy line. Kind of sounds like a Tommy line, actually. The new theory is terrible. I'm not keeping up with the FNAF theories. I'm going off of what the story presents, which is better. It's better because the previous games didn't have a story. At least Security Breach and Ruin didn't really have stories. But at least the second half of Secret of the Mimic tries to have a story. And I think Edwin is great. They did a good job with Edwin. Oh, that was Coomer? Okay.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. You can do your Phisnom reaction.
My Phisnom bull crap.
Yep.
This is part of the stream where sit back, relax, exist in eternal darkness.
Just exist in eternal darkness. I am the darkness.
Yes. Play some Sifu, maybe.
All right, well, Goodbye, everybody. Oh, have fun watching him react to Phisnom.
What was that? Oh.
Oh, I don't know.
Were you recalling your furry? Oh yeah. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, right before we start playing the game, you'll have to go back in the stream. Someone in the Discord made Heartbound sprites of me, and then I asked them to make a Heartbound sprite of Colton's cat, which was, basically Colton as a furry, and it's amazing. And since it's probably new people watching, if you're curious about the Heartbound stream that totally broke me and turned me into an unhinged maniac, it's currently unlisted as a stream that's accessible through the Discord only right now. And it will probably end up being members only. So if you're curious, you can watch it for the next few days or so, and then I'm going to make it members only. But I'm allowing people to watch it through the Discord who want to watch it, who aren't members. Not a furry. I see that, Colton. Quick, while he's not looking. Make furry fan art. Game Theory did a big collab live stream today about Secret of the Mimic. Oh, they did that with Security Breach. I remember that. I used a couple of those clips in the Security Breach video of mine. It was kind of boring, honestly. People either just had the same opinion on everything or just went, I guess that could be. That's funny. There was a lot of fighting in that Heartbound game. Oh yeah, so much combat. That game has so much great combat in it. Oh my goodness. And the writing, the writing is so good. The writing totally didn't break me. The writing is just so good. Heartbound gives you Vietnam, or the name Heartbound gives you Vietnam flashbacks at this point. Don't tell Colton I might have made a piece of art of his new profile picture as a furry. I can't wait. I absolutely can't wait. Is that what you posted already, LilDerp? Because that's amazing. I'm gonna show that to...
Hey.
I'm gonna show that to Colton next time, LilDerp. That's actually an awesome drawing. Hold on, I'll show it to the stream, why not?
Hello, Spacey.
Here we go. Great work, LilDerp. He's never beaten the allegations.
Oh, that's excellent.
It's excellent. Oh, did I just throw up in my mouth again from playing this game? Oh, man, Steel Wool should pay me.
You're getting the remnant sickness.
The remnant sickness, you're right. I felt bad for Baron dying, knew him for 10 minutes.
Who's Baron? Oh, the dog. I already forgot his name. Oh
Yeah,
my god. I already forgot his fucking name, man. Jesus.
Pressing the wave button on all the newcomers in the Discord. Nice to have you all. Yeah. For those wondering where to find that stream, just look in the streams. There's a streams announcement thing. It's near the top. It's called Streams. And you'll see that there's a YouTube link. Just scroll up like a second. You'll see the Heartbound YouTube link.
Y'all can also hear excellent voice acting.
Oh,
as
yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Stream.
The most entertaining part of the stream was our voice acting, for sure. Oh, and Colton used his voice mod for some things, like the computer, and it sounded so good. The computer voice was so great.
I'm so upset I missed the furry bit. That area just looked ripe with all sorts of weird crap to poke fun at.
Rosaline, I'm getting some hint that there may be some sarcasm regarding this Heartbound game. Yeah.
No, it's so good, guys.
It's so great, guys.
Guys, this game Heartbound, it's excellent, guys. It's just like Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and how excellent it is.
Doggo? You played Heartbound?
Yeah. Yes, I have. In my own spare time. Played it alongside Leany Boog and Poppy Playtime Forever.
Australian Doggo.
Listen, I'm not a good voice actor. I try.
All right.
And just because I try doesn't mean I'm good at it.
All right. Well, one last mention of, because with streams, people always come in and out. You know, if you want to watch the Heartbound stream, you have to access it through the streams channel of the Discord until I make it members only in a few days' time. I'm not going to make it public because, you know, if you know the Pioneer Software community, you would probably know why. I tried to give the game as much of a chance as, you know, as I can. Like, even with me trying to give the games as much of a chance, you know, it ended up breaking me.
You look so desolate and alone during that like last hour I skimmed through, where you're just like
the last hour, yeah,
the furry section with no one there.
Yeah, I was all alone for part of it.
You were in a padded room, and the furry started speaking.
He started speaking to me. I was so scared.
We are the Thorlings. Please feed us.
Man, we're getting enough fan art that this is like, I need to cycle through it in the top corner of the stream or something, because it is so cool. Honestly, so cool. With LilDerp and Atticus. Yeah, Atticus. You guys are awesome. Welcome to the Discord, Reverend Yamako. And Fancy Mark. All right. Might be Phisnom time now.
Oh man, I'm worried. I feel like you're gonna tear the little guy, whatever
I
his little creature is.
I mean, I've seen Phisnom's videos. I don't like the whole toxic cesspit vibe or whatever.
I was in his community for a bit. It was I was never like actively engaging with his streams, but I did like talk to him sometimes before like streaming was his main thing.
Gotcha.
I also talked with other fanverse people too. I always got on Kane Carter's nerves.
I'm sure you did.
Seeker of the Mimic is the best.
Would you like to hear the Kane Carter Persona story?
Oh, what?
Because I always like telling people that. So again, no disrespect to Kane Carter. He's working on a game. He'll come out eventually, but essentially we were like talking about like Pop Goes or something. And it eventually came up that I joked that Pop Goes is Kane Carter's persona. And then he got really upset at that. Like he actually wrote
that.
No, he wrote like a whole screed about how he's not a furry and me calling him a furry is weird. And then he was really upset. And eventually this led to Phil creating a poll on Twitter asking people if Pop Goes is Kane Carter's persona, and the poll was overwhelmingly yes.
Oh, Phil
Pop
did
Goes...
that? Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah, and then after that, Kane Carter like adopted like a completely new persona thing, like that green, like creature, don't hug me, I'm scared looking guy that you always see on his Twitter now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's that's the story, the Kane Carter persona story.
Apparently, I'm not gonna live down the furry allegations either. Crash Panda is like, when did you become a furry? I've never been a furry. I'm not a furry. Stop it. Stop it. I swear, guys. Please.
Listen, I'm the resident furry. You can make all your furry jokes at me. I've painted the target on my back. Now shoot me.
I was not showing off my persona. Well, I guess Cards drew that little sketch of Cards' own accord. Okay. Colton is the real furry.
Don't worry though, I consulted with Sean about it to ask what animal he would be. And then one of his answers was husky, so I went with husky.
I had like 3 answers.
Well, you
because
did,
I don't have a real persona, and I will never have a persona.
Fair. All right.
Denying is but the first step to enlightenment.
I think
banned.
the chat. I think the chat is saying in their own weird way that they're ready for the Phisnom video. They just don't know how to say it properly.
Indeed.
Chat speak.
Indeed. All right. I don't know how the volume is gonna be, but I assume it'll be fine. Because if I'm gonna talk, I'm guessing, I'm gonna like pause the video is probably what I'm gonna do. We do a little bit of yapping. You're right. We do a little bit of yapping around here.
We do a lot of yapping.
3 times the personas. Hanster, I'm banning you.
3 times the personas, 3 times the fun.
3 times the fun. All right, you guys are gonna have to let me know how how the volume is. But I can at least look at the OBS lines and...
Secret of the Mimic is the best game in the FNAF franchise. Secret of the Mimic is the best game in the FNAF franchise. Secret of the Mimic! Alright, hi, hello. This is the first time I'm making a video like this on the channel, so it's kind of a rush job, but I need to. Like, I really need to do this. I'm on a mission right now to get this out as...
Wait. What? Oh yeah, you're not streaming it to me.
I'm not streaming it, that's my bad.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
Now
you can watch.
Yeah.
Watch it through the Discord. Sorry about that.
Yeah, just so I'm not watching the delayed version.
Very loud. How about this?
As soon as possible. Secret of the Mimic is the best game in the FNAF franchise.
Is that better?
Secret of the Mimic is the best game in the FNAF franchise. Secret of the Mimic! Alright, hi, hello, this
Is that good, or does it still need adjusted? Better doesn't mean good.
Chat, you're not giving clear answers.
The Mimic! Indeed,
Good.
the Mimic.
Good.
It's good?
Okay.
You asked if it was better. You know what? I asked if it's better, and then I gaslight you into... Hey, Samia, good to see you here. Thank you, guys. Alright, if it's good, then we can continue. What are you saying?
I said eventually you're gonna reach that point in a streamer's life where they realize everything chat says is insane and they just get mad at them. Because every streamer I always watch, they always inevitably end up like that, where it's like, chat, you're making me angry. You guys are so stupid. I hate you.
I think I've mostly seen that in relation to, like, chat is never accurate with their answers. in like the more well-known streamers, where it's like,
oh yeah,
half of chat will say one thing and half of chat will say another thing.
I'm gonna be honest though, our chat,
our chat's here, great. You guys are great.
Yeah, no, you guys are great. You're making.
I love you all.
You're making Sean's stream actually decent.
Decent.
Yeah, we're getting up there.
We're getting up there, guys. But yeah, no, if any chatters out there live near me, you can sit on my lap during these streams too.
This is the first time I'm making a video like this on the channel, so it's kind of a rush job, but I need to. Like, I really need to do this. I'm on a mission right now to get this out as soon as possible before all the FNAF theorists and rant channels begin muddying the waters on this game. FNAF Secret of the Mimic is a good game. Hell, it's a great one. Ever since I streamed it on release day, I've replayed it several times just because it's that fun to play. The story is heartfelt.
Really? How many times are we going to pause this video? I don't know.
What'd he say? Sorry, I was trying to deal with something in chat.
He said he's replayed it several times. This game's not really replayable.
I've actually played it, I've played it through like a few times just because I enjoy it. I don't think it's amazing. I actually enjoy the setting of it and the world it builds is the thing.
Okay.
But I think I acknowledge it has like huge gameplay problems, so.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I had to play through it again with New Game Plus. I don't see the replayability other than, of course, they randomize a few things here and there. That's not replayable. That's just.
I think there are many games that are not replayable though that people would come back to. No.
Yeah.
Like
I'm not saying the game has to be replayable, but yeah, if the game is good enough, it is inherently something people would want to.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to stop pausing so much. Probably we just started already, and we just started and we're already pausing. He posted about it on his other socials. Nice, gotcha. Oh, Jordan's. Well, I'm. You wondered how I would feel about his video? Well, I guess we'll find out. You know, just to be clear, like, you know, this is just about the video itself and not about Phisnom. You know, no commentary on his character, obviously. It's just, I'm mostly watching this. I was gonna watch this offline regardless because I'm mostly curious because Phisnom was one of the few. I'm sure there were others. So I'm afraid of saying one of the few. But he was very vocal about the problems with Security Breach and Ruin to an extent, except he pointed out the problems with Ruin early on and then
people got mad
and
at
then
him, yeah.
basically got and it basically broke for the rest of the video, so he didn't really say much other than, you know, suffering.
Yeah.
But Security Breach, he was very vocal. I included a lot of his, like, you know, his vocal clips in my videos because he's very accurate with Security Breach. And he wasn't afraid of, like, telling Steel Wool what it was, right? Like, how it was. Like, hey, you guys maybe overscoped this game. You guys maybe mishandled it. Like,
in terms of like overwhelmingly FNAF related content creators, I think Phisnom was genuinely the only person who actively criticized Security Breach. Like, you'd have every FNAF tuber kind of say like, oh, I had this problem with it or I had that problem, but they would never like go in depth with it. They would just kind of say it in passing, like it's any like.
Oh yeah, if we're talking about popular, if we're talking about popular FNAF channels, none of them except Phisnom, 100%.
Because I know a lot of people criticize Security Breach. It's just a lot of those people were outside of the fandom. What's the problem? Like if you, I like it even with yourself. Like, you're not a FNAF content creator, but you criticize Security Breach just the same as like everyone else has. You know?
Yeah. Doggy.
Mitsu, I would not say Astral Smith is specifically a FNAF channel. They're near there, but I'm not sure I would call them a FNAF channel.
Well, he got popular because of FNAF, I think. Astral Smith.
He did.
But he's first and foremost, yeah, like a speedrunner.
He's a speedrunner, yeah.
Little doggy. Little doggy.
Dog.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. How long is she gonna let me do this for? Oh. Ooh. Doggy. Doggo. Dog. I think he's the closest to criticizing all the games in the franchise accurately. Yeah, if you're talking about Phisnom, yeah. I did appreciate at least Astral Spiff being honest about, like, I included some Astral Spiff's clips because he was legitimately like, how did Steel Wool miss this? And, you know, I appreciate that honesty because if you played through the game, and that's the thing, Steel Wool was like the CEO of Steel Wool was like, oh, yeah, you guys, you know, found a bunch of stuff that we didn't know about. What do you mean?
Pressing space breaks the entire game. But that's somehow something they didn't find. Pressing space while getting into Freddy breaks the whole game.
Yeah.
And they didn't
How
find
did they
it.
not a single time, like, do like a running jump into Freddy? Or just like jump into Freddy? That's such a natural thing to do. QA that's the first thing they would think to do because unless they... Hey, is the dog from Heartbound?
Yeah, Tom, Spiff said he likes SB for the wrong reasons and said he was sorry for anyone who was actually looking forward to the game. Yeah, like, Security Breach was at its best on launch because like the bugs are what made it enjoyable. And when you strip those away, you kind of just have like a boring, semi-buggy, unfinished mess. Like there's no fun in it anymore.
Yeah, I'm glad Spiff was honest about that. Thank you, Tom, for mentioning that. Does Security Breach really not have QA? I thought they did. I thought they had a QA team before they outsourced it. Because with Secret of the Mimic, they outsourced QA. I'm going to have to research into the QA company for my case study. Because I heard someone mention that the QA company uses AI for their testing, which is disgusting.
Oh. Oh, no.
I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what someone told me. You think they did? For Security Breach having QA? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I think DJ Sterf does testing separately from any QA team they're using. Which granted, DJ Sterf is the best, 100% when it comes to the QA testing. He's the most competent, and they also don't listen to him apparently. I have a couple screenshots of DJ Sterf saying like there's some bugs that they didn't listen to, for Steel didn't listen to, that he reported. And if anyone else knows those quotes, please post them in the Discord, because you know, I need them. And it's like in DJ Sterf mentioned it in chat in FNAF stream. I have a couple screenshots of those that people gave me, and apparently in T-Dreads, is that his name? T-Dreads stream, DJ Sterf was typing in as well. I don't have any screenshots from that. So if anyone wants to save me some time and make the Secret of the Mimic video come out faster. Okay, we should probably continue the video.
Yeah.
He admitted it in the Withered Truths live chat when I was watching his live. Oh, he admitted it in multiple chats. Let me write down that one. The Withered Truths. Because I know there was T-Dreads as well. I only have a couple screenshots from the fnaf live stream. Just gonna put that message in the Discord so I remember. The Unwithered Truth. Okay. I see. Okay.
Who's coming up with these FNAF channel names?
But yeah, if anyone can screenshot any DJ Sterf quotes from other streams, it would be a huge help for the case study.
Oh, okay. I remembered something now that I gotta mention.
Mhm.
Okay, so there was a FNAF book that came out recently called it was Escape the Pizzaplex. And when it came out, people were really upset at it because it didn't have any like real diverging paths, and the writing was terrible, and it made Gregory and Cassie's like friendship look awful, basically. So then...
Oh yeah, they released a couple of those, like...
Yeah, and then afterward, DJ Sterf on Twitter made this really vague post, but if you put the letters together, he said basically that like Scott didn't listen to his feedback on the story, or whoever he gave feedback to. So it sounds like there's an issue of DJ Sterf's feedback to these things not being met with any sort of response. Not just for the games, but for books as well.
Does anyone have the source for that?
I can find it for you real quick. Let me pull up his Twitter.
All right, in the case study research, in the Discord case study research category, there's a FNAF Secret of the Mimic forum. Let's create a new post in here. DJ Sterf quotes.
Okay, I found the image. I'll put it in the Discord for you.
Hold on. All right.
Where's the channel? Okay.
I just made
here.
it. In the Discord case study research category, Secret of the Mimic forum.
I put the image they put about the book, plus what the hidden text message is, which is I wish they took
He
any of
posted
my
this
5.
image?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have the link to his tweet?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I should have linked that. I didn't think. Let me grab that for you. Here. Just because Twitter links are jank sometimes. There you go.
Oh, okay, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. You know, I'm gonna show this on the stream real quick, why not?
Again, this is in reference to the books.
In case people need the link again, I'll do that. Don't worry guys, we'll get back to the video. This is kind of important. This stuff is gonna be mentioned in my case study, so you guys are seeing some cool stuff live. At least I assume it might be cool stuff. For some of you, who knows? Who knows? I see. Okay, I was just confirming. This was posted directly by DJ Sterf. I'm only going to show the image. He had no text in the tweet, so just the image. So I'm going to show the image here. Here we go. So this is what DJ Sterf posted. I work with others on projects and I can't always share things while I provide input, yet sometimes suggestions get nixed. Truly, I can only push so much. Okay, any plan has constraints. Yes, of course. My high five goes out to all the hard work done to improve the final product. Ending projects right is important, but sometimes the corrections along the way are unseen and the rejected suggestions end up being the most painful constraint. That's a very nice way to say that. And if you put the capital letters together, yeah, thank you for spelling that out. It says, I wish they took any of my 5 ending suggestions. So you can feel like he's being very nice with what he's saying here. You can feel the pain. And this picture is funny to put with it.
It frankly feels like that FNAF, like somewhere internally, has like a problem with feedback or communication, just in general. Like it seems no one talks to each other, no one ever communicates anything. Because again, we saw evidence of that with Scott saying like, "Oh, Mega Cat Studios will vanish for months and then come back with something new." Like that's not a good thing to be happening. But apparently, it's franchise wide.
Bro doing some Scott game site criticism. Yeah, that's what DJ Sterf is doing with this. You can. This is basically a jab, but in, you know, a nice way, I guess. But he's still jabbing it because I feel the frustration with with this. It just oozes. And I mean, that's probably why he's commenting on different people's streams too. Because let's see real quick. Because the two I have so far is him saying, "Oh, this is kind of him being sarcastic. Yeah, the game looks good. I hope they had some really good tester come in and report a bunch of stuff. I bet they didn't fix all of it before release, though." He's talking about himself coming in and how he reported a bunch of stuff that Steelwool didn't fix. A little tongue-in-cheek comment by him. And then he also had commented on FNAF stream, "Yeah, the edges of rooms often just had the ambient sound cut out. I had that reported on like May 3rd, LOL." Yeah, this goes deeper than we thought, guys.
And again, no other FNAF content creator ever talks about this stuff, ever. They won't even, like, begin to scratch the surface of the deep, like, FNAF mismanagement rabbit hole.
Yeah, popular creators, yeah. We want to make that distinction because we know there probably are other...
I'm sure there are, but... And again, not to demean anyone who has, like, small channels and stuff, but, like, they're mostly not getting heard. I think that's a shame, if there are any out there. Because all of the big ones are just completely captured. Either, like, by their fans or by other means that we speculate. We need to get through the Phil video. It's an hour long.
Oh yeah, we need to get back to Phil. Sad, but still interesting to hear. I'm glad you guys are finding this interesting because we're doing a little bit of live. Because with this, this is probably going to make it into the case study. There's just because it's piling up. And probably tied it in with QA. Because there's a lot in Secret of the Mimic that's like obvious problems but they shipped the game anyway at full price, which is something AAA. Actually, some of the problems in Secret of the Mimic are worse than AAA releases.
Some of them are...
Because AAA, you know, what they do is release like shoddy products at full price. And then essentially make the early, or make the people who pay full price be their testers. Is, you know, it's gross. It's gross.
It is.
Okay, I'm reposting these. Reposting those quotes in the Discord. All right. Yeah, if anyone ends up finding more, just put them in the DJ Sterf QA quotes forum in the Discord. If you don't, well, the video is going to take longer to make. So it's up to you guys. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that's what's going to end up happening. No pressure, though. No pressure. I can try to reach DJ Sterf. I can try, but I don't think he really likes to say negative things. Or, like, outright negative things. He likes to... He wants to stay in their good graces. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think.
I don't think he'd be able to say much, Hatster. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think he would.
I think in Sterf's case too, he's been covering Scott's stuff forever. I'm not sure on this, but he might have been covering his stuff pre-FNAF too. I could be wrong on that though.
DJ, Fuzz Nub and Fizz Bob, are those real videos or are you trolling? Because so I can write it down to. Oh. Okay. I thought you were referring to other live streams that DJ Sterf has talked in. Okay. I'll see if I can reach out to DJ Sterf via email or something and at least try to get some kind of quote from him of just like, and he's probably gonna, pad it. Whatever he says, he's gonna try to, lessen the impact. And I don't blame him, right? I say that, but I think he's doing it for free.
Yeah, he is. Because he's always mentioned as a special thanks and teaser. Yeah, not teasers. Sorry, like the credits of things. So I don't think he's
he
ever
gets paid actually.
Does he?
Does he, Sikro? Do you have a source on that?
So they pay him to find bugs that they don't fix. That's really funny.
He's a paid QA. Okay, I don't think he was paid at first, but I think he was doing it without them asking. So I'm guessing they started paying him with Ruin and Secret of the Mimic. Because that would be great if they paid him for that, because he's good at what he does. Wasn't Secret of the Mimic the first game he was credited for? Maybe. I don't know about Ruin.
He's credited for a lot of the weird spin-off, like, free games that Scott used to put out as being a tester for them. Yeah.
Books and Megacat? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, okay. If he's getting paid, then yeah, he's gonna soften whatever he says to me. I have to. I don't know how I'm gonna phrase the question, but we'll.
I saw someone in chat saying they wanted the Phisnom video, so we gotta.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I hope you're at least finding this stuff interesting. At least I do. And it's my stream.
Yeah. Yeah, banter's always fun.
Anyway, I should finish reading this first because I started reading it. It's unfortunate that constructive criticism is often taken as hating, especially in fandom as big as FNAF. Yep, and guess what happened when someone posted my Steel Wool video into the FNAF Reddit? They made up a bunch of things about the video in order to strawman me into hating the video. Things that didn't exist. Yeah, it's literal strawmanning.
The FNAF subreddit is just like absolute garbage. Like it's just to think that Scott like chose the FNAF subreddit as his like home of operations where he announces and says everything. Like it's just I don't know.
Well, I'm glad wet like wash. I'm glad you like the striped background. The striped background moves in the back too, if you guys see that. Isn't that cool? Hey guys, let's not watch the video. Let's look at this cool moving striped background. Isn't that neat? I might put a little bit of effort into these streams. Isn't that kind of cool? Okay.
One final thing I'll say real quick is that apparently the FNAF subreddit r/Five Nights at Freddy's is like officially acknowledged by Scott as the FNAF subreddit. Like it's not just a place he posts things. Like apparently at some point it was officially acknowledged to be like the official sub. I don't
Makes
know if that
sense.
has like implications for how it's moderated, because there is some concerning moderation decisions that happened over its lifetime.
Oh yeah, there was no way they have good mods. No way.
Yeah, no. They like literally like obscured like spoilers and information like from the community for like months. Like they found things and just never told people and kept it a secret. But that's for another time. We're getting distracted.
All right, let's continue.
I've replayed Good Game. Hell, it's a great one. Ever since I streamed it on release day, I've replayed it several times just because it's that fun to play. The story is heartfelt and tragic.
Pausing already. The second half of the game has heartfelt and tragic elements. I've mentioned this plenty of times. I like the Edwin characterization. They do a good job with it.
Gameplay is engaging and genuinely terrifying at a point.
Disagree.
The story is heartfelt and tragic, the gameplay is engaging and genuinely terrifying at points, the setting rocks, the soundtrack is amazing, and its deeper implications and lore details make every single FNAF game that has come before it better. It is genuine.
Does it do that? Make previous the lore stuff?
Make every setting rocks, the soundtrack is amazing, and its deeper implications and lore details make every single FNAF game that has come before it better.
No. It's the start of a new story. I don't understand why it's the start of a new story.
I kind of agree with him. I think what it does to fill in for like Williams Afton's character, setting up him and Henry,
yeah, because the design, like, Fiona making the designs for the animatronics, and then Afton kind of going behind his back with the employees. Like, okay.
Like Afton's role slipping from a mad scientist guy in Sister Location most of the books to sort of sleazy snake oil salesman, which is a term Scott has actually used officially for Afton before, is a snake oil salesman. From that role for him makes sense, and I'm glad they kind of put him in that with this story.
Okay, I forgot about those parts. I should put that in the document. So I remember to mention that in the. I don't know which parts of the story I'm going to mention in the case study. It's going to be mostly about the gameplay, and I'm trying not to overbloat my videos. Designs. Okay.
It is genuinely Steelwool's crowning achievement and full-on redemption.
It's not necessarily the start of a new story, but there's kind of connections that show probably very connected to Security Breach in retrospect. Is it actually I guess with the Mimic AI stuff. I don't know. I like to pretend that Ruin and Security Breach don't exist in terms of the story, because they didn't really have stories, so I guess they're just trying to connect things in a weird way. Secret of the Mimic should just kind of be the beginning of something new, is really what it should be.
It is genuinely Steelwool's crowning achievement and full-on redemption piece after the absolute nightmare disaster that was Security Breach and its Ruin DLC. But I'm worried. Worried that if I don't plant my flag on the ground with this video and actually explain why this is the best FNAF game right here, right now, while this game is fresh in everyone's memories, most fans are just going to let it pass by and not even bother to appreciate it for what it is. The current state of the FNAF community...
no, it's a new FNAF game. That's not going to happen.
...community has set this game up to fail. Hard. Streamers and content creators looking for an easy Security Breach 2 to make fun of just aren't getting the glitchy disaster they can make videos with. Speedrunners have already found ways to skip the entire game to get the fastest any % times. Steelwool's lack of optimization on...
I don't know why he brings that up as a point. That's just speedrunning in general.
The entire game to get the fastest any % times. Steelwool's lack of optimization on release is preventing people with lower end PCs from actually enjoying this game properly.
Lower NPCs.
On release is preventing people with lower NPCs.
Oh, lower end PCs. Okay. It sounds like saying lower NPCs.
It does sound like lower NPCs. Also, I'm not sure what he means when he talks about like people like looking for a game to make fun of that's glitchy and buggy. I really didn't see that on release. Like it maybe.
No, people want to see at least despite me ramming Security Breach and Ruin and Steel Wool in 3 videos, I keep saying I want them to succeed. I want them to make a good game. I don't know content creators who are like, yeah, I mean, are content creators acting like that?
I guess. I've never seen it.
You did? A lot of people coming into this hoping for a bad game. Hoping for a bad game, really? Or are they just looking forward to like bugs for someone like Backseat Streams and Astral Spiff for content stuff? Is it? I'm guessing people were wondering about that or something. I did see people upset that Secret of the Mimic wasn't SB levels of bad because now it's just mid and not enjoyable anymore, except I don't understand that because SB was literally unplayable. Yeah. Yeah, because SB was so broken, that's how it became entertaining. Is FNAF in that period where now it's just like, instead of being entertainingly bad, it's just like kind of mid and boring? Is that why people are saying that?
I think there is merit to preferring something being entertainingly bad than to painfully mid. I think there's an argument to that.
Yeah, the glitches and bad design of SB and Ruin was what made those games worth playing at all, is what you think he's saying? Gotcha. Yeah. True. And to be clear, yeah, Tom, even if Security Breach wasn't broken, it's still a horrible game. 100%. That's probably why my Security Breach video blew up, which I did not expect at all. When I released that, I did not expect it to blow up. I did not intend it. I kind of released that video already being sick of working on it, and I was just going to work on the next video. Believe it or not.
We're going to be here all night. We've taken a half an hour to get a minute in.
Yes. Yes. Let's continue.
I'm actually enjoying this game properly. Nostalgia-blended adults obsessed with Click Team-era games are calling this game like a generic Poppy Playtime clone. And don't even get me started on the lore bookworms and theorists who are just throwing their hands up in the air and calling the story garbage because it deviates from their little Goosebump stories or Wattpad fanfic headcanons.
Okay, I think he's right there. You were saying that people in the community were getting mad that this game actually has a story for the first time.
Yeah, yeah, no, he's right.
Which people don't seem to understand. Ideally, you have a good story, and then you have more that people can dig into.
I think
that's
right
what you want. But you were saying that like the story kind of contradicts the book and headcanon and theory stuff, so people got mad at that.
Yeah, it trashes all over them, and people hate it for that.
This has become an EFAP. Yeah, we're only 1 minute in. Yeah, indeed.
Maybe we can get Mahler to do a 7-hour review of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
Yeah, let's bring Mahler into the stream. Let's do it. You feel like he's exclusively getting opinions from like people on Twitter? Probably. I'm kind of disconnected from like...
No.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really trust a lot of the, well, obviously Twitter, Reddit, the community gets a little...
I've dealt, Chad, I can say this. I've dealt firsthand with the FNAF community. They're ravenous if you're like anywhere like really negative about any of the games. They will rip you apart if you dare say that like, I don't know, System Location or Security Breach are like terrible games, which they are. But again, we're getting into the weeds.
Yeah. Time lost. I don't want to deviate too far. You have a statement on NetEase whole "we don't use EOMM announcement." My instinctive reaction is I would not trust such a large Chinese company with anything they say at all. They have an entire matchmaking department. They have extensive research on all that stuff. And they might be kind of skirting it by saying EOMM or whatever. They call it different names. And they might just be trying to befoozle people by using specific words as loopholes or whatever. But again, Chinese company, you can't trust them. Anyway, I think the evidence is quite clear. And just from like personally and from, the countless anecdotal evidence online, but when I play the game, I feel it. Like the Marvel Rivals is so not fun because I feel you can feel whether you're gonna win or lose, or it's always a steamroll, right? At least I don't play ranked. I don't play competitive.
I
I'm
like
talking about the
Marvel
quick
Rivals,
play,
but I completely agree with you. It is always a steamroll one way or the other.
Yeah, and I'm not the only one who thinks this, but what's an EOMM? Well, I have a whole case study about that. It's a doozy. Okay.
They're little goofs who are just throwing their hands up in the air and calling the story garbage because it deviates from their little goosebump stories or Wattpad fanfic headcanons. Of course, people are allowed to dislike a game, obviously. I just think that the Discord surrounding Secret of the Mimic has made most corners of the FNAF fanbase just completely unpleasable. Like, it has set this expectation that if this game isn't the second coming of Christ that perfectly makes everyone happy, it means that it's the worst thing ever.
Or just a decently made game would be okay.
And that to me is incredibly unfair. Especially for a game I can see was made with so much love and attention from the...
We're not going to talk about all the QA and details and bugs and the stuff they purposely left in, like the whole house section that has the botched audio and the constant audio glitches throughout the second half of the game, and the fact that there hasn't been any patches to fix any of the obvious problems that they just kind of left in.
I'm kind of surprised that he's making this argument, considering that's like one of the biggest like criticizable arguments that people make about a security breach is that they were so passionate about making the Pizzaplex, so therefore it must be good. I know that's not exactly his argument that he's making here, but it does sound similar to those, and I think I kind of agree with him that, yeah, you can see the passion in at least like the art direction and the level design.
Yeah, you can see the passion every now and then, but again, they're a studio of artists, right? Like the environments, yet they look good. The details of things they place around the areas look good. I'm not saying they're not like passionate about what they do, but
they're passionate, they're just not competent.
Yes. But also, I kind of question some of the passion, again, with the things there's some very obvious stuff that they definitely purposely left in just so they can release the game and then come back to a few months down the line, I guess. But anyway, this intro section is kind of weird. Like, I'm tempted to sometimes rant about certain things in my videos that I end up cutting out. You know, obviously some things get left in every now and then, and I'm not saying my videos are perfect. I saw someone in chat say that this is kind of weird, and I agree.
Especially for a game I can see was made with so much love and attention from developers who genuinely want to do right by their fans, you know? So with this video, I want to put my...
Oh, you did not just say make right by your fans.
If you wanted to do right by your fans, you would have fucking fixed Security Breach and not left it with
Security Breach,
content.
Ruin. I put all of Scott and Steel Wool's quotes in my Ruin video and my Steel Wool video, and at the very end of the Ruin video, if you guys want like a refresher of everything that Scott has said, saying like, "Oh, we made up for Security Breach with Ruin." Are you kidding me?
No, fuck no.
That's gross.
Thumb on the scale, and with the little influence I have, help people see the vision of this game and the things that genuinely made me fall in love with it. So,
just like genuinely are like children, where they just get distracted by the new shiny toy. Like Ruin was the new shiny toy, and it distracted people from the fact that Security Breach was this massive $40 project that was just completely fucked, and they never bothered to fix it. Like, it just distracted people from the fact that the base product that they paid for is garbage.
Mm-hmm. He sounds like one of the big FNAF tubers, people who are being paid and are used due to their fan status to get away with things. Yes, but for context, Phisnom is not one of those people. Phisnom speaks his mind 100%. You know, credit where credit's due, he speaks his mind.
Of these content creators. Again, though, I'm just kind of surprised because, like, literally, Ruin is like, okay, you go to a restaurant, you order your food, you get your food, the food's gross, it's rotten, and then you say, hey, can you fix my dish? You gave me rotten food. But instead, the waiter brings out a dessert. Like, no, I want my main course meal. I want you to fix my meal. I don't need a dessert.
And then the dessert gives you rabies.
Yeah. Yeah, the dessert is like some cheap frozen cake that doesn't even taste good. Like, it's got a little bit of freezer burn on it.
You know who wanted to do right by their fans? The devs of No Man's Sky, who spent years adding free updates to put in everything that was promised. 100%. Granted, you can criticize the lead Sean guy a lot for how he handled it. But I'm glad that the game at least did well enough for them to put in those free updates to do what they promised. Unlike Security Breach, which earned Steel Wool and Scott millions and millions of dollars, and what did they do with that? Well, they certainly didn't make it right by their fans. Oh, I've talked about this plenty, guys. Let's move on.
Pay attention!
Ah!
And let me explain to you, point by point, from the mouth of an old, disgraced former FNAF fan and now moderately successful internet microcelebrity, why Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is the best game in the franchise. And if you disagree with me, you're wrong.
Just for context, that was a joke that he said, you know.
Also, spoilers for the entire game. I'm not gonna hold back in talking about literally everything that's on my mind. So spoilers, if you haven't played the game already, you've been warned.
Okay. 3-minute intro.
Secret of the Mimic has a very straightforward...
Where he rants about the fandom.
main plot. And not only that, since it's set before any other FNAF game in the timeline, it's...
Hold on, the story? Okay, the first section is the story. 16 minutes, and then the gameplay. 15 minutes about the gameplay, the gushing, the lore, the issues, The conclusion? Okay.
Genuinely a perfect jumping on point for anyone confused or intimidating by the current gigantic, insurmountable mess of a plot the previous games in the series have ended up creating. Taking place during the late 70s, the player takes the role of Arnold, a technician working overtime hours for Fazbear Entertainment, sent to retrieve company assets locked inside of Murray's Costume Manor, a manufacturing facility for the creation and sale of entertainment mascots. Throughout the game, you are guided to a manufacturing facility to retrieve company assets locked inside of Murray's
Murray. Throughout the playthrough, I called it Murray, or something like that, as a joke. Isn't it Murray?
He's Chilean, but I don't know how much that factors into his pronunciations of things.
Yeah, I'm kind of legitimately asking because I might be mispronouncing it. I thought it was Murray.
It's Murray.
Okay. Pronounced Murray. Okay. I'm not making fun of him here. I was just legitimately curious. You know, I'm trying to be fair here. You know.
Costume Manor, a manufacturing facility for the creation and sale of entertainment mascots. Throughout the game, you are guided by Dispatch, who explains to you that the owner of this facility has cut communications with...
Is the first 16 minutes of this game just a recap of the story?
Fazbear Management. At the same time, and totally not related to this, a monster has been set loose inside of the manor. The Mimic! An incredibly advanced piece of technology that can fit inside any costume and emulate any character's personality. This mimic endoskeleton has been hunting and killing anyone unfortunate enough to enter this abandoned factory, and stuffing the corpses of its victims inside the many costumes littered around MCM's cramped halls. And now it's your job to break in.
I did like that detail of seeing the previous people stuffed in the costumes. It's good environmental storytelling, I think.
With your company-issued data diver tool, explore each area of the factory, learn the secrets hiding inside, locate Fazbear's prized property, and hopefully find a way to put a stop to the Mimic. After this initial setup, the plot of the game follows a pretty predictable formula. As per the typical FNAF rules, you must survive from 12 to 6 AM inside of the manor, with each hour forcing you to go into different areas of the facility to upgrade your data diver and get access to higher level security doors. All the while going up against the Mimic, who assumes the forms of the many characters formerly owned by MCM. The structure of the game reminds me a lot of games like Resident Evil 7, Outlast, and Alien Isolation, being pursued relentlessly by maniacs and monsters in a claustrophobic maze-like location that you must unravel.
Those comparisons are rough because the gameplay from those games aren't really in Secret of the Mimic.
From the inside like a puzzle box. As you progress and get more intimately familiar with the space.
Keep in mind, when he's explaining that stuff, he's showing the Jackie section. Usually you want to show, you know, for video essays, you want to show what you're talking about on the screen. Which makes me believe he thinks this Jackie section counts as those sections, but this is as linear as it gets. The entire Jackie section there's no gameplay, it's run in a straight line kind of deal.
By maniacs and monsters in a claustrophobic maze-like location that you must unravel from the inside like a puzzle box. As you progress and get more intimately familiar with the space around you, notes and tapes clue you into the history of the facility, and, more importantly, its owner. Edwin Murray, an eccentric yet brilliant man, is what the entire game revolves around. Edwin Murray is also, far and away, the best written character in the entirety of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise.
I would agree with that. Yeah,
also,
100%.
To add on something from the previous point, I think the problem with this game, and it's kind of because it was made for VR originally, is that none of the areas really properly interconnect. Like, you can't walk from one area to another seamlessly. There's so many airlocks and loading areas that pretty much every map in the game is like its own set piece, and nothing ever opens up. Like, you can't get chased by Chica all the way back to the warehouse because of how the loading works. And stuff like that. Like, it's all very bits and pieces.
Yeah, which, you know, using airlocks I think is fine. But
yeah.
Because, you know, I like the fact that you can go back to previous areas and open up new secret areas. I think that's neat. Yeah, this is his first scripted video. Yeah, I mean, I guess just take that as like as constructive, right? You know, yeah. I guess there's nothing else to say about that.
Also, yeah, Edwin, best character in FNAF, but that's a bar in hell where William Afton is.
Franchise. Not that the best written character in the entirety of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Not that he had much competition, honestly. I mean, since before this point, the most personality any of the main characters in the FNAF storyline have displayed can best be described as hype moments and aura, or evil British Barney the dinosaur. Edwin Murray stands out not only as the FNAF character with the most backstory, dialogue, and insight into his personality and beliefs, but also as the poster boy for Scott Cawthon's first actual attempt within the main series of games in creating a coherent story with themes and ideas that a normal person can understand without actually having to consult a MatPat video. Or I guess a game theory video now.
I guess I would agree with all the Edwin stuff he's been talking about.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the theme... I mean, the mimic theme is expressed in the game. And, you know, I guess keep in mind we're just talking about Edwin at this point. You know, the theme doesn't really extend much to the gameplay. You know, the costume swapping does. That's consistent with the theme. But, yeah, I would agree with the Edwin stuff, I think. Edwin is a mixed bag. Even then, there's a lot of lines and voice direction choices that just plain suck. But there's some choice cuts that were pretty good. I still prefer Phone Guy. Yeah, there was one in particular. Yeah, when he was saying, Fiona, why did you go to Fall Fest? Why did you have to be there? Because that's where she died. And that's the one that stood out to chat. When that happened about like that not being very good, but I think Edwin had good delivery overall. I think. What are you saying?
Oh yeah, sorry. I can add to this real quick. So during the Sister Location era, Scott did not tell the voice actress for Baby what her role was in the story, which is insane, in my opinion. Like, you can do that, but it just kind of shows that, like, Scott, with his voice actors and voice actresses, he just kind of takes their audio files, asks them to record, like, the lines, and then drops them in. Because there's a Mr. Hippo line that's in Ultimate Custom Night where, like, the voice actor takes a sip of water, and it's just, like, left in the take.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because he doesn't edit the audio files at all.
That's funny. Yeah, Scott's bad at communicating. Yeah, it seems like it. But yeah, him just not editing the audio files, that's crazy. Did he not listen through it?
I guess not, because a lot of the voice lines for Ultimate Custom Night had all sorts of voice filters of various qualities.
To be fair, Mr. Hippo would be the kind of guy to do that. That's true. Was that on purpose then?
Maybe. It's hard to know, honestly.
It's hard to know. Wait, I want to hear that. I do kind of want to hear that. You know, links won't work in chat, but I mean, I'll watch it at the end if someone wants to link it in the Discord, I guess. I guess where would you link it? I guess the forum called Stream Episode Discussions. That's pretty explicit. If you want to, of course, no, you guys don't have to. It's just, it kind of sounds interesting / funny. Yeah, to be fair, the game has probably hundreds of voice lines. Yeah, Ultimate Custom Night. Yeah, you probably only listened to it once before adding it. We'll be here forever, won't we?
A genius inventor in a world of opportunists and now. Born a genius inventor in a world of opportunists and snakes, with very nerdish and nervous mannerisms, seemingly more comfortable around machines than people and yet still obsessed with wanting to please everyone around him, and rocking a massive inferiority complex with big shoes to fill after inheriting his father's company, Edwin is who you hear from the most from the tapes and logs you collect through the game. Slowly, as you walk through the collapsing ruins of what used to be his empire, you gradually get to piece together his story. A story about careless mistakes made by a good man that end up hurting the people around him. A story about the dangers of overexerting yourself to please others. Neglecting the love of family and friends to chase the validation of clients and business partners. A creator losing himself to his work while loved ones slowly stop trusting him or are taken from him by tragedy and conspiracy. Edwin Murray has such a presence in this game, his entire character bleeds into almost every part of the factory. Pictures of him and his wife decorate the office spaces. There's cute little robot bear characters called Mr. Helpful and Mrs. Helpful, loaded with recordings of him and his wife, helping to guide employees on what to do around the facility. Edwin's breakout invention, this little cleaning robot dude you can pet in game, is present in every main hub area. Hell, there's even a golden statue of it in the lobby. There's huge, almost completely automated showrooms made to sell potential customers on Murray's products. But they're so flashy and interactive, it almost feels like Murray built them to entertain children. Like an over-imaginative kid building his dream roller coaster ride to try and impress his friends. The entire structure and security hierarchy of the building operates in this all sense. Building his dream roller coaster ride to try and impress his friends.
I think all the showrooms were to show people, his stuff so that they can purchase it. I guess he's not necessarily wrong.
Yeah, he's just making like he's kind of like saying, "Oh, it's kind of like this." He's not saying that.
Like it's grandiose and
yeah,
fair. Yeah, to be fair, the showrooms weren't that cool. That's funny. Is that what he said?
Building his Murray products, but they're so automated showrooms made to sell potential customers on Murray's products.
Okay, he did say that, but he followed up with something that I don't think there's evidence for, but he's not necessarily wrong, I don't think.
They're so flashy
well, he seems
and interactive.
very passionate about his inventions.
Yeah, passionate about his inventions.
Murray built them to entertain children. Like an over-imaginative kid building his dream roller coaster ride to try and impress his friends.
Okay.
The entire structure...
Maybe I shouldn't have paused it there. Well, I'm not perfect. You guys should ban me from my own stream, probably.
And security hierarchy of the building operates in this almost Disneyland theme park style pass system. Every employee grouped and marked with these logos meant to represent your role within the company. With even the logo for executive access level and the logo for the entire company itself being styled after Murray's iconic nerdish bow tie. I just can't believe this guy. Alongside Edwin,
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, the company logo, I see it now, is the bow tie. The executive access? Why aren't you showing the exec... Oh, I see it now. He should have showed the executive access on screen.
Yeah, I don't know why...
but you can see, you can see there that it is a bow tie. I didn't really put that together. That's interesting detail. Cool. Cool.
within the
That is
company.
cute.
With even
Cute,
the
dude. I agree,
logo for
Spacey.
executive access level and the logo for the entire. I just can't believe this guy. Alongside Edwin, we also get to learn about his late wife Fiona, who in many ways completed Murray perfectly before she passed away. Fiona is the sweetest, most empathetic and kind person in the entire franchise. You can hear her throughout the game giving the player advice in these little pre-recorded employee guide tapes, where she apologizes for troubling you and tries to guide you gently out of dangerous situations. Every time you hear Fiona speaking, you can hear just how much she went out of her way to care for the employees of MCM, always trying to remind Edwin to put on safety measures to keep everyone safe from his wacky retro-futuristic machines. Treating everyone with respect and inviting employees to birthday parties and get-togethers at the family's estate. Fiona is also just such a charming character all onto her own though. Outside of her kindness, you get to learn about her passions for character design, being responsible for the 2D artwork and designs for many of Murray's most successful projects, her talent for making puppets, her unwavering optimism and ability to work around Edwin's most self-destructive tendencies to keep things together. You can really feel like she was the heart of the company, and how her death marked the start of darkness for MCM. Through Edwin and the tragedy of his family, we also get to learn about the game.
Why does Phil keep saying that this game has the best characters in the franchise when this is the only game that has characters? That's funny. I think he admitted to that. Even he did admit that in the video. To be fair,
Yeah.
like he's not saying that. Like, yeah, it is true. To be fair, Phisnom here is he did admit that.
Titular mimic. And I gotta be honest, I'm impressed with how Steelwool and Scott managed to completely sell me on this guy as the new antagonist for FNAF moving forward in just one game. If you've been anywhere close to FNAF for the past few years, you've probably heard about the Mimic through memes and shitposts made about him. Which, yes, might have helped out in putting him on people's radar as a character that exists and is gonna be important moving forward. They kinda honestly just set him up to be a walking joke. Secret of the Mimic, though, pulls out all the stuff.
Yes, he was a joke in Ruin.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get into Ruin.
Just set him up to be a walking joke. Secret of the Mimic, though, pulls out all the stops to make this little toaster as terrifying and interesting as possible, acting as your relentless pursuer throughout the entire game. It's just so cool that even though in each chapter you're going up against a whole rogues gallery of characters, each with different personalities and mechanics, that they are all still technically just one entity, one that is incredibly adaptable and just can't help itself and perfectly...
Kinda? I think they're still their own characters, but like they only turn evil because of the Mimic. I guess Nurse Dolly, the Mimic, is literally controlling her, but...
one entity, one that is incredibly adaptable and just can't help itself.
But it only really comes across with the costume swapping, though. Because you could say, like, Nurse Dolly, Big Top, and Jackie would be the same with or without the Mimic, so it doesn't really get that Mimic feeling across. Huh?
Because he's controlling them and making them do all the stuff they're doing.
He is what... I guess the Mimic does make them evil. I don't know. Am I crazy? I just don't really feel it as much. But... And the costume swapping didn't really, you know,
I guess.
expand.
I guess they're functionally indistinguishable, but the implication is that they're acting the way they are because Mimic is either literally controlling them or some facet of his programming is overtaking them.
Mimic just gives them movement, doesn't really add personality. I mean, I don't really feel like this franchise needs developed characters, and what I'm hearing Phil say so far is that the game is good because the characters are good. He's just talking about the story so far, and he's just given credit to Edwin, and now he's giving credit to the Mimic, which, I mean, hey, developed characters are great. The story is still incredibly important in games as a medium, you know?
Yeah.
I would say this franchise definitely needed developed characters because it has none. Which, again, Phil admits to. So, I'm happy about that. Yeah, using the idea of other characters to hide himself. Yeah. He adapts to the character he's playing. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's true that Mimic, yeah, the Mimic like mimics the personality. I guess it's most prominent with Nurse Dolly, to be fair, right? Because Dolly's normally on the tracks, and then the Mimic kind of takes it over and like walks around with Dolly, mimicking Dolly's voice and stuff. So I guess to be fair, that presence is felt there. Big Top and Jackie, I think, are different because I don't think the Mimic is inside of them. I just think it's kind of like what they mimic AI influence kind of thing. So because do we know if M2 was actually like in Jackie and Big Top? Yeah, they're not supposed to move. Well, yeah, but like when she becomes evil or whatever, Jackie pulls herself off of the box. She never has feet. She just drags herself, you know. So. It's in Jackie? How does the Mimic, how does M2 like fit inside of them? That's crazy. Oh, you're right. He can compress a lot, can't he? Like in the secret ending. Yeah, the Mimic's eyes in Jackie. I mean, that could have just changed from the Mimic AI or whatever it is. Because I assume that's what's happening with the costumes, right? It's just like... The Mimic isn't... We don't ever see the Mimic go in and out of the costumes, right?
I don't think we do.
Yeah, so that means that it's not literally the Mimic controlling the costumes. So, by that logic, the animatronics might not have M2 literally in them, except Nurse Dolly. I don't know. Yeah, we see it go out at the end of Dolly. Yeah, I'm talking about Jackie and Big Top, but... Anyway, I guess it's not really important. I'm just kind of... This is not necessarily a criticism. I'm just talking about... I'm just talking.
We all do a little talking.
We do a little talking around here. Yeah, it is controlling Big Top. I guess I'm just wondering how it's controlling them. Because I guess it could be inside, but I also get the feeling it's like remote control, kind of like with the costumes. Because the costumes, it can't be the Mimic in them because they activate and deactivate without M2 moving between them. You know what I mean? Unless that's like a plot hole. But
I think there might be some plot holes with this game, honestly.
You like the Ratatouille theory? That would be funny. It's always the Mimic. Alright, I guess we will continue. Oh yeah, Harrison, yeah, mimic Ratatouille Big Top's theory. The mimic just teleports like every other animatronic in Steel Wool universe. That's great. That's great. I think Steel Wool wants you to think the mimic is actually going in and out of all the costumes. Just didn't show that well at all.
Yeah.
You might be right.
That's why I think they wanted to show off.
It doesn't come across at all, though.
I guess because they kind of wanted to keep the design a secret, because they never showed the actual mimic's model in any of the marketing material, aside from its eyes.
Yeah, until Dolly, I guess.
Yeah.
When Dolly gets out of
And
it.
even that one's, like, missable, so I think they kind of wanted to keep it, like, secret. But that kind of comes as, like, a sacrifice to the immersion of it, like, going between the costumes and stuff.
They just didn't want to animate it going in and out.
Yeah, it would be it would require actual like animation and a ton of like.
I mean, yeah, because how would you program something like that? I think it is kind of better to think about it as remote control in that case. I guess I'm just thinking from a gameplay perspective, but they don't show the mimic entering costumes so that you won't know which one he's in until it starts to move. Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking from a gameplay perspective that it makes sense to have them deactivate and activate without showing the mimic. But again, that only makes sense from a story perspective if the mimic is controlling them remotely through the system or whatever. Alright. Be cool if they had a line of text that said this costume's are remote controlled or whatnot. Yeah. Anyway.
Often technically just one entity, one that is incredibly adaptable and just can't help itself in perfectly assuming the personas of these characters. This thing will get smashed, beaten, crushed of these characters.
So is that M2? Because you guys said that Jackie's eyes changed, right? So is that M2 inside that mask? Is it possible to tell?
It's meant to be.
Oh, those are M2's eyes.
It's like the spring look suits. You're not meant to know how it works. I don't think.
I guess the mimic just kind of fits in there. What about with the springy hands though? Does the M2's arms fit through the springy arms?
M2 has springy arms.
Oh, I guess because M2 can elongate, right, as well. Does he do that with the springy arms?
He has a springy arms.
Yes, he's in them guts. The swirly eyes, it's M2. Gotcha. The mimic is magic, yeah. Has Gomu. Inspector Gadget. I love it. Probably connect the hardware like arms to his body. Yeah. I suppose it makes sense. Can't even grab. Yeah, I guess the M2 would be limited to what Jackie can do normally. Can Jackie normally grab? Like in their normal operation? I don't know, because we don't see her normal operation. But we don't know if she has opposable thumbs and movable fingers.
Smashed, beaten, crushed, burnt to a crisp, and molten.
That makes me laugh every time where she just gets pummeled with 3 separate pieces of trash as she goes back.
This thing will get smashed,
so dumb.
Beaten, crushed, burnt to a crisp, and molten.
Like why? Where does that come from?
But we'll still get right back up and chase you as if nothing had happened. You can find letters around the facility written by other Fazbear technicians sent to do the same job you are doing right now, talking about their experiences with the Mimic.
I do like that detail, how like Fazbear keeps sending in people and not telling them that other technicians have been failing and dying.
Yeah, we do a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, that's definitely a Fazbear thing to do.
The same job you are doing right now, talking about their experiences with the Mimic, how scared and backed into a corner they felt.
Oh yeah, the Digityper throw. You're right.
Now, talking about their experiences with the Mimic, how scared and backed into a corner they felt by this thing in their final moments before getting caught, only to then stumble upon their corpses literally strung up by hooks and chains.
This was a good one. Opening this door and seeing this one hanging. Good environmental details. Steelwool can do that sometimes.
The ceiling not 5 minutes later. Through the tapes and emails you collect,
if there's not a scare cord associated with it.
You also get to learn about the history of the Mimic, being this sort of masterpiece amalgamation of all the learning smart tech that Edwin had developed over the years working for MCM. Coat racks being able to change their shape to fit any item of clothing, cute plushes that repeat any voice or sound they hear, automated coffee machines that constantly gather data from their owners and change their recipes to suit each user's preference. Vacuums that can shrink to any size and easily navigate the tight spaces of a family home.
It's all
of these revolutionary aspects present in Edwin's previous inventions are now all combined for an all-purpose animatronic entertainer. It's a concept I find so cool because it really shows the work Edwin had put in throughout his life as an inventor. With all these tiny little pieces of the Mimic idea present in his previous works, it makes the creation of the Mimic feel like the logical endpoint of Edwin's career. An inevitability just waiting to surface from a spark of inspiration born from the friction of grief striking against the creator's heart. Combined all these things with a pretty sick redesign from its Ruin debut, sporting large, glowing, spiraling, burning core.
I think I agree. I like the Mimic design way more than Ruins.
Oil-looking orange eyes, and an endoskeleton rig that can truly be extended and contorted to fit any of the costumes and characters in the game, and you have one of the most iconic FNAF antagonists since Springtrap.
Oh, he showed the picture! He showed the picture! I mean, he's right, though. Springtrap is such a great design. When FNAF 3 came out, back in the FNAF trilogy of games.
One of the things I love the most about the Mimic in this game is how it operates in a way that leaves room for a lot of interpretation about what it's actually thinking. The voice lines as it chases you are all a combination of these many characters you meet in the game, but garbled and stitched up in a way to communicate how this thing sees hunting you as almost like a kid playing a game of hide and seek. There's even a moment in the game where a character sinisterly describes the Mimic's MO of killing you and stuffing you into a costume as a conscious choice to put you in a body that fits you best, carefully studying your personality and behavior so that it can pick out which Murray-Co character you'd most likely represent before it seals you inside of it. Which is such a cool concept, I can't believe...
Is that real? Where does it say that in the game?
Oh, when you're going through the tunnels, after the parachute ending. Well, right as the parachute ending starts, it talks about
M1
which
tells
one
us.
will pick for you.
Oh, okay. That is cool. Which suit will he choose? Yeah, okay.
You weren't paying attention. Skill issue.
I mean, I remember it now. That was just one like line within M1's many things that is said during that part. Yeah, that dialogue was left so vague. I never understood what it meant until Phil's video. Yeah, to be fair, it's like, you know, a line kind of thrown in there that's easy to forget. So it is cool to hear Phil talking about that. You know. Thanks, JP, with the callback to that comment. Don't worry, guys. I was drinking for half the stream. I wasn't paying attention. Why would the Mimic do that, though? As he said, it's like, I guess M2 studies people, right? It's kind of built into what M2 is. Studies and mimics, and it's like the culmination of what Edwin has built.
It seals you inside of it. Which is such a cool concept, I can't believe nobody is talking about it more. And
that's right. I was also, someone said, I forget exactly. But we do see that with the Recovery Team 12, you know, throughout the game of like the past people stuffed into their different, like the different costumes, which you could say that's like random, but you know, M1 saying that, like, which costume will you choose? It's, people are probably not talking about it as much because it's not really emphasized other than that one line. Because during the game, when you see people stuffed in the suits, you could just say there's no indication that those suits have purpose to them. Which I guess then, if you want to, like, that would maybe be a world building avenue. During the game of like, oh, who are these people and why are they in these certain suits or something? I don't know. So, you know, something. Sometimes I don't explain things very well.
Yeah. I don't know.
The one in the locker at the end of the game, in his log, he says he's going to get to the bonus even if it kills him, and then he is stuffed in a bee, and like M1 say, a busy bee. See, like, that's cool. Right? Yeah, like hearing a log of one of the, not hearing, seeing, I guess reading a log of one that died and got stuffed in a corresponding suit. That's kind of cool. Yeah, just, I guess, more of that, right? That's probably why people aren't talking about it as much. Although, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's such a cool concept, I can't believe nobody is talking about it more. And in one crucial moment near the end of the true ending, you get to hear the moment where the Mimic rebels against its own creator, setting off a bomb underneath his work desk that levels an entire room and leaves Edwin bleeding out on the floor with his lower half blown off. The Mimic then chooses to record its creator's dying, desperate...
Do we know if that's the origin of the bomb under the desk?
What is?
I guess it has to be if his legs were blown off.
Blown off.
It really did put bombs in their belongings.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this makes sense, yeah. Because does it explicitly say in the game that Edwin suffered the same leg injury that he injured M2 with? Or is this kind of implied from being applied from the books?
The leg injury thing is not in the books.
Yeah, M2 screwed with one of Edwin's experiments. Yeah. Oh, can't feel his legs. Okay, yes. Cool. To be clear, I'm not saying this as a criticism of this video or anything. I'm just talking. I don't want it to be misconstrued. Yeah, no, I mean, this moment This was one of the most effective moments in the game. I loved this moment of M2 interacting with Edwin.
A room and leaves Edwin bleeding out on the floor with his lower half blown off. The mimic then chooses to record its creator's dying, desperate cries for help, mocking him using his own voice and throwing back the same lines Edwin would use to dismiss his own son David when he wanted to play with his father.
Test. Journal entry. Too bad the new power test was a failure. Due to a minor detonation, there is damage to my office interior, as well as a small fire. Note to self, a portable cleaner that gets rid of smoke damage. Oh, better yet, a Cleanovac attachment.
Help! M2! Respond! Emergency! Call for help!
Daddy's busy, buddy. Why don't you go outside and play?
Please! I can't move. I can't feel my legs.
You know, speaking of legs, what do you think? I just finished mine. There are still a few kinks to work out.
You feel like Phil is pointing a lot of the best parts of the game, but I feel like there's such small parts of the game. Yeah, because you know, a big chunk of the game has doesn't really have much story in it, and not much world building either. Yeah, I think he is calling out, you know, the strongest bits of the story for sure. Because I think Edwin is strong. People related to Edwin is strong. And this moment is strong. But, you know, all the strong stuff kind of happens in the second half of the game. Which, you know, that one infamous comment in the first stream made me kind of realize when he said, oh, you're not even paying attention to the story. And I'm like, hold on. Has anything that really happened in the story? Not much has happened in the story at that point by the end of the first stream. But
Sorry, M2. I lost my temper. I was always gonna fix you. Please, call for help.
People critiquing on the video, even though we aren't done with even the first fourth. I mean, we're just, you know, just talking about the video as we're going along.
Yeah.
And a lot of the things I'm saying are not really critiquing the video itself, just to be clear. I've been trying to make that clear. So unless there's people in chat doing that, but I'm not currently seeing that.
M2.
That's fine, Luna. Everyone be nice in chat.
Yeah, be civil.
Be civil in chat. I'm not seeing, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm trying to pay attention to the video as well, so I'm probably not seeing all the messages. I apologize.
Respond!
Oh, can't right now, buddy. We can do something fun tomorrow. I promise. Ask your mom if she's not busy.
M2! Help!
Okay. That was good editing. I like that. Because that's the thing, that was like, that was people's react. At least that was like me and everyone in the co-hosting when he said that, when Edwin said that, right? Or not Edwin, M2 said that. It was brutal, man. Reacting to Edwin the same way Edwin reacted to or treated David. Brutal.
Ask your mom if she's not busy.
You
This disturbing, borderline spiteful mockery of Edwin and his mistakes, coupled with all the other odd behaviors displayed by the Mimic, really makes
Sorry guys, I'm just looking at chat real quick.
And his mistakes, coupled with all the other odd behaviors displayed by the Mimic, really makes you think, is this thing truly just malfunctioning? Is it just following its programming, mimicking the hatred and violence inflicted on it by its creator in a moment of weakness? Or is it aware of what it's doing, gleefully reveling in causing as much misery and pain to its victims as possible? All in all, the story of Edwin and the Mimic is such a perfect one for the world of FNAF. It gives me the same feelings as like the first Five Nights at Freddy's, getting to learn of the tragedy that happened within the restaurant through the newspapers you can find on cameras. Except instead of being a 1 in 1,000 chance impossible to read in-game Easter egg, it's front and center this time. You don't need books to understand this story. You don't need a YouTuber combing through the game frame by frame for Easter eggs to know what's going on. It's a simple story that you can engage with as deeply or as surface level as you want it to be, which is my favorite kind of storytelling in a horror game.
Alright guys, time for a 3-hour case study on the first 16 minutes of the video. No, I think he's spot on so far with the strong aspects of the story that he's covered. And again, you know, with me pausing and commenting and stuff, it's not a criticism of the video. Most of it is not a criticism of the video. And if it is criticism, it's intended as constructive criticism. I have nothing against Phisnom. This is just React content. That's all it is. React content.
Time for the part that you won't hear be talked about in any other video because...
Excuse me? I don't think he's seen my videos. Interesting.
Barely anyone actually plays these games. The gameplay!
He's right.
And I was not kidding at the start.
Was he being facetious?
Yeah, because FNAF fans literally like don't ever play the games.
Oh no, that. Oh yeah. That is, yeah. FNAF fans don't play the games themselves a lot of the time. Okay, yeah.
Because if they did,
I like that.
they wouldn't.
I like that jab. That was a funny jab.
If they did play them, they wouldn't think Security Breach and System Location are good games.
For his first scripted video, it's cool, honestly. Yeah, I mean, there was only like 1 or 2 spots where I thought he wasn't really showing what he probably should have been showing on screen, but yeah, I mean to be clear, like, and I'm willing to point that kind of stuff out just to be constructive and hope to see him make other video essays that are, you know, that improve over time, because that's what happened with me. I will be the first one to tell you guys my old videos suck. I don't like my old videos.
When I said this game is fun to play and that I've replayed it several times, it's just that good. If you have...
And, you know, don't misconstrue that to say that this video isn't good. I just realized I have to explicitly say that because I'm live on stream. And you know how people can be.
This game is fun to play and that I've replayed it several times. It's just that good. If you have played any other stealth horror game of the past 15 years, you'll probably be able to intuit the basic mechanics of this game pretty easily. You're a scared, defenseless dude that has to find many key items and solve puzzles to open the next door to progression while being stalked by the Mimic, with several traditional horror stealth game tools at your disposal to keep you from becoming its next unwilling fursuit friend. Obviously, you have your stationary distractions that can call the Mimic to a certain spot while you slip away unnoticed, things like character cutouts or bits of machinery.
Yeah, distraction mechanics, yeah.
You also have crates of toy Mayas that serve as throwable distractions, and of course, your typical horror game lockers and hiding spots that save you when you make a mistake and need a quick place to hide. The Mimic's AI, in and of itself, isn't really that much to write home about either. No. It's a fairly basic roaming AI that patrols the map looking for spots the player might visit. It cycles between these spots, mostly at random, listening in for any kind of noise the player might make on purpose or on accident. Once a Mimic catches a glimpse of you or hears a noise it's set to look out for, it will find the quickest path toward its target and make a mad dash.
Phisnom keeps jump scaring you with those awful images. I know, right? This gameplay section does not feel positive so far. Yeah, basic stealth gameplay needs more. And I think anyone who's played a lot of stealth games will tell you that as well. I wonder if he's played any of the Splinter Cell games. I'd be curious if he has.
Toward it, refusing to go back to its patrolling routine until it either spots you in the open or gets bored of investigating the area the noise came from. There's environmental hazards to watch out for as well. Proximity alarms that can help the mimic track you down. Things like mannequins, hanging chains, little toy cupcakes on roller skates and can produce noises when you get near them or touch them, alerting the mimic and sending him toward you.
I guess to be fair, there's sort of a variety of things that can cause noise.
All of this just sounds kind of trite. Especially if you're an avid horror game fan, especially if you're a streamer that's been forced to play these kinds of games by their audience every week. Hell, if you are one of those reacting to my video right now, I've probably already put some of you to sleep by the way I'm describing it. However, the devil's all...
At least he admits it.
In the details, my friends. The details of the level design! The costume manor is an iconic location.
Talking about the level design, I hope he talks about the hallway level design sometimes with these stealth sections. Because I think the captain section is actually does have good level design. I bet he's going to talk about that.
Is, in my opinion, only rivaled in detail and charm by other iconic horror locations, such as the Resident Evil Spencer Mansion, the Raccoon City Police Department, and Outlast Mount Massive Asylum. But beyond the aesthetics, I truly believe the strength of this game is in its level design. The environment helps to shake up the gameplay for every single area, and contribute to a steady ramp-up in difficulty that works by adjusting the terrain of the map, from benefiting the player, giving them ample opportunities to hide and duck away into cover, to benefiting the mimic, taking away your safe spots and replacing them with obstacles or proximity alarms.
Why is he showing the big top section during this?
I'm not sure.
Example, the first half of the game's maps are full of cover that you can hide behind even while you're standing up. Some areas are also divided into two.
You can't lean in the game.
Yeah, that is.
And if you peek around the corner, the mimic can see you because it's line of sight detection. I don't understand what he's saying here.
Full of cover that you can hide behind even while you're standing up. Some areas are also divided into two.
And even the Chica section doesn't. You can't really use the cubicles. Most of the cubicles you'll be spotted by Chica, and you have to use the. You have to rely on the lockers. That's what they're called.
Floors that you can go up and down to escape the sight of a wandering mimic. And if the thing is patrolling around an area, you need to...
Phisnom did say in the stream he wished you can lean in the game. It'd be very cool. Oh, that's good. Thanks for bringing that up. Glad to hear that.
Get through, you can easily use your toy mice to throw them up and down a floor to get them to run very far away, giving you ample time to complete your objective. Arnold throws like a geriatric, so most of the...
He's right about that. I was surprised, and I think Markiplier was surprised as well. I watched his playthroughs, so I'm going to mention him sometimes. At how, you throw things only a few feet in front of you, which is kind of funny.
The throwing is pretty bad.
Yeah, which from a gameplay perspective, could be fine if you build the game around it, but I didn't get that feeling.
Arnold throws like a geriatric, so most of the time the mice can only help you to get the mimic off your immediate location. But I love how helpful these things are in the early game just by simply using the map's elevation as a...
Because, I guess to expand on that, because you know what he was saying to get them off of your immediate location. I guess you could say you have to use rabies in a smart way compared to just throwing it across the map. But I mean, that's minimal in terms of benefits to a gameplay loop, I think. And I think a lot of that comes down to the level design of what does the level allow you to do, right? Most of the time, you're not going to be able to throw it very far in a level because you're going to hit a wall or something anyway. So, did I need to pause the video to say that? Probably not. Arnold throws like a 36-hour shift worker, to be honest. That's true. Give him a break. He's gone through a 36-hour shift. I'm glad you guys are on the same page. That's funny. Did someone say Femboy Arnold?
My God.
That's funny. Oh yeah. How are you leaving, Waylon? Thanks for joining. Yeah. I called the mouse rabies in the first stream, and I've been sticking to that.
Tool to lure the mimic out of the floor you're currently in, sending him very far away from you. As you continue through the game,
everyone needs to call it rabies in every community, and I can say, I did that. I made it official. Officially named rabies. Design frame approved.
Aim, however.
Good night, Fabi. Thanks for joining. I hope you guys are having fun here. You know, React content after going through the review document, then finishing Secret of the Mimic, and now some React content. We're doing everything this stream. Oh my gosh, I've been going for 6.5 hours. Uh-oh.
The map becomes much, boosting the map's elevation as a tool to lure the mimic out of the floor you're currently in,
Might be
sending
better
him
to put
very
the
far
video
away.
on a slightly faster speed.
Faster speed, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.25 or something.
I don't know. We gotta, you know. I don't want it to go too fast. Gotta lock in and pay attention to it, you know.
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure watching it at a faster speed results in less watch time for the YouTube algorithm. Just so you guys know, when you watch my videos at 2 times speed and you watch through the whole video, you're giving me half of the watch time. It hurts the video. At least I think that's how it works. That's how I've heard of how that works.
I watch everything on 2 times speed on YouTube. It's a character flaw of mine.
How could you guys? Your commentary related to gameplay is interesting. Your tired ramblings from streaming is hilarious. I'm glad, Atticus. Welcome back, Atticus. Well, I'm glad. I figure if it wasn't at least a little bit interesting, then I wouldn't have 100 people here right now. With the dead-eyed stare. Oh, you're not talking about me. The atmosphere and design philosophy reminded me of FNAF 1 with the constant paranormal stuff happening and creepy industrial noises, and the designs of the mascots have that same uncanny. I agree. I like the costume designs, not the animatronics, but the costume designs. I really like them. The paranormal stuff, though,
it's too subtle.
Yeah, the most they really do with that is like flickering lights and the occasional jumping box that Markiplier saw.
There's also the voices. I think
stuff like that. The voices, I guess, which was weird. I was like,
I think occasionally they should have had like a poster change or something, because that's what FNAF 1 had, and I think that was really effective.
Oh yeah, that's interesting because there's an interview with the old Silent Hill 1 and Fatal Frame developers or producers, the co-creators, and they were talking about how like changes in environments that you've already been in can be a really cool tool to use. So that would, you know, probably would have been a little bit better of a direction than constantly hearing David's voice over the speakers, because that's what it felt like over the speakers or something, even if it was paranormal. I don't know. Yeah, Spiff and Brit. Yeah, he talks a lot about that stuff. King of Comedy. Yeah. Yeah, you cut half of the video and it increases the watch time percentage. I mean, nobody is realistically going to be doing that, though. Should I do that for my next video? Oh, I'll release a 6-hour video, have everyone watch the full 6 hours, and then cut it in half. Boom. Algorithm shortcut. The last 3 hours, though, is just going to be a blank screen. It's like, hey, guys, just put this on your side bonnet, or just put this in the background, and just, you know, listen to that. Listen to the static I put in the... Maybe put some background music you guys can jam to while working on whatever. Okay, let's continue.
Away from you. Tool to lure the mimic out of...
Oh, anyway, I think I paused it for the reason of he's right for elevation being used in this little area here. I think I agree with that.
You're currently in, sending him very far away from you. As you continue through the game, however, the map becomes much more hostile towards the player. Lockers become less frequent, hallways get more cramped, and cover...
By cramped, do you mean linear? Scripted?
I guess you could mean that.
Like...
forces you to crouch much more often, limiting your movement options. You can go from needing to obtain a single item to progress, to scour...
I think that especially happens... Nurse Dolly, that doesn't really happen. Most of the Nurse Dolly area is hiding behind corners and not like under and not behind objects. But my immediate thought is the end of the game, the FNAF 1 recreation room with M2 wandering around, where you actually do kind of have to hide behind stuff. Which I thought is better than relying solely on lockers. Which area? I talked about this already. Like the Chica cupcake area, I thought they just relied on lockers there instead of making a more open space where you had to hide behind cubicles, because you can't actually hide behind the cubicles in that area. You're just going to get caught. So I thought that was a missed opportunity.
Options. You can go from needing to obtain a single item to progress, to scouring the map for multiple pieces to a larger puzzle, having to use levers and cranks that take some time to fully interact with, taking your attention away from the mimic and giving it more chances to spot you out in the open. You will also have to deal with moments where collecting...
That's fair. I mean, you have to explore this area to find everything, which I think is a good way to, you know, do that. You can play this game lockerless. Well, I'm sure you can. Yeah, feels a little dangerous.
Giving it more chances to spot you out in the open. You will also have to deal with moments where collecting an item or opening a door will produce a loud noise.
Is this footage 100% brightness? Because I was doing like what 60% brightness, and then I ended up towards the end of the last stream, I think I turned it up to like 70, 75 or something.
You might have just auto brightened it for YouTube, because YouTube darkens things.
Oh, YouTube does kind of mess up dark areas a little bit in videos.
Forcing you to act fast. Collecting an item or opening a door will produce a loud noise, forcing you to act fast and duck out of the way as the mimic will speed towards that location. I am also a big fan of the use of the security doors in this game. All throughout the factory you will find these FNAF 1 looking security doors that mark the start and end of a section. As I said before, each of these can't be opened until you gain access.
The one that he shows is not the start or end of a section. I don't know why he's showing this
security
one.
level. Each time they're
Yeah,
first
the
open,
editing
though,
is not-
these doors require you to hook your data.
Which, again, this is his first video essay. This is not.
Yeah. I'm not
constructive.
trying.
That's all.
Yeah. I really appreciate Phil. Like, it needs to be said again that, like, in a sea of content creators being so uncritical about things, it's very nice to have someone who is like that constant, like, more analytical force.
What, Phisnom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Each time they're first open, though, these doors require you to hook your data diver up to them and stand in place for a good while, which would probably not be a big deal, except most of these doors are very out in the open, and often cause these...
I agree. I think that's... it makes you, you know, pay attention before you open a door, because you have to spend time at it.
Very tense moments where the mimic will spot you from across the map and start sprinting towards you as the door scans your data driver.
Jump
so
scare.
once a door is open, you will be panicking, quickly trying to enter through as fast as you can, backing away from it so it can close before the mimic is about to get you. The game...
That second footage wasn't...
You can, backing away from it so it can...
Was a gate.
Close before the mimic is about to get you.
I agree with this point, though. What he was talking about before with kind of the positives of the gameplay, it just sounded like the standard stealth horror gameplay he was already describing as being nothing to write home about. But
the game also features heavy items you have to carry around with two hands, which prevents you from sprinting while you're holding the item and also prevents you from opening the security doors I mentioned earlier.
I agree with this. I think that's one of the reasons this captain area is strong, is because when you're two-handing those items and bringing them back, you can't sprint, which is interesting. I agree with that. You can tell it's 100% brightness because Arnold's glove is missing the grime and grease, and the models are weirdly flat. Gotcha. Oh, Luna, I think people who can just enjoy things are fine, but it's also important to have those who aren't afraid to be more analytical and critical. Yeah, and that's why I noticed that after, like, my, me being constructively critical of the Cuphead DLC series, I started having to put up, put an FAQ in the pinned comment. First of all, to admit, anything I missed, anything I got wrong, but also for clarifications for certain things. And there's a number 0 FAQ at the top of every pinned comment that just says, hey, you can enjoy it, but, it's still important to be, like, critical. It's still important to say that, hey, things can improve. You can like things more. Just because you like it doesn't mean it can't be better, right?
Yeah.
Right. And the point that a lot of people seem to not really, I'm trying to phrase this right. A lot of people seem to not understand at first, at least from what I've seen in some of the comments, is like, just because you like something, doesn't mean changes to it are going to affect that in a negative way. It will increase your enjoyment of it. Yeah, Andres. You can have fun with a bad game, just don't try to argue that the bad game is good. Yeah. Yeah, and I hate how abused the let people enjoy things thing is.
Yeah,
king,
that's
king
like
of
the
comedy,
worst
let
art.
people enjoy things and let people hate things are equally important phrases, yeah. Part of loving something for me is being able to criticize. Yeah, and that's I think that's a good way of phrasing it too, Luna. It's like, you know, me criticizing things and, you know, what I say in my videos is never out of hate. Obviously, you know. It's like, and you can probably hear it in my videos. I'm passionate about this stuff. At least I hope that is heard in my videos.
You wanna know what sucks? Speaking as someone who's like been a FNAF fan, people try and tell you to like just leave or like just give the series up or like, oh, you're not actually a fan of it when
Yeah, I
when you're
hate
like
that.
displeased with products.
It's like,
I've had countless FNAF fans tell me that, and it always like really upsets me.
we criticize because we like it, indeed, or we want something better for it, right? Sonic fans are bad with that too. Yeah, it's probably any fandom can be bad with that. But I really want to make case studies of the Sonic games. I would love to do that. Anyway, hopefully what I said makes sense. I never want to seem like I'm full of myself or anything. Obviously, I try to explain things in a way that I try to get it across to people, but you know, I also admit when I'm wrong. You know, it's a healthy balance. You'd love to see a case study of a Sonic game? I would love to as well. Please do one on Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh my goodness, I played that. I had that on the GameCube. Yes. I actually, like, at the time, I couldn't beat that game. Funnily enough, because one of the levels... Oh, actually, that's not true. I beat the game because you just have to beat a path. I beat the game multiple times going down the different paths, but one of the paths with, like, one of the missions was so impossible. I wonder if I could do it now, but at the time, I couldn't complete the mission of what I needed to do, because you can either do the good, neutral, or bad missions, I believe. And I was trying to do, like, one of those specifically, and it was impossible, and I got stuck on that. Hey, maybe we should get back to the video.
Yeah, definitely.
Sonic Mania? Yes. Believe it or not, I have a privated video talking about the Sonic Mania bosses. That video is now privated. I should probably remake that video, where I talk about all of the bosses of Sonic Mania.
There will be holding the item and also prevents you from opening the security doors I mentioned earlier. There will be moments in this game where you're carrying an item towards a drop-off point, only for the Mimic to spot you out in the open, force carrying an item towards a drop-off point, only
Why does he turn here?
for the Mimic to spot you out in the open, forcing you to drop the item you're carrying, run away, and retrieve the Mimic to spot you out in the open, forcing you to drop...
Okay, he dropped it before, because as we experienced, if you drop it in front of the locker, you might end up losing the item and having to reload. That almost happened with that leg in this section, and it 100% happened in the Moon section. That was annoying.
The item you're carrying, run away, and retrieve it later once you've thrown him off your scent. I also especially love the way the Mimic will spawn around the map. MCM is absolutely full of these character costumes that the Mimic can use to get the jump on you. Each area is littered with bees, elephants, hedgehogs, dogs, and other suits, each with many alternate skins and color palettes. Once you enter a certain room, the Mimic's AI any alternate
That's cursed. That's cursed.
skins and color palettes.
That's cursed. Stop. Phisnom, you have to stop doing this.
Hedgehogs, dogs, and other suits, each with many alternate skins and color palettes.
Yes, they don't have gameplay implications, though.
Once you enter a certain room, the Mimic's AI will pick...
I mean, the costumes are cool designs, though. I like the costume designs.
Brief tangent. I think one thing about the game that actually does feel unfinished and bugs me is that, like, none of the costumes have their own voices, and none of the little things around the map, the cutouts that play the audio, none of them have, like, unique voice lines. Like, they're all just that same, like, song.
Oh.
Like, yeah, it's just... They could have done so well to, like, give, like, the individual costumes who takes over character, but it just doesn't.
That's a good point. That would have been cool. I also kind of like how that it doesn't make noise except stomping, though, because, like, M2... You know, M2 speaks every 5 seconds, literally. Every 5 seconds. Big Top repeats tickets, please, every 5 seconds. Again, I timed this. It's every 5 seconds. It's so stupid.
Yeah,
but
you could give the voices and the cutouts, and then, like, extrapolate on that characterization with their movements. Is what I would probably want to see.
The cutouts. Look at the cutout, guys. Look at the cutout, guys. It says talk on it. It says talk. They don't talk. And my feelings are hurt. They don't talk.
Like, actually, why do they not talk?
Like, what the heck, man? Don't lie to me about that. They don't talk. It's Showtime all over again, guys. It's the Showtime button from Help Wanted 1 all over again. They lie to us, man. The button doesn't do what it says it should do. Yeah, Poppy Playtime cutouts, indeed. Except they don't do the Poppy Playtime thing.
They're literally worse than the Poppy cutouts. Because the Poppy cutouts, like, explain, like, the in-universe character, and then have, like, a spooky bit at the end of them. But this just, like, does none of that.
Mm-hmm. Jester and Elephant have cut voice lines? Oh, they were thinking of doing it?
Wait, what? Can you give us a source on that?
I'm guessing it's in one of the... someone found the files, I'm guessing. That would be interesting. Well, I mean...
Well, the mannequins already have voice lines as distraction. So...
Yeah, the mannequins have voice lines, too. So that's how you would make voice lines a distraction. And, you know, we've talked about this before, but, you know, if they're not supposed to have... If the cardboard cutouts are not supposed to have dialogue, then remove the talk part.
Yeah.
But also... You know, I guess even without the talk part, it is kind of weird that the cutouts have different pictures of things, and if you press the button, it's just the same song every time. Either way, it's weird. Obviously, they kind of ran out of time on some things. But
I'm looking up the cut audio, and I can't find anything.
Yeah, King of Comedy. If the cutouts didn't say talk, it would be less obvious problem. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But you think J-Top voiced the cut voice lines? Maybe they're just test voice lines then? That J-Top was doing? Actually, J-Top used to do voice work for games, didn't he? Before he co-founded Steel Wall, right? I vaguely remember that. Elephant, they're on YouTube? Okay. They're labeled temp, yeah. Makes sense.
Pick one of these in color palettes. Once you enter a certain room, the Mimic's AI will pick one of these costumes to spawn in.
Yeah, J-Top was a Pixar employee and did voices. Okay, that's what I thought. Makes sense. Thanks for confirming.
And after a certain
J-Top voices Digityper in this game. I love Digityper. He's great.
room, the Mimic's AI will pick one of these costumes to spawn in, and all it takes is a little AI will pick
I never
one of these costumes to spawn
see that actively happen. Well, I probably have before.
In. And all
oh, that's yeah. Again, it's details like this, right? I mean, in general, they just, what's the word? Polish. Steel Wool isn't great with polish either.
And all it takes is a little sound to have it spring to life and start patrolling the area. This can lead to really cool moments on a first playthrough, interacting with a distraction or
and to clarify, yes, something new is spawned in to replace that, essentially, but you want it to look seamless. That's the goal of it.
Sprinting around carelessly can have moments on a first playthrough. Interacting with a distraction or sprinting around carelessly can have one of these suits like, wake up, cutting you off in a really awkward spot, forcing you to run the other way or hide before the AI can lock in on your position. And if you lose track of the Mimic or hide inside of a locker for too long, you have this really interesting behavior where the current Mimic will despawn and another Mimic AI will take its place somewhere closer to your hiding spot. So it looks like the Mimic essentially swapped from suit to suit on the fly. It's so cool!
I agree, that's really cool.
Too long, you have this position.
And, you know, with the Mimic spawning next to you, there was like once or twice where the Mimic spawned in an unfortunate circumstance that was like an unpreventable death. But other than that, I mean, it is a cool idea. It is quite scary to hear a new costume activate like close to you.
If you lose track of the Mimic or...
Oh, Spacey going to bed. Good night, Spacey. Thanks for joining. Hope you had a good time.
or hide inside of a locker for too long, you have this really gets placed somewhat on the fly. It's so cool! This concept is just so cool for a stalker enemy. Every time you replay this game, hell, every time you re-enter any room where the Mimic patrols, you don't know which suit will wake up next. It's totally random. Steelwool had to create about 24 suits for this idea to work properly. You got clean suits, withered suits, these creepy foam padding skinless versions of each character.
The creepy versions are cool. I wish they used them a little bit more. I think I only noticed it once or twice. How many costumes are there? Creating variations on the costumes don't take nearly as much work as creating new costumes, obviously. Just off the top of my head, I think there is a good variety of costumes. I mean, I'll give them credit for that. Like, I like the costumes.
Clean suits, withered suits, these creepy foam padding skinless versions of each character. And moldy rotten versions of that same concept. A great deal of time and effort was put into bringing the idea of the Mimic to life. Not only in the story department, but for the gameplay as well. Which completely sold me on its concept. And even better, when the Mimic's look is not random and is locked into a certain costume, there will be unique mechanics to make the encounter interesting. For example, once you are stuck with Dolly, unique
Hey,
not random.
The Jackie is not controlled by M2 at this point. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes, guys. Those are not M2's eyes.
Maybe they are, but like the plastic ones on top haven't fallen away.
Yeah, maybe M2 is still in Jackie at this point.
and is locked into a certain costume, there will be unique mechanics to make the encounter interesting. For example, once you are stuck with Dolly down in the recycling area of the game, the map is split in half between the control room and the patient rooms. Dolly will have access to a set of double doors that only she can open, which allows her to quickly cut you off from certain areas you need to visit. Further still, in the late game, the Mimic dons a
That is a fair point, actually.
To a set of double doors.
I think she can only go through those double doors, though. I don't think she can go elsewhere. But I mean, yeah, the existence of those doors. I'm actually gonna write that as a note, so I can potentially mention that in the video. Who knows? I mean, the existence of those doors does mean that the threat isn't just pathing through your pathing, right? Like, sort of similar to a threat in a vent, not as effective as that, but what he's saying, I that's a good call out. The eyes break to show the inside Indo eyes. Yeah, makes sense. Actual unique costumes, there are 10, so 10 of the animal costumes. Yeah, I wouldn't count Chica, Tiger, and Moon. I mean, 10, yeah, 10's a lot.
That only she can open, which allows her to quickly cut you off from certain areas you need to visit. Further still, in the late game, the Mimic dons a Chica costume from Chica's Party World that comes equipped with roller skates. This speeds up the Mimic's patrolling significantly, turning him into an absolute speed demon that shoots off toward any location like a rocket if it so much as hears a pin drop. As an aside note, I also adore this Chica costume.
I think all the costume threats end up running at you really fast. Am I wrong?
Yeah, they do.
Maybe Chica ends up sprinting faster than the others. I didn't notice that. I mean, but he could be right on that.
So much.
Yeah, Sharpay is one of the animal costumes.
Here's a pin drop. As an aside note, I also adore this Chica costume because at one point in the game, you can catch the Mimic wandering down in the warehouse, and as long as you don't disturb it, you can see it adorably skating by, like as happy as can be, occasionally stopping to do it like a little dance and clap to itself with the background speaker music. It's just the cutest little thing ever, and such a goofy thing to include that shows off how much personality
Yeah. It's a good detail.
This game has.
From a presentation standpoint, which, you know, this game has more presentation positives than negatives in the review document, so it's fair.
As you know. Anyways, back to the main topic. My point with all of this is that, yes, while the gameplay is nothing revolutionary, and the AI is extremely simple and predictable, Steel Wool actually worked within their limitations to make a fun experience here, which makes me extremely happy. The main gameplay for Secret of the Mimic is full of these tiny little intricacies that actually make the game really fun to replay. Unlike other stealth horror games that...
Am I crazy? He didn't really... Maybe I just didn't pay attention accidentally?
Pretty much require you to plant your nose on the ground unless you want to get insta-killed. You can get around pretty efficiently and even just sprint through areas if you know what you're doing. Crouching removes any...
Sprinting through this Chica area is not a good representation of gameplay. We've made fun of the game for that.
Pretty efficiently and even just sprint through areas if you know what you're doing. Crouching removes...
You don't have to know what you're doing for that.
Any kind of nose that you make. But simply walking around will not alert the Mimic unless you're really close to it.
Yeah,
sprinting noises can also be covered up by using distractions ahead of time, as the AI will prioritize the first sound it heard over your footsteps. giving you a big window of opportunity to create some distance. You also can sneak under the vents and shelves to get the mimic off your back rather than waste your time hiding inside of a locker. And hell, depending on the map,
Yes. Oh, you think there'll be a leaning mod eventually? Crash Bandit? That might be neat. That clip he used was kind of weird because it looked like Chica did a melee Marth grab. It's funny. Yeah, Chica has roller skates, yeah. Chica is the fastest? Okay. They're all pretty fast, but yeah, the roller blades makes her really fast.
you can even Dead by Daylight style loop this guy around certain obstacles, which is extremely satisfying but really hard to pull off. Obstacles and proximity alarms can also be used to your advantage.
No, I mean, that's a little generous. I don't think...
Satisfying but really hard to pull off.
What, like using the cupcakes? Or abusing the fact that sprinting through the cupcakes, Chica will prioritize the first one that goes off? Is that what he's referring to here?
Obstacles and proximity alarms can also be used to your advantage. If you run into them on purpose, you can use them as just any other distraction tool to bait the mimic. In fact, I'm pretty sure that that's the intended strategy sometimes. For example, in the recycling area, there will be like a bunch of chains you can interact with, conveniently placed right next to a vent that will take you to another side of the map. That particular strategy reminded me a lot of the Granny games, like how their own really good map design can make a relatively simple AI really fun to play against. If any of what I'm saying...
Yeah, using the noises in the environment to your benefit as a distraction mechanic, yeah. But again, this is all just reinforcing the distraction mechanic. One second, guys. Cards, is that from the design frame?
Huh? No, that's from the FNAF Discord that I thought was really funny.
Of course, people in the FNAF Discord don't like me. Why am I not surprised? Gosh, this person pretending that they watched my Steel Wool video. Instead of digging into Steel Wool's past, I did dig into their past a lot, extensively, actually. And bashing them on past failures and mistakes is...
Mistakes is $1 million company.
I mean, I think it's fair to call them out on their failures and mistakes, especially when they don't own up to them. I guess they want me to actually address what was done right and how to actually improve what wasn't. I kind of do. I talk about overscoping and management some. I use some interview quotes for that too. This guy is straw manning and gaslighting me. This is basically 2 hours of old FNAF was better, Steel Woke are a bunch of inexperienced losers. Imagine getting that from my Steel Wool case study. Unless you're the most disingenuous person alive.
Yeah, like
I shouldn't be reading this. This is...
It's so...
It's
so silly.
yeah, it's a straw man attack. Imagine if this video was a love letter to Steel Wool. Yeah, that tells me all I need to say. Just because something isn't a... just because it's not a love letter and I actually call out reality, they think it's suddenly bad. It's so funny. I'm shaming them live. This is posted in the FNAF subreddit by a deleted user, apparently. Nah, subreddit, Discord. Why did they delete their account? Did they get banned?
I have no clue.
That is funny.
It is funny.
And then someone else is like, I wanted to make a video about security breach, and then it expanded to security breach and both help wanted. But then I got secondhand embarrassment from the design frame guy, so I just scrapped it entirely. What? My security breach and help wanted video wouldn't even be hating, but I just think the fact that design frame has been it's the D word, I'm gonna say, cock eating from the sidelines about security breach for 4 years to be really corny. That doesn't make sense. I've been critical. Is that saying that I have not been critical of security breach?
I have no clue.
These guys are insane, dude. These guys are insane. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, sprinting through areas is a bad thing. I would agree with that. Granny does have really good design with that kind of thing, but I feel like Secret of the Mimic doesn't do like half the things Granny does with it. I haven't played Granny, so I wouldn't know. I think I checked out Granny at some point, but I don't remember. Granny stream? On Granny stream? I'm gonna write that down. Granny stream. Steel Wool, with all the Pixar connections, is a visual and character design studio first over game design. But yeah, by their own admission, even. What's something I point out in the Steel Wool video is really funny to me is that the CEO for Security Breach wanted to focus on artistic gameplay, which didn't make any sense to me. Security Breach was supposed to have artistic gameplay, guys. Which just tells you that, like, you know, what their background is. Steel woke, yeah, he said steel woke. I think he's projecting onto me, like I would be the one to call them steel woke or something. I don't know. Very weird. More steel drool got him. Imagine criticism so solid, seeing a video of other person makes you give up on it. I guess that's kind of what happened, right? Except he insulted me. Like,
so weird.
Oh, hey Shane, it was from the FNAF Discord. And,
We're going over
Cards shared it with me.
Different users, I think, are funny.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. I didn't read half of the first message, by the way, guys. Kind of rants a little bit. I mean, it was all in the... What I didn't read was still in the same lines of... They want me to describe in depth the lessons that can be learned and how the external issues at the time influenced the game's development. First of all, I do try to go into lessons that can be learned. Second of all, outlining the problems can be just as beneficial as anything else. It's not necessarily, despite me going through or mentioning some potential solutions every now and then, that's the job of the game designer who's making the game. That's a full-time job. I can't be given solutions to everything, obviously. And my potential solutions are just suggestions. Everything requires playtesting to know if it works or not. Just so people know. My favorite streamer / YouTuber would never call something woke as a slur, right? Oh, am I your favorite? You're so sweet.
Don't say that.
You're gonna die from old age before we're done with the Phisnom video. Yes.
Can make a relatively.
I'm still trying to get what artistic gameplay means. Me too, buddy. Me too.
Simple. The granny games, like how their own really good map design can make a relatively simple AI really fun to play against. If any of what I'm saying piques your interest.
I don't know if the AI was ever fun to play against. The costume swapping mechanic was fun in the captain area. Big Top, no. Jackie didn't have AI. That was all scripted chase. The nurse. Nurse is kind of like M2. And it was just not really gameplay. Again, it's... I mean, he's pointing out little details here and there to try to, like, elevate the fact that it's hide-and-seek stealth horror gameplay. I'm not really... I guess I'm gonna end up being the type of YouTuber he hates, huh? I don't know.
I can even be simple AI really fun to play against. If any of what I'm saying piques your interest, I can even offer you hardcore gamers a nice challenge. Try this. If you are good at...
Okay, well, I am hardcore gamer, thank you very much, so could give me the challenge, bring it on.
These types of games, and properly plan out your strategies, you should be able to start a New Game Plus run of Secret of the Mimic and get through the game in its entirety without using any lockers. It honestly feels like Steelwool designed...
I got through the New Game Plus really fast. I still used lockers. Can you not use lockers in the Chica Cupcake area? Because you have to use that first locker because of the pathing of Chica. I'm guessing Phisnom completed this challenge. What did he do in that area, I wonder?
This game so that lockers are only needed when the players have to save themselves from really bad mistakes. If you want to make this game harder on yourself and get some of that adrenaline pumping, do a lockerless run. I've tried it once off stream and got about halfway through the game, and
Okay, off stream halfway through the game, so he didn't do the Chica area.
in my opinion, it really pushes you to actually interact with all of the game's mechanics instead of brute forcing your way through it. And it's genuinely really fun.
In that case, that game should have been more designed around that. Because, I mean, again, I say this a lot. The Chica Cupcake area, remove the lockers, have the player use the cubicles to hide from the threat, and don't make it a linear hallway area. Open it up, right? That would have made the area better. So I agree. I agree with Phil in that respect.
In fact,
and yeah, he just crouched and hid. You know, yeah. This doesn't really change much, really, if you think about it.
Might stream a lockerless attempt soon after this video is out.
Oh, he did complete the challenge in his stream. I guess he just kind of mentioned he was going to do that, huh? Lockerless stream was really fun. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
So if you're interested in that, maybe subscribe and turn on notifications so YouTube can let you know when it happens.
Am I subscribed to Phisnom? I am subscribed to Phisnom, guys. Wow.
You know, like wink wink. Moving on from the shelling, I should also mention the Poppy playtime style chases that serve as the climax to each hour of the game. I have significantly less to say about these, not because they're not good, but because they're all kind of, you know, obviously well made. Still will really pulled out all their animation stops for these, especially with...
Oh, is he just talking about the animation? Okay. I mean, yeah. Like visual presentation wise, I agree. Big Top was really cool in the outside the building. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Jackie and Big Top really pulled out all their animation stops for these, especially with Jackie and Big Top. Chase sequences have become a pretty tired cliche for the mascot horror scene by now, but I can still say that these are pretty high tier. They solve a lot of the issues of most chases found in other mascot horror games.
Some of the chases I agree. Some of them I don't.
By actually having the enemies cutting you off, appearing in front of you, or forcing you to take sudden turns without it feeling like a trial and error slogfest. One thing I do like
I could agree with that.
About some of these chases that I wish was explored a little bit more is their RNG elements. With Big Top and the final chase forcing you to adapt on the fly as certain paths will get cut off or all.
Oh, that's interesting.
Big Top.
I thought this mannequin blocked your path here and you had to adapt
and
to
the
it.
Final chase
apparently you don't.
Forcing you to adapt.
He can just run through there.
On the fly as certain paths will get cut off or altered in repeat playthroughs, keeping you on your toes with slightly different paths each time. I really wish that was explored more in these types of games. One section that I absolutely have to sing its praises to, however...
Ah, White Tiger. Hey, DV, if that's how you pronounce it. Just came from watching The Ritual, and all I could think about was counting the scare chords thanks to you. Oh, that's so funny. I'm glad I drilled that in people's heads. All the scare chords. I mean, yeah, to be fair, Tiger Rock had me scared. The part I was most scared of in this game was this section here.
Is that White Tiger near the end of the game. Instead of a chase, the game sticks you down into this dark basement of the factory alongside the creepy, homophobic White Tiger character that turns the game from...
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's homophobic. You didn't know?
Why? What?
Why not?
Oh my gosh. Love when people throw that word around like it means anything anymore.
Creepy, homophobic White Tiger character that turns the game from a fun little indie horror romp into some genuine PT level stuff. I have to commend Steel Wolf for making a
PT comparison. Did he watch my Ruin video? Probably not.
Section in a FNAF game that truly made my blood run cold. Though I probably was affected by this section way more than any normal player.
Only the gays know how it's homophobic. That's great. Isn't the joke heterophobic? Oh, because of the eyes. That's hetero. Yeah, that's heterochromia, right? Yeah, I didn't really. Amanda, you almost spit out your drink. I mean, I know it's obviously a joke. I just don't. I don't think it landed very well. It's just kind of random.
Due to my actual...
It was like a design frame joke, right? If you ever hear a design frame joke in my videos, they never land well.
Phobia of long dark tunnels. This place is just so creepy, and its atmosphere is so genuinely oppressive, with you having to run from spotlight to spotlight while avoiding running into this golden Freddy reject or
we're
getting
halfway
caught
through
in the dark
this.
for too
I'm
long.
really tired. I think we'll go ahead out.
Okay. Oh my gosh, we're halfway through. No.
Yeah, I can't do it anymore. Good luck.
Thanks. Maybe I should speed it
you
up.
later. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Oh, I'm gonna be up all night. I'm gonna be up all night. White Tiger is obviously homophobic, relentlessly attacking poor bottom Arnold. That's funny. So if David grew up, he'd be homophobic. Yeah, that's funny.
You also have these little creepy night lights that you have to collect that allow you to barely see a few feet in front of you, with a tiger teleporting in front of you and forcing you to take a different path around cramped hallways with barely anything to guide you. It's genuinely tense, scary, and a well-designed encounter. One that...
Parts of it are well designed. I have a couple criticisms and improvements that could be made with it that we talked about in the beginning part of the stream. But I agree, it is... Parts of it are really effective.
Still gets me on repeat playthroughs, especially because of its randomized elements that have the tiger ghost like teleporting around locations and forcing you to change where you are going each time you run through this place. Apparently, Secret of the Mimic is also planned to get a VR version in the future, and well, I'm excited.
You know, thankfully I don't have... Take a shot every time they pause the video. Hey, little pug, I'll have you know, this is a real React. I'm a real React tuber, where I pause every 2 seconds to make this fair use. All right, I'm not like those React tubers who pause every 10 minutes to say a little thing that's not anything. Cringe. Anyway, thankfully I don't have a VR set, so I'm not gonna have to experience this game in VR. There are some... Exactly, Harrison. This is ethical reaction content. Thank you. Yes. I agree.
For the
did I... Sean, did you leave during the stream for 10 minutes with the video on? I know, right? It's ridiculous that some people do that. No, little pug, don't apologize. I'm having fun here.
And well, I'm excited for the possibility of playing my new favorite FNAF game again in virtual reality. Well, this section has made me a bit nervous of that eventual release.
I mean, yeah, I imagine... because obviously VR is inherently kind of scary on its own. Anyone, this is for people who have used VR, I guess. Because honestly, it's really hard to imagine VR if you haven't tried it. It's actually incredible. And it's not what you would expect until you experience it. But I imagine seeing Jackie's arms extended behind you would be very freaky in VR. And, probably a lot of sections in this game would be just inherently scary in VR, because that's what kind of VR does. And that's what Steelwool admits too. Right? The co-founder, he's like, non-VR games don't scare him anymore because VR is much more immersive. Which I should probably not go on a rant about that. Anyway, Phil has a major phobia of tunnels. Gotcha. The gushing. You weren't gushing this whole time?
Anyways, now that we are done with the gameplay, I feel that it is very necessary for me to do a section where I just rapid-fire list a bunch of things that I like about Secret of the Mimic, that I can't really quite fit well with the rest of the script. Sorry if the video suddenly becomes very unstructured, but...
That's fair. Some things I have to remove from my videos because I can't find a spot for it. Or I do something weird like my security breach video where I kind of rapid fire a few things at the very end. I haven't really done that since, I don't think. But, you know, I'm probably because I'm trying to get the videos out a little bit faster because I end up running out of time.
I barely have any experience with making this sort of thing, and I really just want to yap my mouth off about things I love about my new favorite FNAF game. So, 3, 2, 1, let's go. I love the intro sequence of this game, both for the short ride-along inside Arnold's car, which is able to establish the main setup of the game perfectly, but also just for the simple pleasure of this being like the first FNAF game to show like the outside world. I don't know, I just find it so cool and mind-blowing. In the distance, you get to see buildings belonging to the town the place resides in. The parking lot has a similar van to the players, indicating Fazbear has sent other...
Again, this is his first video essay, so this is just constructive. Again, my old videos used to suck. He should be showing what he's describing here on the screen.
Technicians other than you to die before the start of the game, and you also get a good look at both the playground slide as well as Edwin's house at the edges of the map, both locations that come back in a big way in the true ending. I love just how much more tactile the UI and collectibles are in this game, how you have a physical inventory system in the form of this machine that literally is called the inventory machine, that functions like an item box from Resident Evil. I love how you have to use this little tool that you carry around with you at all times to interact with the various doors and terminals in the game, going from security breach where
fair. I guess I don't have much to comment on that. There are a couple parts in the game where being able to hold more than one thing would be useful, but they also kind of spam the inventory computer everywhere to kind of compensate for the one-handed inventory system. So it's mostly not a problem. And I think the biggest strength with the inventory system is the physical inventory system is how its connection to how you're actually basically depositing it into Moon.exe, which I think is kind of cool.
Everything was just menus and cheap PNGs slapped on screen to Secret of the Mimic, where you have to physically grab levers and generators, where you can interact with every single collectible, drop key items on the floor, and grab levers. Everything was just menus and cheap PNGs slapped on screen to game, going from security breach, where everything was just...
Okay, he's talking about security breach.
Just menus and cheap PNGs slapped on screen to Secret of the Mimic, where you have to physically grab levers and generators, where you...
Did his screen...
PNGs slapped on screen to Secret of the Mimic, where you have to physically grab...
Oh, I thought, because sometimes when you finish cranking something, your camera will swing wildly. But here is just part of the cutscene of Jackie popping out. I agree. I gave this game positive points for its analog controls. Sometimes it doesn't really work, but overall I think it's good. I you know, even if the analog controls are a consequence of this being a VR game, first and foremost, because I think they started development of it as a VR. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, the save system is this whole thing as well. It definitely needs to save when you deposit items, 100%. Oh yeah, the PNG collectibles. I wonder if Phil's gonna talk about the jump scares, because the jump scares in this game suck. But obviously they suck because they were built to also be compatible with VR. Because with VR, the jump scares kind of have to suck because you can't take control of the camera from the player because it's gonna make them really sick. Yeah, the footage isn't really indicative of what he's talking about a lot, yeah. Mods already added manual saving, that's funny. At the very least, there's a system that's common in games called save markers. You'll see this even with the older Castlevania games, where if you quit the game, it'll leave a save marker behind, so then you can actually return to the game, and the save marker basically gets deleted so that you can actually quit the game and come back and continue without needing to. So it's not exactly manual saving, but they could have done something like that to. It still would have been an improvement. But yeah, being able to save from computers, saving when depositing inventory, big problem in the game.
Levers and generators, where you can interact with every single collectible, drop key items on the floor, and you physically slot things into the inventory machine or retrieve things from it. Is so cool. I also love how the collectibles in this game actually have a purpose. How inserting them into the inventory machine will have them show up in digital form in the Moon.exe minigame, with most of these items needed to reach the secret ending. It really feels like a direct upgrade from how collectibles were done in Security Breach.
I'm hesitant. I'm going to be hesitant to make comparisons to previous games and saying they're upgrade because they basically don't exist in the previous games.
Like
it's technically an upgrade.
Really feels like a direct upgrade from how collectibles were done in Security Breach in like the best way possible. Also, speaking of Moon,
but I already talked about this. I do agree that I like how you deposit items into Moon.exe. I agree.
.exe, Moon in general, like what the hell is this?
Dark Revival has good save system. There's both auto manual saves. Yeah, I need to play the Bendy games on stream. That'd be fun. I'm going to probably put up another poll of what people would be interested in seeing. Maybe put up, I was thinking of, actually, this might sound weird, Danganronpa. A weird one to play on this channel, probably. But I was thinking of doing that, or Splinter Cell would be good. Get some like stealth games on this channel, especially after these stealth horror games. Bendy would be a good one. I mean, people are gonna vote for Bendy, right? Because they watched my FNAF videos. People are gonna vote for that one. Silent Hill. I want to play Silent Hill on this channel too. It's pretty boring, sadly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Thing. You have this weird creepypasta.exe game present in every single terminal you can play that has like a moon attack you to prevent your progress. And if you manage to solve a really
No. I think it's pretty explicit that Moon is saving you from deadly things and brings you back to bed.
Has like a moon attack you to prevent your progress. And if you manage to solve a really complicated code puzzle, you're rewarded with this weird optional area by entering like a hidden elevator in the retail showroom, where you will be chased by like a thing instead of a moon costume while you try to solve a puzzle for an optional collectible. I say thing, by the way, because this enemy is not the Mimic. I think he's like one of the only two enemies in this game that are specifically not the Mimic nor controlled by.
Why are you showing White Tiger gameplay while talking about the moon? Do you not have...
Entering like a hidden elevator code puzzle, you're rewarded where
He's only shown PNGs here. He didn't
like a hidden
he doesn't have video recordings of this area, so he's not showing
elevator in the retail showroom where you will be chased by like a thing.
As a video editor myself, I see right through you, buddy.
Instead of a moon costume while you try to solve a puzzle for an optional collectible. I say thing, by the way, because this enemy is not the Mimic. I think he's like one of the only two enemies in this game that are specifically not the Mimic nor...
Yeah, Poe the bro, yeah. That's basically what I'm saying. He doesn't have moon footage for some reason.
Controlled by the Mimic. I don't think this guy is like even an animatronic. This moon enemy was sealed underneath MCM by the employees of the factory for way longer than the Mimic has been around. There's blueprints of the moon costume you can find in certain areas.
Oh, that's cool.
that specify this thing was meant to be worn by a human, not an endoskeleton. It also has its own...
So who's inside the moon? Probably that one employee that got stuck down there and then probably went completely crazy.
Unique lines not heard anywhere else in the game. It lacks the signature mechanical sounds of the Mimic, and there's a message you can find down there giving cryptic details on how like a guard got trapped with no one coming to help them out, to the point where he might...
Hey, that's what I just said. Nice.
...have actually starved to death. Some people theorize that the employee has gone crazy and got inside...
Oh, starved to death? So is that not...
...actually starved, trapped with no one coming to help them out, to the point where he might have actually starved to death. Some people...
He might have starved to death.
...theorize that the employee has gone crazy and got inside the mascot costume and is pretending to be Moon. Others theorize that it's like the actual manifestation of Edwin's spirit after being killed by the Mimic, while others are saying it's like a zombie born from Remnant or Agony or like whatever other crazy things from books or something like that. I don't really know. But if you got your own theories on what the moon creature is, I would love to hear them out in the comments. This whole area just gives me the creeps in like a really good way. Just this lonely monster wandering a dark maze, all alone, barely conscious, singing himself to sleep with a lullaby that will never...
I kind of like the sound design of the moon section as well. You know, a lot of voice lines from Steel Wool are kind of take away from the horror, and they get annoying really fast. But I liked the moon section.
Never end. Mwah! Just perfection. Another thing about Edwin that I love that I failed to mention before is how...
Love you too, Phil.
Oh, he's just kind of like a loser, like tech bro. If like tech bros existed back in like the late 1970s. There's this moment in the game where you are stuck in a destroyed backstage area for a...
The interjection of gameplay versus what he's talking about is very odd. Well, he did say that this is just a bunch of random dots in this section, the gushing section. So, you know, to be fair. Yeah, I would have liked if he recorded Moon gameplay. Because actually, now that I think about it, I mean, I don't try to hide this in my Ruin video. Some of the footage in my Ruin video is me playing. A lot of it is from just online playthroughs, and you can tell because there's in the bottom right corner of some of the footage I use is a watermark from one of the playthroughs. If you watch the video again, you'll notice it this time. So he could have just done that. He could have taken one of the many playthroughs of the game, a no commentary playthrough to be specific, and showed that with Moon. So I'm kind of confused why he didn't do that.
Puppet show where there's this moment in the game where you are stuck in a destroyed backstage area for a puppet show where you can hear a recording of Edwin.
When it comes to this game, I do all my footage because the brightness setting changes so much. Yeah, one of the no commentary playthroughs I used for my Ruin video had like max brightness settings, which was kind of annoying. But hey, I really didn't want to play through the entirety of Ruin again for footage. Should I have? Yes. Would I? Most of the time, yes. For Ruin, no. That game is so dreadfully boring, man. I got good. It was just faster for me to use someone else's playthrough. It's just... Oh man.
Talking about
and you know, to be fair, I did record myself playing some of Ruin to get certain things I needed. I always want to show what I'm talking about on screen. I don't like compromising on that.
In a destroyed backstage area for a puppet show where you can hear a recording of Edwin talking about how you can save money in your production by replacing actors and workers with, like, his automated machine.
At some points, he vaguely calls it mid, like the gameplay or AI, but not really, mostly positive. Yeah. He had, like, no negatives his whole stream he played it? Huh. I really want to put out my case study now. I think it'll be fun.
Money in your production by replacing actors and workers with, like, his automated machines.
You also see YouTubers putting text on screen like, sorry, I don't have any footage for this part, pretend this is Moon. Are there seriously no commentary playthroughs with the secrets, with those secrets? I haven't checked, but that's surprising. I mean, he was surprised that Steelwool did listen to feedback and improve, to be fair. Yes, yeah, that is fair. It is an improvement.
Your production by replacing...
Okay, I should probably continue this video.
...actors and workers with, like, his automated machines. Machines that will create new storylines and act them out for your TV shows, saving you the headache from having to deal with unruly actors on set. It brings out Edwin's flaws to the forefront and shows the mindset that would later end up ruining him, as he would end up using the Mimic in a similar way, as a babysitter for his son David, because this man genuinely panicked at the idea of actually having to be a parent to his child. Edwin is such a pathetic social failure. I love him. And even though he's a failure, like, there's this...
I mean, yeah, he has good characterization. Is he a bad husband and father? Yes. Good characterization.
Beautiful, beautiful moment in, like, an optional tape where you can hear him proposing to his wife. And, like, when I heard it live on stream, like, I genuinely teared up. Like, just listen to this.
Fiona, surprise, it's me, Edwin. This might be a little awkward.
We just heard this today. We'll skip this.
Here goes. I don't remember you. I mean, artist click in every way. Without you.
Because it's pretty long.
And you're also...
Stop it.
And you're fun and funny. Not a lot of things really make me happy, but you do.
I don't think I cried, though.
And you make the best.
If I cried, clip it.
And I guess
shame me, guys. Shame me whenever I cry.
I can't think of a future without you. I want to keep making...
There's a couple parts from Expedition 33 that I got a little emotional for.
Love you.
On stream.
I also just love MCM in general, like, just how well realized this location is. It's like...
Oh yeah, he cried. Oh, little pug. Come give me a hug. That rhymed.
A tenth of the size of the Pizzaplex, but so full of detail. The work areas are laid out in a believable way, with work
What's detail?
Realized this location is. I also just love MCM in general, like, just how well realized this location is. It's like a...
Environmental design, yeah. I think that's something Steelwool is finally able to showcase in a better way. Because even Security Breach, I mean, you know, it has a lot of environmental stuff in it, but it's too spread out. It's not very interesting.
Tenth of the size of the Pizzaplex, but so full of detail. The work areas are laid out in a believable way, with work desks piled up with paperwork. The workshop area full of costume pieces and dirty workbenches and tools that are used to create the...
Can we get poggers for the environmental artist in chat?
Many suits you see in the game. The showroom area is full of wonder and charm to attract buyers. The retail area with properly packaged boxes and promotional material for every character. I have no idea how else to put it other than this genuinely feels like a real place that people once used to work inside. One actually built, like, make and maintain and sell these, like, weird little critters. It sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised how hard FNAF has struggled to pull something.
Oh, JPL, I had the same reaction physically propose. We were guessing, because we listened to this earlier on the stream. Me and Colton were predicting that he was there with Fiona and had it play out, and then he probably proposed with the ring next to her after it ended. Because I can't, you know, that's the only thing that would make sense to me. Like, if he wasn't there to physically propose, that would be horrible. But, you know, but like the Mrs. Helpful thing is like how they kind of first met, you know, because she voiced Mrs. Helpful and he asked her to do that. So it's kind of sweet. As long as he was physically there, it was sweet. Oh, they're the only ones with executive at the time. Yeah. They capture a lot of the vibe of the Jim Henson's Creature Shop. Yeah, I'm not being facetious with the environmental artist thing. Props to the environmental artist. Yeah.
Like this off in the past, especially when it goes full sci-fi like in Sister Location or Security Breach. I love the variety of costumes in display. Like, they're all these weird little dudes full of personality and style. I don't know half of their names, but their designs are like super iconic and I wish they got more fan art.
Yeah, I've said this before. I really like the costume designs. I like the costumes in this game.
I'm especially a fan of the hedgehog with this like weird little hairdo. The mycelium men being these weird Teletubby creatures with their creepy faces being covered up by large mushroom hats. And the swinging bee with this like giant popping toothy grin and serial killer smile. These guys are just so iconic and weird and disgusting, but like in a good way, you know? Oh, and the welcome show. Oh god, the welcome.
Julian, yes, that made us laugh. But the asymmetrically pretty thing, I was like, excuse me. I think you got that backwards. That's really funny.
Welcome show, like the way that it expertly shows off all the characters all together singing in a band, being directed by Mr. Helpful. It perfectly introduces you to all these characters and their styles in such a fun and unique way. And then at the end of the game, if you aren't dumb enough to follow Dispatch's instructions, you get to see like a goodbye show version of the same sequence, tying like a nice little bow from the start to the end of the main game before you go deep into R&D. Something about this welcome show stage is just like so full of charm and soul to me, you know? It's also very reminiscent of like that scrapped Showtime sequence from Help Wanted 1. Like, it really feels like one of the first things that Stillwell wanted to do when they got a hold of the FNAF license in the first place. Being able to introduce the characters that would chase you down throughout the game in like this cute little performance act at the start. And speaking of characters, I love Mr. Helpful. The old incarnation of Helpy, with its goofy 2B appearance, gigantic eyes, and just in the way that it kind of shows up everywhere throughout the game. But especially the meaning Helpy will now carry moving forward. Mr. Helpful is sort of meant to be a caricature of Edwin himself, or at least the way I feel he's trying to come across to everyone. This goofy creature who's always there to lend a hand to you. A helpful friend you can always count on. It's very clear that one of Edwin's biggest flaws are his constant need to impress others, and try to invent things that can adapt to everyone's needs. From his pre-mimic inventions to the way that MCM stretches themselves then trying to create so many multiple alternate variants of their characters to lease out to people. Mr. Helpful is sort of this mascot for Edwin, this persona he tried to put on for employees and business partners. If you think that I'm reaching out too far with this interpretation, just look at his counterpart, Mrs. Helpful. A clear caricature of Fiona, voiced by Fiona, sporting Fiona's pear necklace you can find in her photos throughout the game. A helpful nerdy guy wearing a bow tie married to another helpful lady wearing a pear necklace. The perfect pair to brighten up your day.
I mean, I think that's confirmed that they're supposed to represent Edwin and Fiona. I think that's pretty explicit in the game.
If you want to continue with the Mr. Helpful / Edwin comparison, you can also draw even more meaning from the really sad tram rides at the end of the game, with a version of Mr. Helpful stripped bare of its costume, vulnerable, only its endoskeleton left intact. Murray, with nothing left to hide, lays out all of MCM's issues bare, its mounting lawsuits, employees leaving left and right, late and over budget on the Fazbear project, but still trying to keep a positive outlook no matter how hard things get. Or the very last tram ride when the entire place is crumbling around you, Edwin's final words essentially pleading with you to not forget about him or his inventions, as he lets you go towards the exit of the factory. It's just so good, man. Mr. Helpful also retroactively makes the appearances of Helpy in the previous game carry this, like, weird element of tragedy. This bastardized version of Edwin's persona, stripped of his meaning that you are meant to laugh at and bully. This thing that gets beaten up, yet always carries a smile on his face. It's also especially heart-wrenching knowing that Mrs. Helpful won't show up anymore after this point in the timeline, leaving Helpy completely alone without his second half for the rest of the character's existence. Hell, the fact that we, for the longest time, were just meant to assume that he was just a small, chibi version of Freddy Fazbear really works now, as that is how I can imagine Fazbear Entertainment themselves tried to market Helpy after they stole Edwin's work. Speaking of Fazbear Entertainment, and the Seeker of the Mimic retroactively making the games that came before better, like I said at the start of the video, the R&D Fazbear's location under this factory is such a perfect climax to the game. A lot of people seem to have misinterpreted R&D and what its purpose actually is within the story, which is understandable. I mean, considering the absolute horrible hack job that was the very similar twist at the end of Security Breach with the FNAF 6 location under the Pizzaplex, I can assume that everyone was kind of instinctually apprehensive about this twist to begin with. So please, like, let me take a moment to explain why the R&D Fazbears is like
Well, I muted myself by accident. All right, I didn't unmute myself. That's fair. That was my initial reaction as well. And Steelwool kind of dug themselves into that. But yes, this was not the actual FNAF 1 location. This is, you know, a recreation. This was not a recreation. This was the testing ground. This was them designing everything. This was the R&D. I didn't have much to comment on. I didn't pause for a while. I didn't have much to comment on. Yeah. Mr. Helpful is cool.
the best thing that's happened to FNAF in a while. And if you're currently in a fight with an angry FNAF Redditor that thinks that they know everything about the franchise, yet they just keep assuming the worst of it because they want to be as negative as possible, just link them this portion of the video.
I would assume that they would be more positive if they're... Is he right? Yeah, I've more run into people who defend it no matter what.
Assuming the worst of it because they want to be as negative as possible, just link them this portion of the video and let me set them straight. First of all, a lot of people incorrectly jumped the gun with this location.
Yeah, being negative doesn't mean you just want to hate, though. Yeah. The FNAF fans who only want Click Team back. A lot of hate for modern FNAF. Oof. I wonder how I contributed to that. Oh, whoops. Maybe making an entire documentary on Steelwool maybe didn't help. But I mean, this was bound to happen anyway, because you're right, Crash Bandit. Everyone misses Sit and Survive after asking for free roam, which is funny because Phil, during his security breach playthrough, when he lost his mind, was making fun of people for asking for free roam and saying this is what you get for asking for free roam. Like, the trash fire of security breach is what you get for asking for asking them to do something like that, which is quite a funny reaction. I put that in my video, actually, in the Steel Wool video, I think. But yeah, in Markiplier, that's the thing. Even Markiplier was feeling that, right? He was feeling that. I'm probably gonna mention it at the end of at the end of the case study as well, because it is like a relatively unique gameplay loop that fan games have done tremendous things with, way more than the original FNAF games ever really did. Which I know might be a crazy thing to say, but it's kind of true. They just went into free roam instead of exploring it further. Because a lot of the games, a lot of the original FNAF games aren't great either. So just, saying that there's a lot of them, it doesn't cut it for the mainline games. And, people probably wouldn't be having that opinion of missing the trademark gameplay loop of FNAF if it was expressed in some way in the newer games. Again, like threat management, power management, some kind of competent gameplay loop at all. Yeah, Hoopy, you think FNAF was good because it was different. Now it's not different anymore. And that's the thing. It's like, at what point, and his Markiplier also kind of mentioned this, at what point does it just not become the franchise's name anymore? Especially when it's tied so closely to something that no other franchise really does. I mean, I guess he's just slapping a bunch of stuff into the franchise name just so people will buy it at this point. Feel like not having a sit and survive section in Secret of the Mimic was a huge missed opportunity, especially when you literally have R&D and the Mimic takes on the persona of any character. I wonder if they were just struggling to think of how they would do a section like that, because it didn't work so well for Security Breach. Yeah, that's what you were thinking when it first got announced, that it looked like every other horror game out there. Yeah. And they probably looked at Poppy Playtime and kind of was probably inspired by Poppy Playtime a little bit. Oh, theater show and the elevator repairs? I guess so. I guess I didn't think of that as Sit and Survive because those sections are bad. Queso's speech on Secret of the Mimic's pretty much this whole discussion. He played it live? Let me make in the Discord. In the Discord, I'm gonna make a new forum post of under Secret of the Mimic. To kind of list for anyone who wants to recommend playthroughs that they would like to see clips of in the case study. So, since someone mentioned queso, I'll put that in there. Oh, goodness, a bunch of long messages. What are you guys getting yourselves into? Heading out again. Thanks for entertainment and have a good night. I'll catch the rest of the VOD later. Well, thank you for being here, Atticus. I really appreciate you. And your awesome Heartbound pixel art of Colton and me. That's amazing. For anyone who didn't see that, that's at the beginning of the stream right before we start the game. It's fantastic. One of the things I remember Phil talking a lot about what he loved about horror games and the original FNAF games was resource management, and I feel like Sotum doesn't really have that. I'm going to start saying Sotum instead of Secret of the Mimic. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Phil really justified the stealth horror gameplay loop that he admitted wasn't very interesting. Queso was just bandwagoning without giving it a chance. Oh, really? Because, I can usually feel that if I watch someone's playthrough and then I don't include it. Like, when I was doing all the clips for the Cuphead DLC series, one person that I hadn't really watched before, Asmongold, I'm sure everyone has heard of Asmongold. He played the Cuphead DLC. I watched him play, some of him playing it, and to see if I could include anything in my video for it, but oh my gosh, dude, he was raging at things that were his fault, and, I'm pretty good at detecting whether if something is someone's fault or if it's the game's fault. His playthrough was completely unusable. It was sad. It was definitely not easy to watch either. I stopped watching that. Yeah, we don't know what they were actually intending. And I highly doubt they're ever gonna answer my emails for the opportunity to. I don't think they've seen my videos, but if they have, they probably hate me. And they probably get a million emails anyway. Queso had a whole speech about how Sotum looked like Poppy Playtime, how it looked mid, and how he missed FNAF's original formula. Then so many fans began reposting the speech and saying it was facts. Oh. Gotcha. I mean, to be fair, that does sound like a fair first impression. You know, but beyond the first impression, obviously, if Queso ended up playing the game, you know, still be fair to the game. You know what I mean? Let me change the message from Queso to Queso maybe. Because, you know, obviously I want to include stuff that's both entertaining and a good expression of a player experience, like Markiplier always is. Markiplier is always one of the best ones to include. Am I rambling again, guys? I think I'm yapping again. This is what we do here on Design Frame. We yap. You just think Phil is basing his rating of the game on his idea of what their intent was is stupid and makes the whole thing a subjective look at the game? I think everything he's pointed out has been in the game. And the story stuff, I think, is valid. It's just, I just don't think it justifies the stealth horror gameplay loop that he admits is not, is kind of tiresome, right? Because he mentions some things like, the level design in that one room being elevated so you can throw a distraction down there. The captain area holding the parts with two hands so you can't run, which, yes, is actually good design. I like that area. But I don't think it's a fair representation of the gameplay loop as a whole throughout the game. Feel like everything Phil is saying is more or less pretty accurate to the good qualities of Secret of the Mimic. Whether those good qualities are worth it is a different question. I think that's fair. Poppy doesn't have a single non-scripted AI. Is that true? That's interesting. Maybe, do you think they do a good job of kind of hiding that fact? I guess I would need to... Of course, you know, when the Poppy games were releasing, I was just on the watch the playthrough bandwagon kind of thing. I would like to play them myself at some point. Maybe a Poppy Playtime charity stream, subathon. Woo. I don't really like how Phil is complimenting this FNAF game only for things that completely stray away from what FNAF was originally about, because he says in the title that it's the best one. It is kind of hard to compare them, isn't it? Because it's so different at this point. I mean, he's probably just saying it's like the best. Oh, wait. I was about to give him the benefit of the doubt and say Steel Wool Games, but it does. The title does say best game in the franchise, doesn't it?
Assume
you can't see my mouse until I click on the video. Best game in the franchise. You're right. I mean, which to be fair, a lot of I need to do some case studies on the original FNAF games. Anyway, I mean, technically it doesn't need to be sit and survive, but it's what FNAF is known for. It's a unique gameplay loop. There's so much you can do with it. Fan games have taken that gameplay loop and done a million times, but like more than Scott was ever capable of, kind of thing, you know? Like, and you know, I'm not against a game like Secret of the Mimic if they're able to kind of bring the essence of FNAF into it, and they don't. At least gameplay wise. Right, you know, power management, resource management, stuff that can be, I don't know. Five Nights at Chuck E. Cheese remake is insane. I did see a little bit of that game, and I liked what I was seeing. I remember that being interesting. I need to play that, don't I? Yeah, my actual problem is that what the unique gameplay was exchanged for still hasn't proved itself to be worthy. Yeah, that's one thing I'm trying to say. Yeah, JPL. You know, I am. You know, I'm trying to be fair with FNAF still, obviously, but like, you know, it kind of is what it is. It just hasn't been well handled for a long time now. Let's go.
First of all, a lot of people.
Oh no, we're getting to the lore section. Oh, he talks about the issue some. That might be interesting. My gosh, dude, it's so late. 8-hour stream, my butt, dude. What the heck? It's 1:30 in the morning, my time. At least it's the weekend.
First of all, a lot of people incorrectly jumped the gun with this location, assuming that it's quite literally the FNAF 1 building, somehow underground underneath MCM. If you believe that, I need to explain what R&D and the Fazbear project actually are. Edwin Murray is not the sole inventor of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He did not, contrary to what some people might actually assume, create every single member of the Fazbear band, nor the location itself. If you paid any kind of attention to the very start of the game, you would know that Murray's Costume Factory is a place where Murray and co. meet with their clients and make their dream attractions and characters come to life. They are contractors. They are the people you go to when you, a shining new entrepreneur with loads of investor cash, get a glint in your eye to get into the world of entertainment. MCM has worked with many companies inside the entertainment world. Things like restaurants, theme parks, carnivals, festivals, even the local town float parade, if you remember that annoying crane puzzle back in the warehouse. Edwin Murray specifically mentions how
he didn't like the crane puzzle, huh?
As a potential client, you can choose to either rent out their existing characters and inventions for use in your entertainment business, or you can work with them for a custom project to bring your ideas to life. For the terminally online folks out there, just imagine this as like commissioning an artist. You can have them draw your OC, or ask for their help in creating a brand new OC that you could still own, because like you paid the artist to make it in the first place. Anyways, back to Freddy's. William Afton and Henry's, Fazbear Family Diner has already been shown to be a location that exists even before the events of this game as well, with it being, Edwin and Fiona's, favorite diner to go to when they were dating. It's also implied to have been the place he had befriended Afton and Henry in the first place. Fredbear's Family Diner signature feature was their spring lock suit technology invented by Henry, and the characters of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie were obviously still a thing back then. What I believe happened was that, at some point, after William and Henry managed to befriend Edwin, and seeing all the crazy tech that Edwin had cooking up back at his factory, they contracted him to create what would have become a successor franchise location to their humble little diner. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was the big Fazbear project that Edwin had been tasked to create for William and Henry. He was given a cast of characters, blueprints, and access to Henry's spring locks to use and modify as he saw fit. Everything, including, the floor plans to what the upcoming Freddy's location would end up looking like. Using these things, Edwin got to work, trying as hard as he could to stick to the plans given to him by William and Henry. Probably out of a need to desperately impress these two, as he saw them as genuine friends that needed his help. R&D Fazbear's is a location meant to test and brainstorm all the ideas that Edwin was given by William and Henry. R&D literally...
What you're seeing in that clip is the autosave icon breaking and playing forever. That happened to you getting the story time ending. Are you serious? That's funny.
Brainstorm all the ideas that Edwin was given by William and Henry. R&D literally means research and development, and it's a key branch in many tech businesses that need to test and experiment new ideas to innovate in their particular field. If you pay close attention to the walls of the R&D Fazbear location, you can see scratches off the paint that reveal cheap OSB wood underneath. You can also see the location doesn't even have a kitchen, with the FNAF 1
that wood is a cool detail.
Kitchen being replaced with this control room area meant for employees to monitor the activities going on in the restaurant. All of these things point to Edwin building this location to test the ways the animatronics would walk around the building and interact with customers. Something I believe was revolutionary at the time and would set Fazbear's apart from other restaurants, until the bite of 87, of course. The R&D Fazbear's location both works as fan service for longtime fans of the series, while also being chock full of lore reveals that adds depth to existing characters, and recontextualizes a lot of loose ends that seemingly did not have an explanation before this point. It explains the inconsistency between the FNAF 2 designs for the original band and the FNAF 1 designs were a product of William and Henry going back and forth on Edwin, demanding changes to the character designs that Edwin just couldn't keep up with. It shows alternate possible members to the Fazbear band, with springlock suits of Monty and even a new character called Bub, a nod to the longtime Sparky the Dog hoax. It shows how closely William and Henry worked together back in the day to achieve success in the entertainment world, displaying William Afton's cold and calculating businessman tactics as he overwhelms Edwin with changes to the Fazbear project, keeping Edwin in development hell as company resources are drained and MCM employees start being poached by Fazbear Entertainment to make sure Edwin will never be able to uphold his end of the contract. It shows a grayer and more cowardly side to Henry, as he was complicit in ruining Edwin's career alongside with Afton. Hell, even
that's really sad.
Phone Guy gets a bit of backstory, showing him as a disgruntled employee originally working for MCM, only to be bribed by Afton to help convince his fellow employees to switch over to Fazbear Entertainment, being rewarded with a managerial position at Freddy's for his betrayal. It makes his story in the first 3 games ring all the more tragic, as he would eventually be demoted from his position and forced to be a night guard, thrown away and discarded by the very company he had sold his soul for. I also just like the whole role reversal aspect of the gameplay for the R&D Fazbear section of the game. You're meant to take these springlock suits and put them in certain spots that trigger security doors to come down, draining the building's power and allowing you to force your way inside of the security office. It's a really cool way of inverting the gameplay from FNAF 1 without literally having to make an entirely new gameplay system from scratch. And the best thing about the whole Fazbear's R&D location, like, at least in my opinion, was the reveal that the original concept art for the Fazbear Band, the characters that had captured the hearts and minds of children both in-universe and back when the first Five Nights at Freddy's released, the original Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were all drawn by Fiona. There's something just so darkly beautiful about that, in my opinion, that the work of the most caring, the most imaginative, and kindest person in this entire story would be the one actually responsible for drawing the artwork and sketches that would eventually become the most popular versions of these characters, the ones that would propel Fazbear Entertainment, and by extension, this entire series of games, into stardom.
I don't think I have much to say about that. Other than it would be neat for him to show the in-game voice and written logs about what he's talking about. I think everything he says checks out.
Obviously, Secret of the Mimic is not perfect. No game aside from Detective.
It's implied in logs and the audios that the ones Fiona made were the spring locks we see, while the classics are Henry's, with how unfinished they are. Edwin also says that the changes that Fazbear or Apton is telling him to make deviates from Fiona's designs and it makes it worse, right? Yes, I see.
Barbie and the Mystery of the Carnival Caper is. So, to prevent this video from looking like a complete sausage, like, glazing fest,
oh. That was a whole debate. I believe it's not true. Spring locks and animatronics are clearly separate in the logs. The design changes also implies it's the same characters. Does it? He also talks about how it would be so much easier to keep using the spring locks. Oh, he does mention that, yeah. If Fiona did the concept art, but FNAF 1 designs are Fazbear's. Warning, you are reading people arguing about FNAF lore. Yeah. True.
I'm contractually obligated to make a section here explaining the very important issues I feel like keep Secret of the Mimic from truly achieving the coveted best in the show GOAT status. Starting from smallest issues and then going into like the big ones, there were some pretty nasty softlocks present on release. If you try getting all the collectibles in a very specific order, you will be locked out of the secret ending of this game. A problem which I encountered on my last stream and made me want to scream into the heavens. Thank God DJ Sterf and Ritos were there to help me out, giving me an altered save file to get me past a door that should honestly have no business being locked in this area. I'm also pretty sure that this rare oversight has already been addressed, so it's not that big of a deal.
Rare oversight is way too generous.
There was also a certain area that looked pretty rough.
Because it happened to a ton of people. And testing would have surfaced that kind of weird bug, a bug that shouldn't have existed if the game was programmed right. I can't imagine how a bug like that would even exist. Just thinking it from that perspective, it doesn't make sense to me.
So it's not that big of a deal. There was also a certain area that looked pretty rough. I think it's just genuinely unfinished. The little foxy shooting gallery where you have to shoot at the targets inside the Captain Springlock suit. Like, the lack of sound effects and like weird hit detection on that one, coupled with like the gigantic developer texture that appears like on the ceiling near halfway through, was really...
Somebody pointed that out to me too. We saw that during the stream.
Really awkward to experience. That sequence also goes on for like way longer than it should, honestly.
Okay, at least he admits that section sucks.
There's a fun little trick you can do in the dolly section that should also probably be patched if you
the rabies
managed to get into like
dev
one
shortcut.
of the patient rooms containing like the last data diver upgrade. You can grab like the infinitely spawning mice in that room and like use those in place of the trash cubes you have to collect around the map. Shove in as many of those pop.
We did that during New Game Plus. Apparently, it's a dev shortcut or whatever. Though I would like to get a source on that. If anyone has a source on that, please let me know. Thank you.
Possible into the trash chute directly next to the room, and you don't even have to bother with exploration. There was also a point like in the second crane puzzle where you have to like move the little parade floats around that like almost made me want to tear my ears off. Like, you will be spending upwards of 20 to 30 minutes on this puzzle trying to get the shapes to fit right while...
Excuse me? What do you mean?
Like, these gigantic plastic dudes will be hammering away in the background, and fireworks will be like spinning all over, and the noise pollution in this room was honestly unbearable. I had to...
Oh, you just mean audio?
Turn down the sound effects in this room until I had the puzzle completed. Please, my god, fix that. Like, only have the attraction hazards activate when you actually try to cross to the other side or something. I don't know. It just gave me such a headache. I also feel like...
I didn't get that impression when playing it, but I don't know if it was patched or not. Or if I just had my audio turned lower than his or something.
Or something. Like, only have the attraction hazards activate when you actually try to cross to the other side or something.
That audio thing sounds like an autism thing to me. You think it was changed in the hotfix? Okay. If it was fixed, if it was changed in the hotfix, it's probably not an autism thing. Then Hoopy. It probably was way too loud. No, in Steel Wool, it probably was. They probably just stacked all the audio, and because there are sections in the game that have no audio mixing whatsoever. It's crazy. Oh yeah, I call the mice rabies. It was never fixed, yeah. Yeah, OP, it was never fixed. You can just spam the mice into the trash chute and instantly get all 6 of them. And which supposedly was a dev shortcut that they never patched out. Crazy.
I don't know, it just gave me such a headache. I also feel like despite me praising Steel Wool's efforts in creating a game with unique level design and mechanics for each encounter, a part of me is like also a little disappointed that they didn't go far enough. There's a lot of things that could be iterated on in additional levels and rooms that could have forced the player to interact with certain mechanics, instead of just relying on lockers. However, I do...
Yes. I'm surprised he admits this, and still is so positive about the game. Because that's most of the game.
player to interact with certain mechanics, instead of just relying on lockers. However, I do understand why this is the case. After the over-bloated mess that was Security Breach, I really doubt Steelwool trusted themselves fully to know where to expand. A lot of areas were probably kept very brief just to prevent the game from growing too large again, and I can respect that. I guess, like, on a more positive side, you can tell I really like the game when one of my complaints is, like, I wish there was more of it, you know? The game also kinda heavily relies on, like, a very inconsistent autosave system in order to track your progress. Sometimes you will have moments where, like, long stretches of time happen, like, without an autosave, and you will die while backtracking to a random mimic spawn, requiring you to recollect 2 or more items and shove them back into your inventory. Or, the worst thing imaginable, you could have your entire playthrough wasted by the game's autosaving, like, right as the game bugs out, causing you to fall through the floor infinitely while there's no way to load back to a previous save. I am so baffled by this, considering that Security Breach itself did not have this problem, since you can manually save if you found.
Yes. There's no excuse.
The save point in that game. The solution to this issue is so simple too. You don't even have to create something new to implement a manual saving system. Just literally use the plethora of computer terminals you already have. You know, the ones where you can see the map and play Moon.exe on. Just add a little option in there to save your game. And bada bing bada boom, this problem is solved. I know you have the...
Yeah, we've hampered on this a lot. It's really bad.
Logic for the manual saving implemented too, because every time you go interact with one of those crane puzzles, the game immediately saves your progress, effectively making them kinda semi-manual save points.
I'm glad he mentions this. I'm glad he mentions the cranes auto-saving.
The code is already there, Steelwool! I can see it! I don't care who over on the studio has like this weird petty grudge against a good save system. It really...
Thank you. I like how he's not holding back on that.
Who over on the studio has like this weird petty grudge against a good save system. It really just feels like there's this one guy that refuses to design a system with like multiple ways of saving. That it has to be autosaves or it has to be manual saves, not both at once. Or that past a certain point in the game, the player should not be able to save for some dumb reason, like...
Yeah, no, that's... They don't think through a lot of things.
Additional difficulty or whatever. I don't care. Suck it up. Give players the ability to manually save.
I harp about this in 1 or 2, probably 2 of my 3 FNAF videos. It's not a... Saving is never a difficulty thing. If your purpose of limiting saves is for difficulty, you're doing it for the wrong reasons.
Or whatever. I don't care. Suck it up. Give players the ability to manually save the game and offer autosaves at the same time. Quality of life features like this should not be subject to a developer's weird little whims.
Yes.
And lastly, and
I'm glad he said that.
Honestly, most importantly than anything else I've said on this video, this game is not optimized. Like, at all. Just like Security Breach, the game presents horrible issues with loading in assets, pop-ins, and just general glaring instability problems that prevent it from giving players a smooth experience. This thing feels like it's gonna come apart at the seams at any second.
That wire from the data diver, which I think we even experienced that wire being crazy a couple times this stream.
Smooth experience. This thing feels like it's gonna come apart
at the data diver wire here.
The seams at any second. Like a Security Breach disaster existed here a long time ago, but was contained by the power of proper QA testing. You can feel the band-aid fixes trying to keep this thing together just barely. Animations and physics objects tend to like jitter around, get stuck in walls, or bug out. Some interactions cause the camera or Arnold's arms to move and bend in weird ways. Every time the game transitions from one area to another, most textures and even entire models have to play catch up with the player and like struggle to load in properly. Lighting sometimes just completely freaks out with shadows that shouldn't even be there.
We saw this today as well.
Suddenly flickering in and out of existence. Or worse, the entire room's lighting suddenly giving out and coming back for like a split second. Cool cutscene.
I don't think we experienced that. That's funny. This game uses 100% of your CPU. Oh. Yeah, Harrison, I do wish Phisnom made a bigger deal about that. You know, I've said this before. It's just when you release a game, it's at full price. And the thing I hate the most about modern AAA games is how they abuse the pre-order system to trick people into paying the full price, sometimes more than full price, for deluxe editions, so that your players become your QA team, essentially. It's horrible practice. But, you know, game companies can get away with it. So they keep doing it.
Or chase sequences giving out and coming back for like a split second. Cool cutscenes or chase sequences are like plagued with very frequent and inevitable frame rate drops and stutters that should realistically not even be there. All of these things might not be huge on their own, but accumulated like...
You find it funny he's talking about all this, and yet this is still the best FNAF game somehow? I mean, he's mostly talking about specific sections. Although he did mention how, like, he wishes the areas were more expanded on and stuff like that, and how it's too reliant on lockers, which is part of the core gameplay loop. I guess regardless of that, it's still his favorite game in the franchise, which I guess the bar isn't very high, especially lately. So I don't know.
Just really make it hard to see this game as anything other than like an amateur project that's barely holding itself together.
Thank you.
Oh god, the performance. Oh my god, the performance of this game is atrocious. Literally every single person I've talked to about this game says trying to get this to work right on their PC is a huge battle. Especially for streamers that like need to both play and stream the game at the same time. Because for some reason, Secret of the Mimic acts like a jealous lover and will absolutely throw a fit if you're running any other kind of program alongside it. This game is a CPU hog, especially if you're trying to run it above 30 FPS. As you will be subjected to frequent crashes and corrupted save files that will constantly prevent you from actually playing the damn game.
Luckily, I didn't run into these issues, but I didn't play the launch version. I'm sure they patched a few things in the hotfix. But only in the hotfix. They haven't updated this game at all besides that, which this game needs a lot of patching still. Some of the first games were good. Hoopy. That's kind of why I want to make videos on the original games. I think the first one is good for what it is. I think the second game is trash. Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Uh-oh. And then third game, I think the third game needed some work. Hot take. I don't know. You know, obviously I can't really defend myself right now. I need to actually kind of go through the games and be as fair as I can with them, but the second game is just and that's the Phisnom also doesn't like the second game, I believe. Which is interesting. Yeah, the stories of how loud you need to for FNAF 4. They patched FNAF. Scott patched FNAF 4 fairly quickly, thankfully. But yeah, anything that other than, you know, FNAF 4 busting your eardrums out, it's good for what it is, right? Like actually having to listen at the door and then react based off of that is pretty scary. You're just staring out the door and you're just like, is there a threat there? And you can't check, and you have to either close the door or shine your flashlight. It's simple, right? But it's just inherently scary because it's audio based. Audio, you know, if you're making a horror game, audio is the way to go. And that's one of the reasons why FNAF 1 is good, is it's the atmosphere of it. Well, granted, FNAF 1 kind of, the core gameplay loop kind of falls apart the more you play it, but ignoring that. Why am I talking about this?
Save files that will constantly prevent you from actually playing the damn game. Many people have complained that the game is frame rate capped, only offering like 30 and 60 FPS in the options.
That is true. That is true. It also doesn't have an FOV slider, which pisses me off. They should know better to have the bare minimum settings in a game like this, in a $1 million franchise.
And excuses made to keep it this way are laughable. It's another band-aid fix on top of more band-aid fixes that
thank you
disguise terrible programming practices and poor asset management.
Thank you. Thank you. Man. Phil is on it. Phil is on it.
Fixes that disguise terrible programming practices and poor asset management like that this game suffers from. Indie games like Secret of the Mimic should not run this poorly. Stillwell developers, if you're watching this and at least I know for sure that some of you in there are, please ask your bosses to hire someone at the company to handle optimization of your games in-house. I plead you. I beg of you. I saw the credits of this game. A bunch of QA people from other studios were brought in to help prevent the security breach situation from happening again. And that's a good thing, obviously, but you just can't ignore the fact that the way games are made at the studio are simply not suited for a modern retail release. You wouldn't have...
And despite the QA team, so many problems made it through, which is why he's ranting about that, right? But I'm glad he brought it up. It's complete programming and asset mismanagement. It's it's not something that QA can only do so much with that, because the problem stems from kind of how development was handled from the beginning. And then even with QA helping, the developers didn't make all of the changes that DJ Sterf recommended, probably because they ran out of time, because the project is such a mess and so mismanaged, and they have no idea what they're doing, apparently. I'm really glad that Phil called this out.
Have to spend so much money and development time ironing out the bugs if proper programming and asset management practices were instituted to prevent.
And he, right after I just ranted about it, he says the same thing.
Retail release. You wouldn't have to spend so much money and development time ironing out the bugs if proper programming and asset management practices were instituted to prevent these issues from happening in the first place. It's clear to me, at least, that the reason for why these issues are not present in Steel Wool's VR titles is because they are minigame.
Yeah, QA can just tell the problem. It's up to the devs to actually fix it. Yeah. And, you know, QA gets a lot of flack when the problem really stems from the devs in a lot of AAA companies. You know, to be fair to QA teams.
Not present in Steel Wool's. To me, at least, that the reason for why these issues are not present in Steel Wool's VR titles is because they are minigame collections where the player can't move beyond a single room. Yes. Very few assets are loaded at once, and they are easily dealt with as the player can be teleported from area to area.
That's a good call out. Again, stems back to my Steel Wool documentary case study video thing. They are pure and simple VR developers through and through, with absolutely no experience outside of that. And they were trusted with a game like Security Breach. It blows my mind that Scott was that inane.
But taking on a project like Secret of the Mimic is...
Hold on. Okay. I had to check if I used that word correctly. I did use that word correctly. Inane means either silly or stupid. Gotta make sure I'm using English correctly.
Different once you get from area to area. But taking on a project like Secret of the Mimic is different once you give the players legs and a chance to explore their environment. Poor development practices will start sticking out like a sore thumb, absolutely ruining the experience for people that just don't have a top-of-the-line PC made to play this game and nothing else. In fact, you don't have to take this from me. Instead, please hear this out from a fan of yours who really wanted to like this game on release. Tried fighting tooth and nail to like it, but just couldn't due to how horrible your game optimization ruined their experience. This is Glamrock Dusky, a fellow VTuber and content creator who tried streaming Secret of the Mimic on release, which they gave up on after the game crashed on them about 30 times over the course of 3 hours.
This is inexcusable. That's... man.
Oh my god, Steel Wool.
And yeah, I know someone's probably going to mention how do you... I mean, that you can't account for every system configuration, obviously, but again, this is really stemming from how poorly coded and optimized and handled their games are from the ground up. Either way.
I want to have faith in you! I want to think you can make a good game. Every time I want to have faith in you, and every time you...
That's, yes. My video's in a nutshell, right? I want you to be better. You do everything you can to make me not. Say that. Say that you're better.
You take me out back and shoot me. What is wrong with you? Oh my god. It ruins the impact that the section had.
Ruin, get it?
In the first place. Because I was like really hyped about it. I was like, oh my god, this guy's so cool. I love him. Now I don't want to see him anymore. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. I've had enough of this. The fact that nothing...
She has a crashes counter at the bottom of her screen. 26 crashes. Are you kidding me?
have tried prevents this game from crashing, and we had it fixed for a while, and it was still...
It's difficult to look back, you're right. You're right, Orpheus. It's difficult to look back for them. You know, there's no changes they would like to make. It's you know, why would they, when they made millions of dollars off of that game? I don't know how I managed to stream this game. To be fair, there is a lot of really bad pop-in and lighting and texture management stuff that we still experienced, but
even though I could ignore them, giving me errors saying the game was corrupted. I think I'm done for today. I think I am going to get out of my increasingly hotter room. It's getting really hot in here, I think because this game is trying to actively murder my PC. I will not play this game again until a patch is released. You can look forward to...
Do we think... Should we make a bet? Do we think they're actually going to take the time to optimize it to that degree? Or are they just going to leave it unoptimized and throw it to a third-party studio for the Switch version for them to optimize it? Because that's what they did with Security Breach. And, you know, the Switch studio ended up seeing how some of the horrible things that Steelwool did with the project, which was funny to read about. You think they'll fix bugs in CPU usage? Hopefully. They haven't updated the game yet. The most loyal fans don't get their best, you know?
A stream of Dead by Daylight on Tuesday when the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter releases, because at least we know that will be competent.
Wait, did you just say competent and Dead by Daylight in the same sentence?
A stream of Dead by Daylight on Tuesday when the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter releases, because at least we know that will be competent.
She doesn't know about Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is popular, but it's also, even within the community, they admit it is one of the worst balanced games in the history of gaming. It's not really... And it's not really an exaggeration either. Even the community admits that. That is really funny.
This game may not have been, but we can have faith in a different developer at least.
I've been trying to help Dusky out in their attempts to get this game running on their rig. We've tried absolutely everything, clearing out programs, changing DirectX settings, lowering all game settings to minimum possible options, redoing entire save files to fix corruption issues from the constant crashing, and still, the game won't behave properly. The intense CPU usage of Secret the Mimic, with the huge amount of assets loading and unloading every 5 seconds, is a huge problem that would be completely unforgivable for a game made by a guy in their basement that's being sold for $10 on Steam, let alone one that's supposed to come from a professional studio being sold on PC and consoles for $40. This is not normal. No matter how many inexperienced 10-year-olds on Twitter will cry about how you just need to get a better PC, bro. There is absolutely no excuse for an indie game with decent enough graphics to run this badly. Especially when games like Outlast, released 12 years ago, still look better and run buttery smooth. If you're going to take anything away from this video, let it be that. Steelwool.
Is that the main thing you want me to take away from this video?
You did a great job having the game not immediately explode if I looked at it funny. Good job, buddy. I'm very proud of you. Now, please stop treating my PC like a crypto mining operation every time I want to load in a level in one of your games. After all is said and done, and despite the issues that I listed,
Yeah, it's not indie, it's AA for sure. Don't ever let Steel Wolf trick you otherwise.
That above, I hope that this video helped you understand what I meant by this game being genuinely fun.
It's a single A game.
And one of my favorite releases to come out of FNAF in years. The depth Steel Wool has managed to squeeze out of these simple mechanics is just genuinely impressive. Is it the FNAF gameplay you've come to expect? You know, close doors, watch cameras, sit around... has favorite releases to come out of FNAF in years. The depth Steel Wool has managed to squeeze out of these simple mechanics is
He's not gonna like my video.
just genuinely impressive. Is it the FNAF gameplay you've come to expect? You know, close doors, watch cameras, sit around twiddling your thumbs until the game decides you've won? Absolutely not. Of course not. It's its own thing entirely, much closer to the standard stealth horror gameplay of Outlast or Amnesia that was popular in like the early 2010s YouTube Let's Play landscape. And of course, a big issue is that after Secret of the Mimic's release, a lot of fans have started to voice their displeasure with the direction that the FNAF series is taking. That this game is not the FNAF that they
Oh, is he gonna show the swinging pipe?
Fell in love with back in 2014.
Oh, he didn't show it.
That it's like generic horror slop, or that it's
That swinging pipe is so funny.
trying too hard to be like a mainstream horror game. The FNAF as a whole has like lost its identity and is falling into a trend chaser rather than like an innovator in the horror landscape. And you'd be absolutely...
Are people going to bed? Good night, King of Comedy.
Right. But just hear me out for a second, okay? I need to explain something very important to pretty much everyone in the fandom. Whenever I criticize a game, I first try to look for what the developers intended to do.
Hey, I try to do that too. I'm afraid of what he's gonna say next.
Like, the vision, you know? The thing that the designers and directors were looking to make in the first place. I feel that it's more constructive to try and see what the developers were trying to achieve with the game and point out the flaws in the design that prevent it from reaching its maximum potential. Like, just think
Yes?
about it like this. So, let's say you walk into a restaurant one day, you sit down at your table, and the head chef offers you like a really well-made sandwich. You wouldn't just jump out and start insulting his cooking or call the sandwich inedible because like you would rather eat ice cream instead, right? You can't compare the quality of your favorite ice cream to a well-made sandwich because those things are fundamentally different meals that can't be compared. And it's especially ridiculous to leave a bad review on the chef's restaurant because they don't offer ice cream when all they are selling on the menu are sandwiches in the first place. I've also seen a lot of people like comparing or like even outright accusing Steel Wool of like copying Poppy Playtime's template. And while I understand some of that, especially with the chase sections, I find it kind of odd how tunnel-visioned these comparisons are, completely ignoring the actual main stealth horror gameplay of the game. It almost feels like people are actively choosing to ignore huge parts of the experience just to dunk on Steel Wool's perceived lack of creativity, and only highlighting the bits that they find similar.
Tricked you guys, you thought I was going to say something.
To other games, the mascot actively choosing to ignore huge parts of the experience just to dunk on Steel Wool's perceived lack of creativity, and only highlighting the bits that they find similar to other games in the mascot horror genre. Newsflash, dipshits, like Poppy Playtime didn't really invent chase sequences, neither did Bendy and the Ink Machine. Steel Wool are incredibly open about the inspirations they use for their projects. If you're going to call this game a ripoff of something, at least point out the correct things, like the games the developers are telling you they are huge fans of and have admitted to wanting to try for themselves. I feel that people are being very unfair to Steel Wool, calling their
No,
if you're going
I need to rewatch that.
to call this game a ripoff of something, at least point out the correct things, like the games the developers are telling you they are huge fans of.
Yes. I've used this clip a lot They explicitly say that they play a lot of they played a lot of Alien Isolation, and that was their main inspiration for Security Breach. I don't know what else I can say about that. If Phil wants us to actually compare the games to Alien Isolation, he's gonna get the opposite of what he thinks he's gonna get with that comparison.
And have admitted to wanting to try for themselves. I feel that people are being very unfair to Steelwool, calling their game bad simply because some fans are fundamentally not interested in the type of game the developers wanted to make in the first place. Obviously, as a consumer, you're not forced to like these types of horror games. If they aren't your cup of tea, that's
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna compare this game to Alien Isolation and make it look even worse, basically. I mean, that's one of the main. First of all, Alien Isolation's atmosphere is something Steelwool apparently can't hope to achieve. And same with the AI. The AI is like the crowning achievement of Alien Isolation, because that's basically what the game... That's the crux of the game. That's what the game depends on. And none of that is in... None of that crux is in Secret of the Mimic. Even Phil himself even said that the AI is really simple. And he says that Steelwool did well with that simplicity. Which I don't necessarily agree with. But you know, we should stream Alien Isolation, shouldn't we? That'd be a good stream. You feel like he doesn't actually care about gameplay and cares about more doing minor details and story? Really? I feel like he cares a lot about gameplay. But, you know, saying that just makes this video even more confusing, doesn't it? Oh, you're saying that's why Phil hasn't... Oh, I thought you meant, like, finished playing a game. You guys probably hearing my dog now. Oh, gosh. Not this late at night. Are you kidding me? Hey. Now she's just staring at me. She knows she did something wrong. Hey. Someone's probably out walking their dog in the dark. And then she starts barking. Tell your dog I love them. Hello, puppy. Oh, maybe she is telling me I need to go to bed, huh? But yeah, I saw someone say he did finish. He did make Shadow over Freddy's. I think it kind of took him too long for FNAF Plus, and then that kind of just got canceled after all that drama that we're not gonna talk about. He's said before that he wants to make something else at this point. But, you know, to be fair, it's kind of like with Pyre Software, right? These people making games that end up becoming popular streamers or semi-popular. You know, obviously Pyre Software is much more successful in that realm, but Phisnom is pretty successful as a streamer. At that point, like, are you just gonna concentrate on the streaming aspect of it? And probably. Oh, Parker, what's that? I see a bunch of brackets, square brackets. You think Phil still understands? I don't know. Sorry, I spam random keys when I'm bored because it didn't mean to hit send. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I'm a bad streamer. No. I failed. Can you not see it anymore, Crash Bandit? Here, Crash Bandit. This is what Crash Bandit said, guys. I just copy and pasted it for him. Yeah, you see it. I just pasted it. Yeah, no problem. No problem. The issue with this video, in my opinion, is just the GER people online parts where he whines about internet discourse. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of some of the intro parts. I mean, some of what he said about internet discourse is kind of correct, though. That he kind of occasionally mentions in this video. You know, I mentioned... You know, I'm not going to be able to recall everything at this point. I did call out what I thought was a good mention. Phil's video does feel like somewhat of a response to a very specific kind of criticism of the game. Maybe parts of it, but I think he is, you know, still going through what he likes most and dislikes about the game. You know, to be fair to him. I come to an analysis for an analysis, not internet discourse. I think it usually subtracts rather than add because, yeah, the internet sucks. Okay, fair. And, you know, hopefully, you know, that's why you guys are here, right? Design frame analysis. This is where I get full of myself. You guys are building up my ego. Let's finish this video. I'm already losing my mind, apparently, because it's, oh my gosh, it's almost 2:30 in the morning.
Perfectly okay. But writing off an entire genre or just like automatically labeling a game as worthless slop just because it isn't the type of game you want to play is
okay, that's ironic that you guys were just talking about how he does this in this video and then he's doing it right now.
cup of tea, that's perfectly okay. But writing off an entire genre or just like automatically labeling
the
a game
Poppy
as
Playtime
worthless
stuff, I guess.
slop just because it isn't the type of game you want to play is completely crazy. Especially when so much love and effort was very clearly put in by Steelwool to pull off their vision. Back when I absolutely trashed like security.
Okay, but it's fair to criticize a vision too. You also can't really assume what their vision is. Granted, you can usually tell what someone's intent and vision is by playing the game. At least if other designers play it. I like to think I'm fairly good at that. But there are still things I would like to ask the developer about, obviously. And I would love to ask Steelwool some things and get clarification and give them the most favorable interpretation, if possible, you know. Yeah, the Secret of the Mimic interview with Evan Lampe, but that was before the game released. They're not really gonna talk about any of that. Any design intent and stuff. I don't... Evan Lampe is not one of the designers, I don't think. I think he's on the art side. I guess correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, Evan Lampe, I think, does kind of work on the design with JTop. If I'm remembering correctly. From their website. It says on their website, if you look at their bios.
Breach. I did so because I could see what the developers were trying to do and just failing massively at it due to like all the issues of like the development of that game. In this scenario, I can see like what they wanted to do with Secret of the Mimic, and I'm genuinely, honestly kind of proud that they managed to do it, you know? This is why I feel that a lot of fans have kind of lost.
I'd be interested to hear what he thinks the intent is. I guess he kind of talked about it. Maybe I'm just not getting it, what he's trying to say. I mean, I get what he's trying to say here. But hopefully my rambling there makes sense.
The plot when criticizing this game. This is why I feel that a lot of fans have kind of lost the plot when criticizing this game. Secret of the Mimic is, in no uncertain terms, a stealth horror game at its core. That's what the developers wanted to make. And
okay, well, he just mentioned it. What do you know?
Stealth horror game at its core. That's what the developers wanted to make. And it's a very well-designed stealth horror game, in fact.
No.
A stealth horror game I would recommend to anyone that actually enjoys the genre. One that Steelwool and Scott Cawthon himself very clearly wanted to make for a very long time, ever since they began working together, drawing inspiration from Alien Isolation specifically to create a free-roam FNAF game that
Alright, we're gonna have to play Alien Isolation for comparisons. Probably other stealth games that are not horror as well, like Splinter Cell. I would love to do that. Because by itself, stealth horror has a lot of innate problems to it that we've encountered in this playthrough as well. Yeah, I guess I don't have more to say about that. Metal Gear Solid is... Dang, how many games am I gonna have to play in preparation for the case study? Because actually, you guys get a little bit of behind the scenes here. For the Ruin video, one section I wanted to add was me comparing Ruin's dual reality mechanic, and I call it I coin it as dual reality. I don't know if there's a better name for it. The dual reality mechanic of the mask, where I wanted a section where I compare Ruin's implementation of the mask mechanic to other dual reality games. Off stream, this was before I started streaming. Off stream, I played The Medium. The Medium is a dual reality game in the strictest terms, really. It's you go back and forth between two realities, two versions of the same world. And then I had a few other games I wanted to play with some amount of implementation of it. Like even Dishonored 2. Dishonored 2 has a section where you go between worlds. Yes, you get the point. But as you know, that section did not make it into the video. I ran out of time. And I would have liked to take the time to make the video better before I would have added that section, because it has some structural issues here and there, and I would like to have probably removed the balanced horror section and stuff like that. But I feel like if we're talking about the core mechanic of stealth horror, it's important to have some kind of baseline to go off of. So I'm going to attempt to do what I intended for Ruin, but for Secret of the Mimic. We'll play through different games. I think especially Alien Isolation, which also... Bunker. Amnesia the Bunker. We're streaming that next week. Amnesia the Bunker. That is an example of what I'm talking about. I'm probably going to end up bringing that game up in the Secret of the Mimic case study. Because the threat kind of hides in vents and stuff, just like Alien Isolation in that game. So that stream's going to be really fun. Has Alien Isolation aged badly? Or are you talking about Outlast? Oh, you're talking about Outlast. Okay, I see. That's the problem with me looking at chat after I ramble about behind-the-scenes stuff.
Fans from Alien Isolation specifically to create a free-roam FNAF game that the fans have been asking Scott to make since 2015.
Yes. And you made fun of those people during your security breach playthrough. Very explicit. I included that in the Steel Wool video, actually, of him making fun of people for wanting that. So now he's just changing his tune suddenly?
Back in the good old days of 2021, almost half a decade ago, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach was meant to be that game, and of course it failed miserably. A monument to overambition, blind optimism, and poor project planning. Now, with Secret of the Mimic, Steel Wool took almost every single piece of feedback given to them by fans, and essentially got a second chance at their dream.
In terms of scope, it feels like it, yes. Secret of the Mimic should have been what released instead of Security Breach, if we're talking about them actually managing the scope of a game within their limitations as a VR developer. Even then, they probably should have started with something smaller than Secret of the Mimic, right? Something, even with Secret of the Mimic, you know, we already talked about this. Phil talked about this a lot. You know, the optimization and underlying programming still horribly managed. They just haven't learned anything about that, apparently.
Game, from tiny moments like the staff bot jumping out at you as you collect an item, to big concepts like a moment by fans, and essentially got a second chance at their dream game. From tiny moments like the staff bot jumping out at you
Oh no.
as you collect an item, to
Oh no, anyone who watched my Rune video, that's an oh no for me, sir.
From tiny moments like the staff bot jumping out at you.
That's as cheap as horror can get. I'm surprised he's okay with calling that a positive.
As you collect an item, to
unless it's earned, right? It has to be earned. That was random.
Big concepts like a giant spider robot chasing you down through cramped corridors, or finding a secret Freddy's location deep underground. Secret of the Mimic echoes so many ideas from Security Breach, but this time with thoughtful planning and direction to actually make those moments work as intended. I guess that's also why I'm, like, you know, so optimistic about this game. It's great to see developers getting a second chance and actually pull off what they've been wanting to do for years. And while it may not be to everyone's tastes, I beg you to please at least acknowledge how far Steelwool has come with this game. And
that's not saying much.
To not, like, cynically dismiss it or just to write it off as a generic cash grab when there's clearly so much passion and care put in.
I wouldn't say it's a cash grab. But comparing it to the previous games and saying it's an improvement is disingenuous at best.
Into it. Or at the very least, please just don't start hurling insults at the developers or their work because you didn't up getting what you personally wanted out of the franchise.
I mean, yeah, no insults, of course. Never attack. Never attack. My Steelwool video doesn't attack them, they attacked themselves. I copy and pasted all their own material. Their words against them.
Because no matter how much you mock the chef, you will never be able to turn their sandwich into an ice cream. Or something like that.
I mean, yeah, if... Look, I guess with that he's basically saying, like, hey, don't compare this outside of stealth horror. Which, okay, I'm not. I criticized it within the realm of stealth horror.
And that's it for the end of this very, very long video. Whew. I've been wanting to make one of these scripted video essays for, like, a long time. Feels like so weird to actually get this done, but hope you guys liked it. Do you agree with me about Secret of the Mimic? Have I turned your opinion around on it? Do you still hate it and want to explain why you still think it's trash? If so, I would genuinely like to hear you out in the comments. If you still dislike Secret of the Mimic, at least I can say that you're not exactly alone in feeling that way. As of the time I'm writing this video, Markiplier just finished his own playthrough and his thoughts on the game seemed pretty mixed. He seemed to conclude that the game had something, you know, missing, and or something like that. Maybe he's become disillusioned by how far Secret of the Mimic stepped away from the original FNAF formula. Probably. Personally, I think a game that has us stay overnight at a mostly abandoned location full of creepy children's entertainment mascots where we defend ourselves from malfunctioning robots and ghostly hallucinations, using security doors and other gadgets to avoid getting stuffed into a suit is pretty FNAF core and mascot horror pilled, but what do I know? Ha! Just kidding. I actually know exactly what he meant, by the way. There is something definitely missing from Secret of the Mimic that not many people have been able to put their finger on. I still enjoy the game for what it is, of course, but that special thing is, I better keep it to myself. The video's gone on for long enough as it is.
Huh?
Maybe I'll make that the topic to a future video. Anyways, if you like this video and want to see more stuff like this on the channel moving forward, make sure
you're leaving us hanging like that? Are you kidding me?
Hit the like and subscribe button. Maybe drop a suggestion on what are the topics I should...
That was a really big build-up to leave us hanging, dude. What the heck?
Videos moving forward. I'm still gonna be mainly focusing on my streams. Those really are not going anywhere, but it would be nice to serve people something a little more structured every once in a while. Hey, the next video after this should be about Deltarune, so if that gets you interested in subscribing...
Ooh, Deltarune. We'll be streaming Deltarune on this channel soon as well. I want to play the first 4 chapters for since I think I'm gonna be releasing a Heartbound video. That's hopefully gonna be a short video. Okay. Well, that was Phisnom's best game in the franchise video. How long did that take us to go through? An hour and 11 minutes of video. It took us like, what, 4 hours or something? 10-minute Heartbound video, let's go. It does confuse me a little how it can't be both the best game in the series, but missing that special something. Yeah. I mean, I guess it sounds like to me that he recognizes what that special something might be, but he himself isn't bothered by it, is the impression I'm getting. You know, I want to be as fair as possible, but... Oh, thank you, Starko. Oh no, if it's... You must love me parasocially. If you live near me, you should sit on my lap while I stream. Give this game Jackie's Box out of 10. Is that your rating, Harrison? Not this again, Mr. Frame. Yeah, I said that to someone else earlier. Andres using the new confused husky emoji that's there for members. Also, the Discord has the confused husky and noted emojis, but animated in the Discord. Pretty awesome. You know where I live. Uh-oh. You know, you may not know, or I may not be your dad, but you can still call me daddy. Can't keep a straight face after that one. Is this what happens when someone streams for 9.5 hours straight? They start saying unhinged things? Parker. And with that, I think the stream is gone. Yes, Andres. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. Okay, well, I wanted to also watch... What do you guys think? We stay up later and watch another video? If you check the description of this live, I put another video there that we would possibly check out. And that would be Rubric's video that criticizes the game, as opposed to Phisnom's that, what's the right word? That doesn't criticize it. Okay, he does criticize it, but not... You know what I mean. Put words in my mouth, please. 36-hour shift. Watch the video, but only if you don't pause a single time. Yeah, maybe I should. Can't wait to see Deltarune from you, by the way. I loved the new chapters, but I noticed a lot of stuff lacking from a design standpoint, and it'll be interesting. Ooh. Here on Design Frame, design is an interesting standpoint here. Frame Daddy ASMR stream. Let's go. Uh-oh. Am I going to rename this channel from Design Frame to Frame Daddy? Design Frame Daddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Good night, Elysius. Oleasis. Good seeing, good having you here, Tom, as well. Everyone's leaving before it's too late. It's Frame Daddy in time. Oh no. New Discord nickname. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. Frame Daddy can be the name of your channel after you're forced to stream on Kick after the FNAF Mafia reaches you. Uh-oh. Every critique of Deltarune you've seen is either 100% praise or only pointing out the flaws, which I feel doesn't paint a good picture. Gotcha. Modded Terraria. Nice. Now I guess is a good time to mention again, if anyone wants to look through the live plays of what, T-Dread, who else? Someone mentioned the Unwithered Truths. For DJ Sterf in the chat talking about QA stuff, I have a couple screenshots someone provided of the FNAF live stream where DJ Sterf made some interesting comments. So there's a forum in the Discord if people end up finding stuff like that. It would save me a little bit of time, and you would totally not get paid for that work. But I'm also probably going to email DJ Sterf as well. So, obviously, no one feel pressured to do that. It is just a thing that may possibly be helpful, because I don't want to watch their playthroughs. Actually, I was curious about T-Dread's playthrough, because he was in the first Secret of the Mimic stream we did on this channel. And people were saying that he's, you know, one of the more honest FNAF tubers. So I might check him out anyway. Oh, you've been binging my E33 streams? Oh, I'm so glad you enjoy them. T-Dreads was live for 18 hours. Oh my gosh. T-Dreads is a really funny guy. Oh, nice having you here, Crash Bandit. Have a good night. Gotcha. Well, maybe he would be a good addition to the clips I use in my videos then. Oh my gosh, another hour-long video. Guys, I should go to bed. What if we watch this really fast? I just put up a poll. You watched it earlier, Parker? Video's good? Gibby's Horror Homestead. Another in that theorist group who's honest. Had a rough one with soft locks. Let me write that down. Weak, Mr. Frame, weak. Consider it is the weekend. Please just sleep. You know what? If the tickets I'm selling at the bottom, those tickets you can insert into my machine to make me go to sleep. How about that? I need 3 tickets inserted into one of my orifices to put me to sleep. Totally not baiting. Watch the video and that $25 gift certificate is all yours. You're right, Harrison. You're right. I'm actively rooting against your good health for my own entertainment. Oh my goodness. No, Andres, no. Stop it. Stop it. Alright. La Rubrics. Why FNAF The Secret of the Mimic just doesn't work. I assume this is going to be the same volume as the Phisnom video. Yell at me if it's a bad volume. That's neat. That's neat. That's neat. I like using like the things from the game in videos. That's what I did a ton with the Cuphead DLC series. I went into like a photo. I'll say photo. I don't use Photoshop. We'll say I went into Photoshop and adjusted the sizes of the Cuphead like menu UI elements, and I used them in the video. I thought that was pretty cool. So this is cool. I like this. Well, we'll speed it up a little bit so I can go to bed.
Hello, buddy, can you hear me?
God's sake.
If you're talking...
He had different music playing in the car too. This is fun.
Hello, buddy, can you hear me?
God's sake.
If you're talking, I can't hear you. You've got to press the button on the side of the receiver.
I'm not talking. I was hoping you'd go away. But God hates me, so... whatever. Yep, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, evening. Just had something flagged to me that's important. Your van's in the area, right?
Just driving around? What's the word?
Oh yeah, JPL. It did say Soma spoilers. I have played Soma. I meant to say that out loud. That's my bad. Minor spoilers for Soma. At least it's minor spoilers. But Soma is awesome. It has such good atmosphere. You could say the threats in the game are kind of unnecessary, which is kind of funny to say. But the atmosphere is so good.
Can you hear me?
God's sake.
If you're talking...
Wait, but God hates me, so... Whatever. Yep, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, evening. Just had something flagged to me that's important. Your van's in the area, right?
Just driving around? What's the word?
You know that nut job over on 4th? The guy who makes those videos thinks he's a dog?
Rings a bell.
Yeah, well, word is he's gone AWOL. The guy didn't leave his office for a week straight and then threw himself out his window. No one's caught a glimpse of him since, but apparently there's a drive with a bunch of his videos sitting inside. I got a couple of fellas looking to pay decent money to use them as AI training footage. Get over there, snatch it, and get out.
Is it him driving back and forth on the road in an exaggerated manner? Did he record this in a... Or is this like some kind of debug option where... Or mod or something? I don't think Arnold is that swervy. Or did he recreate this in something else, like Source or something? I'm just listing random things that they could have done. Does anyone know how he did this? Because that's funny.
Looking to pay decent money to use them as AI training footage. Get over there, snatch it.
That swerving like he was about to run off the edge is pretty funny. You can control the car in the game? Oh my gosh, I never knew that. I had no idea. That's funny. I didn't know that. Retaining player control for that. Is that a positive for the game? Well, at least it's a minor source of player interaction. That's interesting. It's funny, so I think it's a positive. No, the reason would be because it adds player interaction to the intro cutscene, which is cool.
Get out. Simple repossession job.
Uh-huh. I'm on it.
Just a heads up that apparently someone is still moving around inside. The office has been closed the last few days, so it must be one of the cleaners working late or something. Just try to keep it subtle, alright?
Keep it subtle. You got it.
Then it cuts off strangely, yeah. Is he gonna include the cut? No, he didn't include the cut. He faded it out. He did a better job than Steelwolf.
Office. Ah, here it is. Guy's all off on his lonesome. Let's take a look here, shall we?
Is this not a criticism video? Is this just a big skit?
No one's around. The longer I'm doing this, the less odd jobs I'll be asked to do. No harm in taking a peek, right? Alrighty, let's see what this weird bastard had cooked up for us this time.
Clever.
Hello, dear viewer. This hurts me more than it does you. Today's topic: hatred. The internet is funded and maintained by an intricate economy of haters. For those made blissfully ignorant by the joy in their heart, hating is a practice predominantly centered in digital spaces in which individuals regard a miscellaneous object, phenomenon, or entity with potent disdain. You dumb cunt! It says a lot about the nature of social media that this has become such a common practice.
Good old Smash Melee, am I right?
practice. It appeals to our desperate need to distract ourselves while the world around us continues to collapse, decay, and deprecate. Born too late to see the towers fall, born too early to have sex with robots, but born just in time for another war in the Middle East. But me, dear viewer, I'm a man of peace.
This guy's kind of funny. Not gonna lie.
Peace. I do not denigrate myself by arguing with cretins who shape their opinions based on what their favourite loathsome pillock has told them to regurgitate. I'm contented to sit on the sidelines, observing the chaos of this international forum we call home, and curating my own slice of digital existence. But life isn't fair, dear viewer. I may be a man of peace, but what comes next was not ordained by me. No, this was outright instigated. You see, one day I was watching my personal goat, FreeFS. This man, to me, is one of the funniest Let's Play channels to exist on the platform right now.
I'll write that down. Why not?
The jokes, the edits, the insane facial expressions, he simply got it all. Having been an avid viewer for the last few months, I was one of the first to watch him play through the release of a new, highly anticipated horror game. By the halfway point, I was overcome with rage. Look what they are doing to my man Maximilian. An attack on Maximus is an attack on Zoomers everywhere. It's an attack on me. I will not have my goat's honor desecrated by something as lowly as the secret of the mimic.
Good night, Parker. I can't believe after all that, Parker, you're abandoning me. After getting me to watch this. How could you? Yeah, I'm gonna check out 3FS and see if it's something I would add to my videos. It depends what it is.
The Secret of the Mimic is a Five Nights at Freddy's installment where you, the player, sweep through the abandoned halls of a once bustling animatronic factory to locate coveted schematics for an elusive robot configuration, all the while hunted by a mechanical marauder in a variety of funky suits. I am not one to partake in hating often, and even less so do I involve myself in discussing games of the mascot horror genre, a category of media that holds all the narrative significance of a condom at an abortion clinic. For one tangible feeling I have just seeing titles in this catalogue be played is general displeasure. Anything that held a semblance of value once upon a time has now been milked enough to cause catastrophic disfigurement of what people used to regard with affection. How fitting to discuss Five Nights at Freddy's, a title that aided in both the birth and death of this bloated category, that I sincerely believe continues as a tacit method on behalf of Scott Cawthon to keep funneling funds to the Trump administration. Watching this game be played by numerous high-profile channels, scrolling through countless Steam reviews and looking myself in a mirror to ask if this is really what I want to spend my time on, I've taken this holy mission.
That reminds me. Oh, I did not spell that right. Corey Kenshin is one that I should. Now that Corey is back and he played Secret of the Mimic. That's one that I should check out. I don't know if he's one that would just be overly positive or not admit to anything bad that's happening in front of his eyes. We'll see.
Upon myself to elaborate on what exactly about the.
You're right, Andres. We need more God Bless Americas. Because the eagle is in the S for anyone who hasn't seen the tier list. Good luck, he's gonna pause a lot. No, I'm not.
This game makes me want to break something. All of this is done in the hope that maybe, just maybe, we will acquiesce to the unanimous conclusion that we're all getting a little bit tired of this shit. So sit back, crank that Soldier Boy, and wonder where it all went wrong for a titan of the genre. Because I'm about to explain why the Secret of the Mimic just doesn't work.
Oh snap. Oh, that was some intro, huh? We got a montage, let's go. Ah, smashed by the mimic. Aha.
Upon the thought...
Again, I like using stuff from the game for... Like, I'm gonna have to copy him on using the scrolling thing like this. Because I did that for the Cuphead DLC series, too. I used the Cuphead screen for stuff. I like it. It's cool. It's good editing.
Upon the thought of making this video crossing my mind, I knew I would be entrenched in a war on two fronts.
The film, yes, the film was the word I was looking for. Thanks.
To my left, the FNAF fandom, a community devoted to the consumption of Scott Cawthon's flagship franchise who, halfway through writing their erotic fanfiction of Mike Schmidt and Purple Guy playing with each other's spring locks, have stopped what they are doing to bite my frontal lobe out. To my right, my own subscriber base, a gaggle of miscreants and misfits devoted to issuing vague threats towards me in the comments who now, upon realizing I'm deadly serious about covering a FNAF title, are ready to make said threats a reality. Both sides, contrasted by their opposing perspectives on this franchise, are united by a single question towards me. Why the fuck are you wasting our time with this? That is a very fair question. FNAF, being the cornerstone of popular horror nowadays, has already been the subject of countless video essays
This feels like a waste of a section. I don't know why he's talking about this.
Dissecting its artistic value as a game, comedic value as a meme, and cultural value...
Guess I'm gonna find out, huh?
...as an inspiration for a whole catalogue of Foxy the Pirate's furry porn since the dawn of human civilization. Whatever could have been novel to say about it years ago has already been said innumerable times by many others, so making a video on any piece of its constantly expanding tome of nonsense lacks any novelty or fun in doing so. I also, per my own fictional tastes, don't particularly care for it. For many of us, FNAF has always been an entity of vicarious consumption. Any affection I've ever had for it was afforded through the morbid thrill of watching the likes of 8-Bit Ryan, Jacksepticeye, Corey Kenshin, and Markiplier suffer.
I think that's most of the fan base, especially at the time. Watching it through playthroughs and not playing it themselves. Pretty common. That's what happened with me. I didn't play them myself.
Fatal seizures from jump scares.
Easily that bad in any of the games, so I'll...
Oh, classic! I used this in my Rune video too.
And Markiplier suffer
He's never living this one down.
Seizures from jump scares.
Easily that bad in any of the games, so I'll play through.
The one time I've ever...
Oh, he edited it.
...personally mentioned it was during my Soma video 3 years ago, where I took the liberty of spit roasting Security Breach over an open flame for being unable to achieve what games 10 years ago had managed in a horror genre. In the last 4 years since I started making video essays, I have never felt anything close to a meaningful compulsion to focus my sights on this. With that in mind, why wouldn't I just focus on something else? What finally summoned a motivation to cover this game, which I'll refer to as Mimic Secret from here on out, is the madness I felt looking at reviews of it. After numerous playthroughs where I watched all enjoyment steadily drain from the faces of the people playing, to see it awarded a very positive rating on Steam felt like a slap in the face.
Yeah, welcome to the franchise. This has been happening for a long time now.
Seeing the significant minority of negative reviews anchored me to sanity. Faced by a tide of blue thumbs mindlessly praising the bare minimum, I finally saw an opening. The opportunity to say something novel about a topical new release that both regular viewers and FNAF loyalists can appreciate in their own right. I make this video with the genuine hope my usual audience, people like me who don't particularly care for FNAF, can derive enjoyment from the discussion of wider principles of game design related to the fumbling of Mimic Secret.
Ooh, did someone say principles of game design? Ooh. Okay. I'm curious.
Even more so, I think this video will be especially worthwhile for fans of the series. It's pretty apparent that even for those who liked Mimic Secret, the game wasn't without issue, nor did it hold any value.
Hey Spacey. We're doing a different video this time. This is Rubric. Why Secret of the Mimic just doesn't work. We're not pausing nearly as much this time.
Remotely close to the price tag they dared to...
But I still want to, this to be fair use. No one's copyright claiming me, I swear.
Append to it. It can be a little ambiguous to grasp exactly why that was, especially when there isn't much incentive to waste even more time replaying it to learn why, which is where I come into the equation. Swiping a copy off the high seas, I managed to sidestep the loathsome pitfall of surrendering 33...
You should never admit to that.
£3.50 for diminishing returns, only to realise the snare right behind it was unavoidable.
Oh!
I may not be bereft of money, but I am bereft of time. And let me tell you, even though this is a purely self-inflicted venture, I'm not particularly fucking happy about it.
Fair.
When you hear the term FNAF, what comes to mind? The animatronics getting a little quirky at night? Being skill-issued by a rabbit with a guitar? Pyrocynical, unsurprisingly, wanting to have sex with the overweight roller-skating chicken. I must be a Pyrocynical clone at this point because, man, I'm suddenly hankering for some poultry. The most likely answer of all these is bugs.
To parts and services, and I'm gonna shove a beak inside of you, and you are going to be able to talk better.
Fuck you!
Did you hate the idea that much?
Confounding little critters that interfere with the game's design to prevent a player from progressing forward. This became a relevant concern regarding Steel Wool's flagship title, Security Breach. This game was so unbelievably broken that Markiplier's Let's Play became a definitive source to catalogue the immense number of faults it had. It's not totally surprising to then...
I'm one of the people that abused his playthrough in my video.
See a slew of reviews of Mimic Secret detailing personal anecdotes of frustrating softlocks and bizarre happenings that jeopardize the whole package. Vigilance on something like this matters. The magnificence of creative concepts is irrelevant if you can't work the medium to convey them successfully on a technical level. It's
Yes, thank you.
like shooting a film with a lens cap on or letting extra tuner near music software. Thing is, Security Breach became so irrefutably synonymous with a reputation of being an unplayable mess because so many channels with huge audiences covered a highly anticipated release in what was considered a new era of the franchise. Mimic Secret, admittedly, is far less egregious, and evidence of its technical missteps aren't nearly as viral. In my eyes, it's a moot point to argue this. I don't doubt people have experienced softlocks or frame drops, but there are simply
He bought it legally. He was just on a boat at the time. Sure. That's funny.
Too many loyal players who didn't have those experiences for it to matter. They are outliers that serve to award an additional line of defense to Mimic Secret. If you dislike it, you clearly just have a low-end setup you're embarrassed to admit cucked you from enjoying the game. But I'm no mere cuck, dear viewer. I wield the girth of a 4070 Ti, a 16-core i7, and 32GB of RAM. This baby is purpose-built to endure the worst Steel Wool have to offer. Aside from the...
Oh, that was a lot of editing he did there. Even the RAM joke.
Occasional stutter when crossing areas and the bashful nature of textures causing them to hesitate to load in even when I'm right next to them. What the fuck's going on here? I encountered no debilitating bugs that opponents can claim soured my enjoyment. I see clearly, dear viewer, and my vision remained astute enough to discern this curious happening. Bro is just hanging out. Alright, interesting. That's very interesting. He is just... What?
Oh, that's funny. Is like the timer for that enemy like to the point where it wants to swap costumes and then it just stands still and the AI doesn't move it around until the player looks away? Is that how they have it coded? I'm curious.
Did you see it?
now.
One moment he's there, and the next, he's gone. It seems whoever made this damnable thing has been tinkering with teleportation technology. But more than that...
Oh, and welcome to FNAF.
This opens an interesting and
Welcome to
meaningful
Steel Wool.
avenue. I don't think Mimic Secret doesn't work because it doesn't run correctly, so I can't engage the intended experience. I think it doesn't work because, even when it runs right, it's not particularly fun to play.
Oh, he's getting to the juice now.
Upon hitting...
Yeah, TikTok retention editing, yeah. I'm not big on that, but
10K, I realized the...
But, I'm still willing to admit he seems to know what he's doing with editing.
Upon hitting 10K, I realized the important obligation I needed to see to, the inevitable obstacle of a YouTuber apology regarding the nebulous allegations. Don't look so frightened, dear viewer. I'm morally opposed to crypto, so I haven't scammed anyone, and look at me, I'm a harmless virgin, so whatever Tectone and his dad have done is physically impossible for me. No, this apology concerns disparaging comments made about a relevant topic. Alien Isolation.
Part and parcel with human existence, you know? Oh, my fuck!
In my Lethal Company video, I admonished the game for arbitrarily deciding to kill me, and thereby harshening my overall opinion of it. This was because I was playing on easy mode with the foolish assumption that Alien was blind, meaning the times it didn't see me played into an unknown confirmation bias I had, that it actually was in fact blind. So that when it randomly beelined for my location, I believed it was because the game's AI was unfairly overtuned for the sake of random challenge, and not the reality that I was sitting in the middle of an open corridor like an embarrassing dumbass. For that, I am deeply sorry, and it's through passionate intercourse with your mother I seek to make amends. Before the rubric rumble occurs, let's delve into why I've brought this up. A lot of different...
At least he admits to that mistake. That's neat.
Titles are invoked during discussions of Mimic's Secret regarding inspirations for the style.
Yeah, that's fair, Hatster. High energy, but a lot better than TikTok retention stuff. That's the impression I'm getting. Yeah.
Of gameplay it uses. A very popular derogatory comparison is Poppy Playtime, a title with its own cans of worms stacked high atop each other, and I can see why this one is stuck. The premises of many horror and survival horror titles overlap considerably. You turn up to a bad place and within minutes of arriving you realise the vibe is whack and you want to dip. To your dismay, the antagonists of said bad place do not consent to your regress and do everything they can to ensure you stay forever as a mutilated corpse. This is true of Poppy Playtime, and gameplay elements of both this and Mimic's Secret bear some resemblance, but I think an even better comparison would be Alien Isolation. This is also a game abiding by the same general premise, but it's made more similar by some details. Both games feature a technician protagonist to contextually justify the in-game interactions with machinery and equipment to progress the story, while also having both protagonists hunted by an elusive lone predator established as a cunning foe you can't fight back against. Of course, Alien Isolation is not unique for centering the conflict on a single antagonist. What set it apart from its contemporaries, and evidently continues to set it apart over a decade later, is how the xenomorph's apart from its contemporaries, and evidently...
Does this still happen?
Continues to set it apart.
That's funny.
Over a decade later, is how the xenomorph's presence was established through gameplay. While most other games used enemies following static
gameplay, what do you know? Hey, 13 heads. Steel will not hitting the mark? Impossible. I know, right?
Routes who then would deviate to give chase to a detected player, the alien...
You sent a clip of that in the Discord? Well, I will have to look at that. Thank you for that.
Alien was dynamic. It adapted to a player's...
I have... Actually, the very first stream you'll see on this channel is Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. I think it's both good and bad in terms of... I think my biggest problem with Chapter 4 was just... How do I explain it? The amount of... those tapes, man. Those tapes go on for so long. It's like half the game is those tapes. Those tapes... and you just stand there and watch a static screen of them talking for like 5 minutes straight. And then there's... And then, you know... It's a lot of moments of where you can't... It's not like play and talk. It's just kind of sitting there. That really hurt the game for me.
Approaches. It waited to ambush you in vents, ignored distraction devices when overused, and would relentlessly pursue you when spotted.
Well, I'll go fuck myself, man.
The gameplay established the xenomorph as the cunning killer the story said it to be, aligning the player's experience with the narrative. The core gameplay loop of Mimic's Secret emulates a similar experience. Unfortunately, as you likely guessed from the video's title, I feel it takes a leap that it fails to ever stick the landing to. An important thing about Alien Isolation was that the xenomorph was constantly present even when it wasn't, aside from annoying clashes with human bandits on the station that existed for the express purpose of making me put a hole in the drywall.
I'm literally... You fucking idiots. Now we're all dead. And you go... I'm getting really sick of you!
You were often on your own and free to backtrack to...
The NPCs doing that, that's really funny.
Earlier areas so you could use advanced tools you found...
Steel Wool had layoffs yesterday, Mooney? Are you serious? There's no way this game did not sell well. And yeah, the industry does suck, indeed. Did they put out a stock standard bullcrap explanation? Or do they do it silently? Guessing silently.
Along the way to gain access to locked zones. However, emitting noise by firing a gun, sprinting randomly, or setting off distractions risked summoning the xenomorph into the area. Because the xenomorph was so deadly and close proximity was so stressful, players would continue to behave as if the alien was in the area even when the coast was clear.
And I think we'll see this with Amnesia the Bunker as well. Because the threat is reactive to sound, which in a horror game, utilizing sound is really effective. Silently, you saw an employee's LinkedIn post. That's rough. If only Steel was competently managed. Yep, exactly. Like, it's crazy how incompetent pretty much all of upper management is in that company, as I showed in my Steel Wool video. It's crazy. Man, and of course the employees get punished for the incompetence of Steel Wool's executives.
Was tense uncertainty. You behave as if the alien was in the area even when the coast was clear. There was tense uncertainty. You were constantly checking over your shoulder in fear the xenomorph returned without you realizing it. The idea it was a relentless and intelligent hunter was also founded on the fact it would arrive after you did, summoned there by commotion that initiated the confrontation. Its presence was a response to credible cues that prey was in the area, and its failure to find you for a long duration would send it back into the vents to wait an ambush. The Mimic, the titular character of his tale and 40% of the title, does not do the same. The Mimic isn't an individual entity that crawls into suits, but really the suits it supposedly crawls into are all available spawn points it can use to enter the area as different models. It creates the illusion it was lying in wait to attack you. That clip before where Bro was just chilling and then disappeared illuminates this being the case. Judging by how it despawns and then respawns right beneath me though, is where the problem arises. Subsequent returns to the workshop area would have random animatronics closest to the path I was taking from the door activate. This means the Mimic's encounters are tangibly scripted. Even though the suits it picks are randomized to an extent, it will only activate in designated areas to serve as an obstacle for you to progress or backtrack. This became even more obvious when, during my first foray into the workshop, an elephant costume materialized out of thin air and began to pursue me.
We saw this happen in our playthrough as well. Suits materializing in random spots. At the top of these stairs, we saw that with the Mushroom Man, I believe. How incompetent can you be for that to even be possible when they should just be spawning where pre-existing suits already are in the level?
Into the workshop, an elephant costume materialized out of thin air and began to pursue me. This was obviously not intentional. Seemingly little is in the new FNAF era, but it proves what I'm talking about here. What the game touts as a constant looming and dynamic presence to create tension is actually incredibly limited. Because it doesn't go into hiding, arriving and departing when needed, it doesn't feel like you're being stalked by an observant and deceptive mechanical killer. It doesn't use a suit far away from the player to lie
I am up as well, Spacey. Go to sleep, son.
Wait and ambush them when they pass, nor does it use suits previously passed by in areas like...
Watch this while you sleep. Oh, Orpheus. You will definitely watch this while you sleep. Sleep. Sleep now. Listen to my voice and sleep.
Security office hub to use a false sense of security against the player either. It is very easy to tell when you can relax and when you have to pay attention. During an encounter with the chubby roller skating chicken in the warehouse, an ambush from when... Active mechanical killer. It doesn't use a suit far away from the player to lie in wait and ambush them when they pass, nor does it use suits previously passed by in areas like the security office hub to use a false sense of security against the player either. It is very easy to tell when you can relax and when you have to pay attention. During an encounter with the chubby roller skating chicken in the warehouse,
yeah, there's a ton of missed potential with the costumes. Like, even just the concept, to expand on what he's saying, even just the concept of being observant of the unactivated costumes in the area is never a thing you have to do. You never have to care about that.
sometimes it just vanished. This happened for a couple other Let's Players too, and it never did that before, so obviously it was Steelwall's patented coding prowess at play. When this happens, without fail, every player just runs into the open without fear, because they know there's no risk of it ambushing them from another suit. When it's gone, and so is the notion this thing is an intelligent stalker. As much as the xenomorph retreating into a lurking state created a constant tension that it could come back at any time.
The costumes should just deactivate where they are, and another one should activate. But I'm guessing if they were to do that, a problem they would run into is blocking certain pathways with the deactivated costumes. In that case, just make sure they never deactivate in ways that would soft lock the player. So
time, it also made sense. It's an attentive hunter. If it can't find you, it reasonably assumes you're going to be elsewhere and leaves. The supposed intelligence of a mimic is undermined by its insistence to remain in the area, lumbering around searching the same few corners without switching strategy or setting traps. The fact it is often there before you also undermines the idea it is following you or trying to observe your movements, another casualty of its failure to transition in and out of the encounter. Functionally, across the board, it feels less like you're being stalked by an elusive lone predator, and more that you're searching for an escape through chambers inhabited by roaming rogue robots, a comparatively less interesting premise lacking any of the desired fright that one would expect from a game insisting it's part of a horror genre. What baffles me more than this, however, is that even right—
That's fair. I think one thing he's trying to say there is how the threats are already roaming when we enter the areas, so it feels less like we're being hunted and targeted. And that isn't expressed enough in the game.
Out of the gate, the game doesn't give you a chance to discover this for yourself. In other games, you are given the opportunity to encounter the threat first and learn the hard way you're not alone. Even though it's expected, it's frightening to stumble into the antagonist for the first time and have to navigate your own uncertainty to grasp how it works and use that information to survive. Having to learn the hard way the mimic can use any suit at any time to catch you unaware would actually be a very stressful introduction and set a good first impression revering the cunning approach of a robot. The little tension earned from your arrival to the eerily quiet factory is immediately killed by your dispatch, who immediately reveals not just that there's a killer—
Thank you. I think I talked about this today at the beginning of the stream in the review document, I believe.
Factory is immediately killed by your dispatch, who immediately reveals not just that there's a killer robot on the loose nearby, but also spoils its main gimmick before you've even seen it for yourself.
He was working on an endoskeleton that can adapt to any costume or character, large or small, with the ability to take on the persona of the character it occupies. But in the meantime, just try to be quiet, careful, and focused on the task at hand. Always being mindful of the fact that this entity—
Yeah, JPL, me when I put a bunch of costumes for the Mimic to spawn into and still manage to F it up. That's what I'm saying. I can't imagine how you would mess that up. How? You're accessing the coordinates of an existing asset. And I mean, Spacey, am I wrong?
Potentially be inside any costume or character that you see.
Look, I get it. We all watched The Secret of the Mimic song. We all know that it was difficult to put the pieces together. So I'm not saying that I didn't have an inkling as to the sort of antics something called the Mimic was going to get up to. That being said, this is a glaring violation of show don't tell. Why did they feel it necessary to exposit this to me and not let me watch the antagonist's introduction that plays only a couple minutes later? I'm also not a major fan of how the Mimic is introduced here. When you first encounter the Mimic, it launches out from a sealed box. I had doubts as to how exactly it would get in there without showing it was already open, but
that's a good point. That's another reason why I don't think it's physically the Mimic in these costumes. And we talked about this earlier in the stream. It just doesn't make sense. It has to be some kind of remote access in some way. Especially since the costumes end up despawning and spawning. It's just...
box. I had doubts as to how exactly it would get in there without showing it was already open, but the area is blacked out before the power's on, even at the highest brightness setting, so, being charitable, there's every chance it climbed into an empty box and held the lid shut before ambushing you. However, the Mimic does make a cheeky little appearance after you complete the power puzzle, which occurs before you encounter it officially.
Huh? I like the game, but you're touching myself.
I think not only does this play the game's hand so incredibly fast that something's in there with you, further diminishing any tension, I think it also makes it kind of goofy. So this killer mechanical Mimic, who we see later has very little restraint and needs no real reason to wreck shit, has our protagonist cornered in a room with one sole point of entry. This motherfucker is insanely endurable. It crawls out from a vat of burning magma to continue chasing you, so you're telling me this thing that is hell-bent on doing whatever it can to kill intruders in the factory is foiled by a glass window. It creates a terrible inconsistency for what exactly the Mimic's deal is as a narrative force in the story.
That's fine. It's bad enough that it has a loud scare chord. It's just one of those cheap jump scare moments that Steel Wool seems to love. But what he's explaining is a hilarious addition to that point. Another reason why that doesn't work. That what they're trying to do doesn't work. Finally, someone who saw the window thing. I know, right? Even when I tried to see the window thing, I kind of messed it up. I moved the camera too much. I didn't really see it.
Which will be better examined later, trust me, but even in isolation,
even just removing the scare chord, it would make it more effective. I don't think it should have been there at all, though. The costume is honestly really unsettling looking through the window now that I actually see it. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to actually see and notice it, other than the giant loud scare chord to tell you that something might have been there, and some kind of blur. But I remember someone mentioned this as well in a previous stream. It's noticing the environmental storytelling of the dead recovery team guy stuffed into the suit in that same room. It is much more effective.
force in the story, which will be better examined later, trust me, but even in isolation I think it just doesn't work. Its arrival lacks presence, menace, dread, or any real sense of fright. Turns out relegating the construction of meaningful tension.
I think that section is good at forcing you to learn about the distraction mechanic of Rabies, the mouse who design frame here, we call it Rabies. I think that's effective. In terms of introducing someone to a threat, he makes a fair point.
Dread or any real sense of fright. Turns out relegating the construction of meaningful tension to an audiobook doesn't do much to enhance the experience. It baffled me for a hot minute that Steel Wool thought that this was an effective execution of the concept. Right at the
Welcome to Steel Wool.
Start of the game, they've already played their hands so early for almost no meaningful impact. But then I realised potentially why this was. According to the credits, the game was playtested. Supposedly. How they didn't catch the
Oh man, if I added snide little comments like that in my videos, people would roast me. But it's really funny. I guess my version of snide comments is using like putting mark in the top left corner of the screen whenever something happens. And the secret little scene at the very end of the Ruin video where I use Mark to criticize Scott. I thought that was funny. If I do say so myself, if I may say of my own video.
Why this was. According to the credits, the game was playtested.
Yeah, Hoopy. Oh no, he's dumb. I to be fair, I wanted to use the "oh no, he's dumb" during the video as well, but I felt it was too much, so I just left it as a secret thing at the very end. I thought it was a little bit too harsh, even though it would have been funny.
Then I realised potentially why this was. According to the credits, the game was playtested, supposedly. How they didn't catch the mimic despawning in front of their eyes is quite amusing. I guess they all fell asleep around the same time. So what I assume happened was Steel Wool realised through testing that players didn't feel there was one animatronic using the suits of countless others to tirelessly hunt them down. It dawned on them that, functionally, there was no evidence in gameplay to establish the presence of a lone killer and satisfyingly convey that to the player.
He's right. That's probably why they added the dispatch voice lines. Because how else would you know it's the same thing controlling everything?
Evidence in gameplay to establish the presence of a lone killer and satisfyingly convey that to the player. So, in order to ensure everyone was on the same page, they included this exposition dump here so no one could misconstrue the mimic as just being random animatronics strewn throughout the facility. To reiterate, without this monologue at the start of the game, as part of a bizarre decision by Steel Wool to disregard any tension that could have been accrued up until this point, there would be nothing in the gameplay to denote the reoccurring appearance of a relentless hunter that justifies not only 40% of its title, but also the significant chunk of its exorbitant price tag. And dear viewer, let me tell you, this wasn't even the blunder that made me want to make the video. There's a point in the game where you climb into an elevator and conduct a maintenance check as part of what is functionally a Simon Says puzzle. This is the second of 2 instances where you have to do this, and failure to follow exact instructions has you crushed by an elevator or slam dunked into the bottom of an elevator shaft. At one point, the mimic drops onto the top of the elevator and tries to force its way inside. The silence stretches out, where the realization dawns on you that you need to repeat the instructions to accelerate the lift's speed to crush the animatronic against the top of the shaft. Potentially, the sudden arrival of the mimic would surprise you, causing you to forget one of the steps, and this could then become a stressful moment where you have to make educated guesses about what to do under the duress of an attack from above.
Theoretically, she tells you exactly what to do anyway, and which is kind of important because the steps do change. The steps change here from what you had to do previously.
Where you have to make educated guesses about what to do under the duress of an attack from above. It's not a long moment, nor would it suddenly make Mimic Secret outstanding, but it would be something of note. As per usual, however, Steel Wool does not fuck with good game design, so...
I like how blunt he is with some of these comments.
Really, I watched this...
It's kind of like some stuff that I want to say in my videos, but I hold back in a way. It's really funny.
As per usual, however, Steel Wool does not fuck with good game design. So really, I watched this simple moment of gameplay be snatched away by the voice returning to recite exactly what you needed to do in that moment to beat the encounter. Regardless of your allegiance to Freddy Fazbear and his reign of terror on the internet, there is simply no way you can convince anyone with ongoing brain function that this was a good design choice. It is almost...
I already explained why it was good design choice. Granted, the entire elevator section in general is a bad design choice, so, you know.
Artful.
What are you gonna do?
With ongoing brain function, that this was a good design choice. It is almost artful watching Steel Wool set up a tense moment of gameplay just to then knock it all down in mere seconds.
I guess to reiterate, I think it should have been there because the steps are different, and so it's not really fair. But what he's saying about the idea behind it of like putting the player under some sort of pressure, he's right conceptually. Artistic gameplay. Indeed, indeed. Just like the CEO of Steelwool wants, artistic gameplay.
Watching Steelwool set up.
Yeah, like change the speed in the first part and then you need to do it again. Yeah, basically.
Function that this was a good design choice. It is almost artful watching Steelwool set up a tense moment of gameplay just to then knock it all down in mere seconds. A fumble as bad as this hasn't occurred since the Hello Neighbor developer got aired by MatPat and then made the most uninteresting game alpha known to mankind. This cow has got no more cash to milk, Tiny Build. This is now just animal abuse. Scenarios such as this elevator sequence are not uncommon. The complaints regarding them are no more infrequent. Personally, having suffered the taint of Freddy Fazbear long enough, I believe the sin perceived here by many has as much to do with the lackluster gameplay as it does the fact it serves as a pockmark of a loathsome genre's looming presence. Mascot horror. If you've ever asked yourself why so many game developers flock to the horror genre, the answer is rather simple. It's one of the easiest. Many horror games even now are at
That's fair.
their core walking
Not to say game development isn't really difficult in general, but horror as a genre compared to other genres is a good stepping stone for new developers. And the innate quality of horror games, or what horror is, they're basically inherently unreplayable. That is probably not a word. Non-replayable. Which is why it's such a saturated genre, but also it's not oversaturated at the same time. And why it's still as popular as it is.
It's one of the easiest. Many horror games even now are at their core walking simulators. This means developers don't have to account as much for the many different choices players can make and suffer through balancing around it. Aspects of the game relating to artistic presentation, sound design and storytelling, elements that can't be interacted with directly by the player, can then serve to carry the experience forward. Whilst not the most mechanically impressive, there is a reason a very linear game like Soma is treasured so fondly by a dedicated minority of players. Even now, these linear horror titles generate massive buzz online. Bad Parenting, despite it being a lot of walking and talking, endeared itself through its morbid retelling of abuse. The developer and recipient of the aforementioned massive buzz online then decided to turn the game into an ARG by attempting to also abuse a child. Something simply...
I wasn't aware about that. I've seen Bad Parenting. Wasn't aware about the developer. Wow.
Never change, do they? This is not to say horror games are without mechanical complexity. The survival horror genre shoulders a lot of that development burden. A game like Signalis doesn't just have to account for the artful creation of a bleak dystopia, but also the availability of resources and the difficulty of enemies, so that ostensible challenge is provided without proving unfair and taking players out of the moment. I was going to ask what sort of drugs the developers of Darkwood were taking to endure the horrors of developing such a brute, but I think I already...
I mentioned this game in my video. Darkwood is incredibly well designed.
Drugs the developers of Darkwood were taking to endure the horrors of developing such a brute, but I think I already know the answer. I give these examples to point out the great potential the horror genre has. It's an equal playing field where even the flashiest of new releases in the mainstream industry can be matched by independent projects developed by lone creators. Some of the greatest experiences and corresponding tales are possible through a good grasp of storytelling and a keen understanding of meaningful sound design.
Hey guys, Steel Wool are self-proclaimed storytellers, did you know that?
The boons of a lower barrier to entry and greater accessibility are not to be understated, but we shouldn't neglect to mention the one major downside that has come with this proliferation of linear horror games: mascot horror. You're terrible! If you've ever had the misfortune of suffering through a particularly bothersome sickness or infection, congratulations, you've played a mascot horror game. These things are a dime a dozen, much like many bodily infections, and they exist with the sole cynical purpose of appealing to a trend and suctioning as much money as they can from it as possible. It is a genre emblematic of a perspective lacking sincere care for a craft nor adherence to any form of spinal integrity. It defines a mad desperation for relevancy as well as the money relevancy garners, creating a contemptible genre of digital get-rich-quick scheme.
It's harsh, but is he wrong? Obviously, that's not going to encompass every single mascot horror game, but that's really funny.
You've likely cottoned on that a section with this scathing an introduction.
Right, yeah, Hoopy, like, obviously that doesn't represent everyone, but
of digital get-rich-quick schemes. You've likely cottoned on that a section with this scathing an introduction being included in a video on a FNAF game doesn't bode particularly well for its franchise or its creators. Mascot horror games alternate between three gameplay styles: puzzles, enemies, and puzzles with enemies. More games than just Mimic Secret abide by these objectives, like Soma and Alien Isolation, but where it differs is the failure to integrate them well into the gameplay that's become a staple of the loathsome genre it occupies, as opposed to its puzzles being used to
yeah, I mean, gameplay is Steel Wool's boon.
Gameplay that's become a staple of the loathsome genre it occupies. As opposed to its puzzles being used to augment something that already existed, it feels pretty obvious these tasks you're given are for the purpose of padding the timeout. Classics such as the generic activate the generator are distinguished solely by the fact you have to align pipes that courier flowing magma from one end to the other.
And I'll probably, if I mention the power puzzle in, again, I can't talk about everything in my case study for Secret of the Mimic. If I mention the power puzzle, it would be interesting to, or I guess a lot of the mini games in this game in general, it would be interesting to compare it to its implementation in some other games like BioShock. I think that would be an interesting discussion, but again, who knows what I will include.
Sometimes a piece is missing, meaning you have to search for area nearby while the Mimic hunts you down, but otherwise it's pretty standard. If anything, this is the lesser of its sins. The Big Top Carnival section was a bona fide waste of time. Play a carnival game, sneak around the Big Top Century.
I agree, I hated this section. Yeah. I was gonna say something else.
Carnival section.
That's
was a bona fide waste of time. Play a carnival game, sneak around the Big Top Century, do the electrical puzzle, repeat 3 times. Even the circus master found this boring because he fucking left. The gameplay revolves.
And when you see him leave too, it's like, how did he just rocket up through there? Like he has a rocket ship. That was really funny. Yeah, they just copy other mascot horror. Yeah.
3 times. Even the circus master found this boring because he
It's cold in your room? Well, Spacey, that's why you get under that nice little blanket. Or you can come to Daddy's room. He'll warm you up.
Left. The gameplay revolves around you mashing left mouse button for a majority of this area. For a significant chunk of the game, these sections bloat Mimic Secret out of any reasonable proportion. There's one particularly painful segment where you hop in a springlock suit and descend into the theatre box to oversee a newfangled invention by the factory's owner, Edwin Murray. It is a creative suite that lets you film and present puppet performances without need for any actors, directors, or exorbitant production costs. Damn, my man already invented generative AI in the 1970s, because this shit sucks ass. It's a real credit to Mimic Secret that they made the player's own displeasure diegetic to the world they're in.
Oh, shut up with the goddamn music, I hate you!
What follows is a mindless few-minute stretch of mashing left.
I don't know how he found that clip, but that's so funny. That's so funny.
Music, I hate you!
What follows is a
I often wonder when I watch videos with like good editing like this, it's like where do they even find these clips and place them in the perfect spots? Like I was even kind of struggling that with the clips that I was using in, or the the playthrough quotes I was putting in the top left corner, right? Because it's easy to kind of forget, like, oh wait, that clip would actually go really well here. I'm impressed by editors that can do that. Mark sounds genuinely distressed. Yeah, he did. I don't know what playthrough that was from, but that's definitely from an older video. I want to know how he found that clip. If he just do these editors just have like extensive like libraries that are organized in a way where they just type something and it appears up? But it's like, how do you make that reliable then? Because the words are often different and just express the emotion you're looking for. Anyway,
mindless few minute stretch of mashing left mouse button on targets to advance.
He probably just watches a lot of videos. Fair. Maybe that's all it is.
What follows is a mindless few minute stretch of mashing left mouse button on targets to advance the story while the puppets rise into your theater box to attack you. These things supposedly can also kill you, apparently by caving your skull in with the weight of that gameplay contrivance. There's an argument
I love Germa.
To be made that these sections are as much about the gameplay as they are world building. They elaborate on the developments of the elusive Edwin Murray and display to the player the application these animatronic creations would have to the real world. I'd maybe willing to give that to the carnival, as uninteresting as it is to play through, but that is just not even true of this theatre section. You have targets appearing on stage, off stage, in the air, in the row of seats to the right. I have absolutely no clue why I'm doing this, and even less idea what the diegetic reason is for how this would work. I'm obviously not alone in this.
That's a good point. I never even thought about that. If this was supposed to be witnessed by people in the audience, by prospective buyers, why are there targets in the audience? Maybe the prospective buyer is actually behind the fake audience. Maybe that's what it is. There's behind the fake audience, and they're supposed to imagine that the audience is there in their own attraction. That's probably what it is.
In the air.
Probably don't want giant balls to be shot at towards the general direction of people behind the cameras and stuff, though. But, you know.
In the row of seats to the right. I have absolutely no clue why I'm doing this, and even less idea what the diegetic reason is for how this would work. I'm obviously not alone in this, because you can watch any other channel go through this section, and you'll see their face oscillate between expressions of confusion and complete utter boredom. When I meant...
And I you know, watching Markiplier's playthrough or other playthroughs, it's funny to see how people react to certain scenes, and facial expressions can say a lot. It's really interesting.
Being pockmarked by the evils of a mascot horror genre, this is what I mean. It's gameplay elements and sections that are completely peripheral to the construction of any horror or fright, solely included because they're easier to develop and create the illusion you're getting more of your money's worth.
That is true. The shooting target thing, I mean, it's what they do in their VR games. And the gameplay is so dead simple to develop. Just shooting targets, right? Like dead simple, especially compared to something that actually has depth and real gameplay to it, right?
Being pockmarked by the evils of a mass peripheral to the construction of any horror or fright, solely included because they're easier to develop and create the illusion you're getting more of your money's worth. It's the thought of playing Alien Isolation or Soma and thinking at any point that the tense gameplay would be greatly improved by the introduction of Furry Aim Trainer. These problems of the game's design are also incredibly infuriating, because I think if Steelwall arranged the game better, it could cover these shortcomings quite well. There are some areas in the New Game Plus section, like this claustrophobic maze where you can hear a moon animatronic hunting you down, that are more conducive to what I'd expect from a horror game that may actually be fun.
I think this area is accessible before New Game Plus, even if you go to the side areas, right? Pretty sure.
Animatronic hunting you down, that are more conducive to what I'd expect from a horror game that may actually be fun to play.
I agree.
The sin, though, is that they scattered these few moments of meaningful gameplay across at least a few hours of linear chase sequences, random puzzles, and mashing left mouse button. It doesn't do anything to invest the player in wanting to play long enough to get to a section like this.
I agree.
So really, I don't think anyone can be blamed if they weren't exactly tantalized by the thought of suffering through it all again in New Game Plus, just to partake in a fetch quest for gameplay that should have been front and center and even the
It was marketed as New Game Plus? Do you have a source on that?
Game Plus, just to partake in a fetch quest for gameplay that should have been front and center in even the earliest iteration.
If there's a source on that marketing, if you mention it in the Discord, I'll probably mention that in the video if I talk about the Moon section. You know, if I mention... Possibly. I'm just trying to think.
Of Mimic Secret.
Gotcha. Alright. Yeah, no worries if you can't find it, but that would be interesting if what you're saying is true.
So when the anti-horror patented inventions of the Game Plus, just to partake in a fetch quest for gameplay that should have been front and center in even the earliest iterations of Mimic Secret. So when the anti-horror patented inventions of a mascot horror genre conclude, what is left? The bare minimum. The Mimic shuffles around, you search for items, you flee the area to the next section. Towards the end of the game in the admin wing, the roller skating chunky chicken patrols an office filled with cupcake proximity alarms that alert it to your presence. These can, somehow, also kill you. At this point...
Yes. Definitely should not.
My disbelief continues to be suspended, only because it's decided to hang itself from the ceiling, but...
Fair.
Truest to the overarching problems of mascot horror, I realised the greatest flaw of Mimic Secret, something any sensible human could discover at a mere glance, something that I knew to be the truth the moment I clicked a new game up until the credits rolled. The secret of the Mimic, struggle as it does, is not scary in the slightest.
Fair. There's only one or two parts that I was actually scared by.
Many of you watching already know me by now. I'm the 20-something-year-old fruit bowl white boy masquerading as a dog PNG online in a desperate bid to siphon some of Shammy TV's clout for my
I remember Shammy.
own. Explaining this to you may be an exercise in futility. Knowing how well my videos typically do, it may not even inch past a few thousand views. But there's every chance the topical nature of a video will garner a couple new faces. For this reason, I'd like you to know the following. I am a massive wobbling pussy. It should be known.
Same. I mentioned that during my playthrough too. I'm a wimp when it comes to horror, man. I really am. So... yeah, Secret of the Mimic doesn't even come close.
Noted the propensity I have to find much of anything scary. Annoyingly, it's called into question just how good Soma was through its conventional horror, when I'm predisposed to cowardice. After pondering it for some time, aligning it side by side with Mimic Secret, the distinction between the two became apparent regarding a specific encounter. Halfway through Soma, you stumble across a troublesome fellow known as Terry Akers. He is a warped monstrosity that has killed many of the staff in the facility and doesn't intend to stop with you. As you navigate a maze to reformat a key to the elevator, you're being stalked by this fleshy obelisk of doom. In the last segment of Mimic Secret, you enter a residential area established deep below the surface where Edwin Murray likely stayed during long periods of tireless work. You have to collect film reels and use the corresponding numbers to open a door and escape. They're scattered across the house, all the while the Mimic roams around searching for you. Mechanically, these two are roughly the same. You navigate enclosed claustrophobic spaces with limited room to evade a pursuing threat, which elevates the tension. The obvious distinction is that Akers is scary and the Mimic isn't. There's a reason Akers has a compilation of YouTubers freaking out in response to him, and the Mimic just has people reciting lyrics from a lolcow song.
True.
But why is that? Dear viewer, as always, I'm delighted to have the answer. Because horror games rely on a great onus relating to elements of presentation, a clever use of sound and visuals make or break them accordingly. The in-game consequence of being caught by a horror antagonist is worsened by how said consequence is presented. That's why jump scares in these games are to be considered the climax of accrued dread and tension. It is the punishment the player seeks to avoid because the visceral intensity of it is frightening to experience. The anticipation you're gonna get scared by it is distressing in of itself. That's why when Atticus approaches, you're overwhelmed by dread. Sounds of electronic whirring becoming louder as he nears enunciates the imminent danger without a word spoken.
And this is a good example of what White Tiger... Their very lazy way out of White Tiger's JPEGs that flash on the screen. They've, you know, could have literally done anything with audio and visuals. That wasn't just a lazy JPEG.
The whirring becoming louder as he nears enunciates the imminent danger without a word spoken. The sight of his overgrown corpse shuffling through the empty halls, casting a towering silhouette against the dim light, pushes you back into the corner you're hiding in. The guttural chokes of his dormancy rise into deafening shrieks of mania when he realizes you're there, followed by the panic-inducing sound of his once sluggish steps thundering across the floor towards you. Atticus is scary to compete with. For an enemy that is in the game for so little, he serves as a major highlight of its conventional horror. It may have been 3 years since I made a video on this game, but to this day, I haven't forgotten what Joseph Anderson did to the maiden honor of Soma. Mark my words, little Joseph, our battle will be legendary.
I'm afraid to say this because, you know, I don't want to say things about certain other YouTubers, but Joseph Anderson is one of the reasons I started making my Mario Odyssey series, because his video on Mario Odyssey was not great. So I'm not surprised to hear that he got that he messed up the Soma thing. Granted, I hope he's a little bit more specific about why he thinks that for Joseph Anderson for the Soma video.
Anderson did to the maiden honor of Soma. Mark my words, little Joseph, our battle will be legendary. Contrast this with the Mimic section. The house is an area comprised of claustrophobic rooms leading to
who be the Jackie's box. It was difficult to put the level design together. That's what the lyric should be, you're right. Why do I sound so scared to say it? Well, I guess I don't have to be scared to say it anymore. Especially back when years ago, I would be attacked for saying that probably. But I guess now I don't really care as much. But I don't know. It's just, you know, Joseph Anderson might be a little overrated. There, I said it. I said it, guys. Has he even released any more videos ever since he was supposedly still working on the Witcher videos? I haven't kept up with that. Yeah, because 5 years ago was the Witcher 2 commentary. 3 years ago, so 2 years later, he had the Elden Ring, a shattered masterpiece. I haven't seen that. And then 2 years later, Lies of P critique. And then a little bit later, I guess, Phase 2, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree critique. I guess I could be showing this. Pretty big gaps, right? 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, 11 months. And then, looky here. Witcher 3 video part 1, 4 months ago. So I know he's been working on the Witcher 3 video, like, ever since he released the Witcher 2 commentary. That's a long time to be working on that. I know he's an author, too, and I think he streams a lot as well. At least I think he does. I could be wrong. I know he streams. Oh, and then the Witcher 1 critique here. Which I started watching, apparently. Didn't finish. Oh, yeah, you can see I watched some of his videos. And also, I watched some other videos that aren't... Like, I've seen the Fallout 4 analysis, but that's on a different account. I have multiple YouTube accounts, believe it or not. Boop, 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 boop. He's just a game reviewer who's pretty popular, but people have a lot of issues with his videos. Fair. The video creator to full-time streamer pipeline is real. I know, right? Is that what I'm becoming, guys? Full-time streamer? I don't know his opinions on Outer Wilds, Hoopy. I do have a video on Outer Wilds, but I suggest you guys play the game first yourself. The game is a masterpiece. I think the game is a masterpiece. And I have a video about that game. But I suggest you play it yourself. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Hoopy. The Outer Wilds is awesome. It's so well designed.
Dead ends, aside from
anyway, we should probably continue, huh?
My words, little Joseph. Our battle will be legendary. Contrast this with the Mimic section. The house is an area comprised of claustrophobic rooms leading to dead ends. Aside from a few lockers and cupboards sporadically placed throughout, you have few places to hide if the Mimic corners you. You struggle to keep track of it, and that means every time you foray out of the safe room, you risk running right into it. The levels are compact, so running or jangling a chain above or below means it will hear you across the floors and bolt up the stairs. You're kept in uncomfortable proximity with a metal monolith that eerily regurgitates the lines of animatronics it impersonated throughout the game in an effort to kill you. Conceptually, this section could be really scary. Emphasis on could. Atticus relied on noise to hunt you down, and ironically enough, the abundance of noise he makes meant it was just as easy to track him. The electronic whirring served as an unnerving proximity indicator. When he was nearby, his attentive hearing meant you had to pick a corner and stop moving at the peril of him sprinting right for you. Being able to track him through sound gave you a way to navigate the darkness of the maze whilst hampering you with a constant auditory reminder of his looming presence. Even when it was quiet, you were on edge anticipating his swift return from the opposite side. The Mimic, bafflingly, does not abide by this design. Regardless of where you are in the house, this thing constantly sounds like it is right next to you. I'd wait 10 minutes for the sound to fade and indicate I could turn a corner, just to see it emerge from a door miles away and realize it was upstairs the whole time.
Okay, so it's... Do you... I'm sorry, you have to be hearing this audio, right? It was in that room, the adjoining room, and it's gone into basically the other side of the ground floor, and it sounds exactly the same. Part of me worried about bringing this up. It could be an intentional effort to disorient the player by depriving them of an important sense, but then I realized it randomly muffled the sound when in events, as it did countless times during the rest of the game.
We noticed this especially today. I think all it does is just decrease the volume of everything surrounding it, and when as soon as you come out of the vent, it goes back to full blast volume. even in the middle of, you know, like if M2 is currently screaming at you, it's really jarring. And that difference between volumes sometimes changes before you even come out of some of the vents, so they don't even handle the triggers correctly. It's lazy. At the very least, put the triggers in the right place where the volume changes when you come out of the vent in a consistent manner.
The intention clearly was to have a distinction in the sound to correspond with distance, but, true to form, it didn't work. What could have been a neat segment...
No, that doesn't correspond with distance, that corresponds whether you're in or out of the vent. Unfortunately.
Correspond with distance, but, true to form, it didn't work. What could have been a neat segment became genuinely grating as I listened to the Mimic repeatedly claim that it found me while concerning itself with a blank wall. I can already hear some of you typing. Smug, you said you didn't have any confounding bugs alter your experience, but this sounds like a pretty bad bug to me. Rule 1 of watching my videos, don't talk when I'm talking. Really, even if this had worked, the encounter lacked the accompanying tension and dread Atticus section.
I don't think it's a bug. I just think they didn't finish the game before release.
Wields incredibly well. Throughout the game, there is hardly any ambience that serenades the Mimic's presence. Unease isn't created at all through elements of presentation. If the house fell still at times, or you had moments where you couldn't hear it anymore, you'd be left on edge. You wouldn't know if it was hiding somewhere in ambush, and that would keep you nervous to proceed. I'm sure it doesn't surprise you to know that in a game where they reveal the whole gimmick of the titular character before you even see it, not much is done at any point to serve as tangible tension. The sins here weigh greater than just one botched encounter. Mascot horror tenues itself in juxtaposition, that the sight of what we associate with the innocence of youth, like family restaurants and toy factories, becomes off-putting and frightening when instead serving the malevolent purpose of bashing your skull in. The first of this franchise proves there is merit to this idea. What Mimic Secret neglects to keep in mind is the uncanny valley the series crawled out from. The first game was scary because the plastic and metal countenances of gormless robots were unsettling. Seeing them immobile in the real world, regarding all around them with vacant stares, was an eerie experience that lent FNAF 1 a greater fear factor. It played off the twisted idea that these things could be alive and were just waiting to pounce. Their approach to your office was serenaded with unnerving sounds. They'd glare into your cameras while waiting outside your doors. If the power ran out, Freddy would stand in the doorway with music playing to relish the moment of your murder. Mimic Secret just can't compete when it lacks this horrifying imagery necessary to do so. Although I like the designs of the animatronics overall, I don't feel fear looking at them. The intended juxtaposition of a hairdresser dog running around a corner to kill me doesn't work, especially not in a brightly illuminated backstage area which describes basically every single zone you ever end up being in. Across the board, the elements of presentation throughout are picked almost in contravention of horror. There are moments where it feels like a joke is being played for the amusement of the player, like the voice in the elevator inadvertently calling you fat when a mimic jumps on top of it, or the repeated times dispatches an asshole at your expense. FNAF, since around Sister Location, has meddled with comedic tone, but it's always played as part of a balance with its horror. Sister Location wielded menace as well as humour. It says a lot that it would start the night with gags about bongos and eggs Benedict before then transitioning into moments of tension. There are so many examples where, although they are scripted, there is horror spectacle aplenty. One particular moment is where you get caught by Foxy on your way to leave, and instead of getting a game over, you wake up inside a springlock suit just to hear this.
That you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Oh, and that was a little heavy-handed. You didn't need to... Heartbound moment where you say something and then you say it again but more heavy-handed.
Whether you have personal reservations about the gameplay section that followed this introduction, you can see there's a concerted effort on delivery. Horror loves a little bit of foreplay, and yet, somehow, Mimic Secret just never even tries to bother. How embarrassing it must be to forego horror in the name of humour, and to still not even get the laughs they kneecapped themselves for. The one time I felt I was in something resembling a horror game was when you enter the basement. There's no explanation of what's happening, no dialogue or cutscene, you just walk into a void and run towards lights moments while the spectre of a feline doll hunts you down. It kills you at random during the maze segments and you never really know why it does that.
It's not supposed to.
You down. It kills you at random during the maze segments and you never really know.
It's not supposed to. Was that a pre-patch, common pre-patch problem, or did he... What happened there?
Know why it does that, but at the very least, I felt uneasy. I was stranded in the dark, navigating a maze of desiccated animatronic suits while trying to avoid the one hunting me. This was the closest...
Yeah, I agree in Chainsword, it does feel half-implemented. Because it's not a simple bug fix, it's just the way the sound works in that area. It's... yeah. You'd think it just spawned on him there? Apparently. Apparently.
Maze of desiccated animatronic suits while trying to avoid the one hunting me. This was the closest approximation of a horror experience you get throughout, and it occurred 3 solid hours into the game. Mimic's secret, up until the main ending where you crash your truck, runs for around 5 hours. As a wise man once said, this made me want to cut my fucking head off. Interestingly enough though, this is not the end of things. People may flag the fact I just excluded New Game Plus for my estimations, another go around of the game that grants you access to a special secret ending. Here's a curious detail to answer that concern. Even though some people don't care for its conventional horror elements, opting to instead play it as a walking simulator, there is a unanimous consensus that Soma weaves a compelling tale about the nature of human existence and its place in an age of rapid technological advancement. A big reason as to why it was scary was because of the context the story gave the player's actions. A secret ending for any game, and the value of pursuing it further, hinges off the existence of a worthwhile story. And even though I searched in every nook and cranny I could find, there's not an iota of a worthwhile story to be found.
I'm curious.
Typically in my videos, the longest chapter you'll find is the one pertaining to a game's story. In a medium where much of the gameplay elements are derivative of predecessors, it's the sentiments and meaning behind the title that conjure a specific identity. Some of the best games we know of that have formed cornerstones of our current online culture are renowned for how they narratively subvert our expectations of what the game will have us doing and what those actions mean for the fictional world we exist in. Stories give a game greater meaning and enrich what we already love about them. Without Undertale,
yes, it's important to realize how important stories are to games as a medium. Some people like to demean stories as something that's lesser for some reason, but it's just as important.
The consequences of Toriel's existence inflating the online value of Furry BBW would be lost forever. Subverting expectations in my own twisted way, the story section of this video will lack the usual girth you've come to expect. The simplest reason is that, in order to talk about something, there has to be something worth talking about. And across all 3 endings, and the few hours necessary to reach them, I failed to find any indication of one's existence. The absence of any meaningful occurrence between start and end is especially irksome. The facility is empty, aside from you and the Mimic, so the story focuses on the plight of the Murray family through audio recordings and found film footage. The genius inventor marries a woman he met at work, becomes the owner of the company, has a kid, and then suffers tragic bereavement by losing his wife before then losing his son. The tragedy is charitably assumed, of course, because this guy sounds barely bothered.
Oh, why did you go? You weren't even supposed to be there. You were supposed to be here with me and David. Oh, how am I supposed to tell David that his mother is gone? How am I supposed to raise a kid on my own?
Yeah, you sound real fucking messed up about it, dude.
Bro was all in on the life insurance plan. It's the only way he could afford the fucking magma power puzzles. Ascertaining much of any meaning is an incredibly nebulous challenge because recounting what I found in the game, as opposed to what I found on the wiki, is hard when both experiences felt identical. There's a noticeable lack of emotion to evoke.
Oh, that's... that was harsh.
Is hard when both experiences felt identical. There's a noticeable lack of emotion to invoke any response in the player. At no point did I particularly feel sorry for Edwin or his family because nothing was ever established to regard them as living people, something more than MP3 files and MP4 animations suspiciously unable to show any human characters at any given time.
Okay, everyone hide. Fiona, go get him.
Everyone hide, there's no one there. Arnold, the protagonist, experiences no development of his own nor serves as a particularly interesting character in any way. That's not necessarily a first for FNAF. Right from the beginning, named protagonists were only ever intended to serve as vessels for the player. The attraction was the experience of fending off killer animatronics trying to get into your office and whack your nuts. But considering the absence of horror spectacle in the game, as well as the absence of gameplay posing a challenge or creating tension for the player, the focus has to go somewhere. Where the hell was it meant to go, if not the story? What the hell was the point of all these recordings and pieces of footage, if not to contribute to the creation of an involving tale? What the player has is the general frame of conflict without any of the emotion, sentimentality, or motivation that makes it interesting. Your boss's voice is mimicked by a robotic intelligence called the Cradle underneath the building, using the voice of Edwin's dead wife that manipulates you into getting the schematics. This is done because it doesn't want the blueprints to fall into another's hands, mainly the company you work for. It also is trying to contain the mimic and stop it from breaking free of the building. Something tells me that second part is easier said than done, because there comes a point where the mimic enters a Gundam and tears a hole through the ceiling to get to the rooftops, showing the ease of which it can escape at any given moment. But being the honest man I am, I regarded this with a charitable interpretation.
That's really funny. That's all I have to say about that.
Any given moment. But being the honest man I am, I regarded this with a charitable interpretation. Maybe the reason it wouldn't leave was because it also wanted the schematics for itself. That's why in the main ending, where you crash your truck while escaping the facility, the mimic yoinks the data diver doohickey that's carrying the schematics and warps off into the tree line. It didn't escape in its circus mech because it had a reason to stay. Reflecting on this now, it makes the story lack even more sense. If the mimic is also competing to swipe the data diver and its schematics from you, part of a reason the Cradle was desperate to stow them away when none could access it, and it knew to do this from as early as the Big Top Carnival section, why the hell does it spend the rest of the game trying to kill you at every possible opportunity before you have them? What does it gain from eliminating the sole method it has to access what it clearly wanted so badly at the end of the game? Maybe it just needed the data diver and it pursued you relentlessly so it could be stolen before killing you. Then you think of all the other technicians sent ahead, also likely with data divers, and you wondered why it didn't just use theirs the first time. It also evidently has little regard for the integrity of the device, considering how when it's in its circus mech, it drags you inside its bowels of grinding gears and shifting mechanisms that would crush both you and the thing it covets. The lazy answer to all of this would be it's simply impulsive. It doesn't know what it wants until it suddenly does, and it's the blatant convenience of this explanation that makes it so unimpressive. The mimic is simultaneously mindless enough to attack a random male animatronic that didn't do anything to instigate its fury, indicating it carries insatiable violent desire, which is also exposited right at the start of the game just to make sure no fun can be had with any of the concepts Steelwall tries to create, but then shows uncharacteristic mercy and spares Arnold for no obvious reason. The way it shields it against its chest shows it regards it with value, and the fact it didn't hesitate to swipe it from you means it knew what its mission was for at least some of the time. It's apparent this is something it already knew it wanted, so there wasn't a sudden realization of value that made it ignore Arnold here. It may be why the bad ending happens. The mimic thought Arnold had the data diver, and realizing he didn't, dragged him back to the workshop and stuffed his corpse inside an animatronic suit, just like all the other technicians were in the vents. This then begs the question, why is the van here? Did it belong to one of the other technicians? Wow, it's really impressive how all Fazbear employees leave their van interiors appearing exactly identical to one another, down to the arrangement of empty drinks cans and pizza boxes strewn all over the place. Did the mimic drive Arnold's van inside, and then realizing Arnold was going to the basement, drove it back outside so he could conveniently use it to escape later? That's some impressive agility on its part, considering it then has to go and hop into the destroyed circus mech and drag it all the way to the elevator shaft to pursue you minutes later. And then this really got me wondering, because how do the logistics of this even align? The Cradle is working against the mimic, as established during the scene in the FNAF 1 prototype basement encounter, and its deceptive ploy to stop the mimic accessing the schematics leads you to the truck in the garage. But there's one problem.
The cradle can't move. It's an immobile, high-tech computer machine below ground. So what other mobile entity exists to move the truck inside and then back outside if not the Mimic, its sworn opponent, and the whole reason this plan needs to be executed? What reason would the Mimic have not just to help the cradle here, but to crawl inside the truck and wait to ambush Arnold instead of just being in the garage waiting for him anyway? It evidently knew he was going to be there. And where the hell was it hiding to do this whole reveal here? I thought it was on the roof at first and swung in from the side door, but because it's closed, it's implied it was here the whole time just waiting to make an entrance. That concedes quite a knowing understanding of what it's doing, doesn't it? So is this thing a mindless marauder, or has it just got a sadistic streak? Does it need you to get into the executive office, or can it just open the doors itself, evident in how it follows you inside without needing a data diver to unlock the entrance both times? The real kicker here to all of this is there may be answers for some of these questions.
That's true. The Mimic gets through doors that require access that it doesn't have. Oh. That's a good point.
Entrance both times. The real kicker here to all of this is there may be answers for some of these questions strewn about. Maybe if I did backtrack despite a lack of enticement on the game's behalf to do so in any way, I could have found notes and documents trying to reasonably justify the Mimic's schism of contrived motivations that conveniently service the plot. If that truly is the case, I must then ask the FNAF loyalists currently berating their keyboards with furious fingertips the following question. Why wasn't this information directly conveyed as part of the core plot? Why does it leave the engagement of its players to chance by assuming they'll want to spend time on this bland game finding answers to trivial questions? Why does it take such a confusing and ambivalent approach to establish fundamental aspects of a narrative that it cannot hope to succeed without? Why?
Welcome to Steelable. It's the same pattern as Security Breach and Ruin.
Genuinely, why does it potentially expect you to backtrack for this information while overwriting your progress with an autosave that can then prevent you from being able to go back and revisit these places? What the actual fuck is the thought process behind any of these almost arbitrary decisions that are being made to service an uninspired, generic, contrived plot that, even when padded with the boring filler, barely manages to achieve a playtime close to that of its contemporaries? The simplest answer is often the best answer, dear viewer. What defines the secret of the Mimic as a FNAF game is the iconic cart before the horse mentality the franchise wields to write its stories.
Oh goodness, what am I gonna do? Just copy and paste what he's, or just not copy and paste. Use his video in my video to explain the story because he does it for me basically. He lists some things that I didn't even think about, but he's right. The Mimic could have escaped at any time. But supposedly needed the data diver, but actually didn't. And then the other, I'm tired, so whatever else he said during that section. Well, yeah, the Mimic is like impulsive, but also knows what he's doing. Kind of conflicting. And then how is M1 keeping M2 from escaping? And then of course the van, why is the van there? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, Andres. M2 was just feeling a bit quirky when he took the data diver. Also, how is there still 87 people here? Is my YouTube bugged? No. Actually, your YouTube is bugged. There's 86 people here. Not 87. Someone left after they realized that they're still watching. Hey, Absolute Chad. It is a lone stream, isn't it? I believe once YouTube streams get to, what is it, like 12 hours, 13 hours, I think you have to kind of separate into multiple streams because something happens, I think. I forget what it is exactly. Let's finish this.
Some of you probably just rolled your eyes at this whole segment. Wow, a FNAF game with no meaningful story. I'm glad we spent all this time building to such a grand unknown revelation, but you need to understand this finding emerges from what was a sincere attempt to engage. The concept of a story being told without holding your hand, leaving purposeful gaps to be filled with your own interpretation, isn't something I oppose inherently. Signalis is my favourite game, period, and a reoccurring joke in the community is absolutely no one understood what happened the whole time. Before Mimic's Secret was even a thought, FNAF games donned a similar open-ended approach. As some questions were answered, others took form, and it left the players stewing in thought to anticipate the answers the next game would provide. The unravelling mystery beckoned the attention of more people until it struck what professionals refer to as the Freddy Fazbear Event Horizon. Once MatPat's frenetic theorizing reached the masses by elevating the franchise's publicity, the theories started pouring in. Outlandish and ridiculous ideas flooded forums, restraint thrown by the wayside, as people attempted to guess what came next for the series. This instigated an ideas arms race where Corfin would switch gears multiple times, retconning and rewriting numerous things in an attempt to ensure whatever the canon plot was would outperform the spectacle fans conjured up in their own heads.
Very true.
Through these efforts, the story also became outlandish and ridiculous. What was once the story of a serial killer stuffing dead children into animatronic suits became a cinematic universe of nonsense, purpose-fit to endlessly captivate audiences with interesting questions it became too scared to definitively answer. This gave rise to the colloquial portmanteau called theory bait, a term denoting media existing to vaguely posit questions for the sake of meaningless intrigue that would never be satisfied. The Secret of the Mimic is one of those games. Mimic's Secret doesn't tell a cohesive or coherent story and then use the enticing appeal of its core to encourage players to explore for more clues. It tears everything up into tiny little pieces and then casts them skyward, breaking apart the necessary foundation for narrative engagement in characters, story moments, or any themes it was trying to represent through the moon and sun imagery found in numerous places. It does this because it doesn't want to tell a story. It wants to sell you lore. The new internet word to mean a flurry of meaningless, arbitrary information that loves setting up vague concepts without honouring the responsibility of dealing with their consequences. It is packed with
great way to phrase it. And is, you know, why I ignore the lore in my videos, but I talk about the story. Because when you focus on the lore, granted Security Breach didn't really have lore either, but when you focus on the lore and forget about the story, then no one cares about the lore. Nor, unless it's, you know, FNAF, of course. People shovel that up either way.
Up vague concepts without honouring the responsibility of dealing with their consequences. It is packed with fictional trivia trying to stir up intrigue as part of a futile goal, provide exposition on an infinitely tiny part of a gargantuan tale that has already been haphazardly resolved a dozen times through its life. What does the story of the Mimic provide to the overarching story of FNAF, as scattered as it already is? How is it relevant to the horrible murders that are at its core? What purpose does it serve other than a glorified lore dump which, maddeningly, has been made redundant by a god-awful song released months prior with the lyrics "My name is Jackie, I'm fucking backy, What does it say about one's creative ability when you are to be outdone by fucking extra tuna? In all fairness, dear viewer, this game never really stood a chance. Before I smacked my head against the wall enough times to convince myself this was a good idea, I just beat the 4th chapter of Deltarune. These are two widely different games, both in terms of premise and quality, but one key similarity is that Deltarune also has a community frantically concocting theories about where the story ventures next. A popular current theory is your goat dad got drunk behind the wheel and slammed his Ford F-150 into the daughter of his college friend, prompting her to become the major antagonist of the game. The memes of this are simply endless. Within a couple days of beating Deltarune, this gif was plastered everywhere across Twitter. I shit you not, I was just scrolling through my bookmarks to find those animations, and I stumbled across this, like... The crucial difference though, animations, and I stumbled across this.
It's a comic meme of that theory. I'm not familiar with this yet. We're gonna be streaming Deltarune fairly soon.
The crucial difference, though, is why these communities theorize. Deltarune players became so lovingly obsessed with the presence of a rich emotional story that they wanted to search further. There was a prevailing fixation on its significance that drove them to search through file names and going frame by frame through animations, not because of a random promise it could mean something, but because the narrative chops of the game showed it already meant something.
Very important. I'm glad he's able to explain this well, because I'm never gonna mention this in my videos.
FNAF players' individual enjoyment of a little story they're provided is still being outsourced to the vicarious experience of watching YouTube videos, where they are forced to absorb 50 hours of Doggo passing through supplementary reading critically because there is nothing to entice players to bother continuing themselves. Even with a complete understanding, what you get is the bare minimum, the bog standard. What is a mountain to the mascot horror genre is a molehill to everyone else. Some people may think I'm applying undue scrutiny to what is, at this point, a kid's game. I'm rocking up to a reading of The Hungry Caterpillar and complaining it's not Hemingway. This is baby's first horror game. The original FNAF games were also graded around the teenage category, and the audiences of the many YouTubers who gave it publicity were part of that target market. That's why arguments online about whether the franchise—
Hey, Gemano, I am still alive. Oh my gosh, yeah. You slept 9 hours. Oh, well, welcome back.
Ever wielded a maturity in its content continue to this day. However, the original FNAF games not only offered a unique gameplay loop of being immobilized while surrounded by peril, as well as the infamous challenge of beating its max difficulty settings, they were also priced to reflect these experiences. Many of the original games, and those that followed, were priced at under £10. Even for titles with respective issues, they had atmosphere, tension, unease. They were horror games. What we have now simply isn't, and that's not because Steel Wool have tried to do something new here. I've seen people posit in some places the idea that the backlash towards Steel Wool's FNAF titles is owed to simple nostalgia grievances, that because it's trying to do something new, people are inevitably going to hate it for that alone and find justifications to dislike it afterwards. Although I can see that being true for some detractors, it's certainly not for me, and I think this sort of explanation defeats itself inherently because it's a bit hard to claim people hate Mimic Secret for doing something new when Steel Wool is not doing anything new. Steel Wool sought to break free of the chair's linear immobility, wanting to widen the scope of the horror the games could provide, but in the end all they have achieved is Furry Outlast, a gameplay loop not innovated upon since the 2010s, but is
Furry Outlast.
they have achieved is Furry Outlast, a gameplay loop not innovated upon since the 2010s, but is differentiated only by how much lewd art is drawn of the antagonists.
I will fuck the shit out of that robot, man. I'm not even—
Despite claiming to offer so much more than being in a security office, Mimic Secret offers so much less than its predecessors. If it's intended to be a kid's game, why is it so deliberately confusing and difficult to understand? Why is it so uninteresting and incapable of grabbing the player's attention even at the beginning of the game? The answer? Because, regardless of what you insist the audience is, it doesn't work. For what is being chased by an uninteresting antagonist through scripted sequences towards an ending that requires your investment in a substantial amount of nothing for the next few years, they seriously want to charge you this much for this little. The insult to injury is, at this higher
$40 is an insane price. And not only, and even with the insane $40 price tag, they have the audacity to lay off some of their staff. That someone pointed out to us in chat like an hour or so ago. Insane.
The price bracket, it is still outdone by cheaper games with twice what Mimic's Secret has to offer. Signalis, £15. Inscription,
my pet peeve is people thinking Mark is talking about nostalgia when he's actually talking about wanting an actual gameplay loop. Yes. And Mark didn't do himself favors when he, every other sentence, essentially hid what he was actually talking about behind some kind of like buttering up Steel Wool for no reason. Because, you know, I get like he doesn't want to hurt their feelings or whatever, but at least for like smaller developers, this is not a smaller developer. Mark is also weird because he would say that he would tell you that he liked Security Breach for some reason. Even if you watched him play it, it's very clear that he didn't. That's why, like, when I include Mark's what Mark says about these games in my videos, I clip out the, you know, the bullcrap parts of it. Yeah, because Mark was talking about missing there being a gameplay loop at all. Essentially, he was comparing it to like he was saying like, what he looks for in indie horror games is something with an interesting gameplay loop is what he likes, and he was talking about that in the Big Top area when he arrived there. So, yeah. I don't even know how to really... I mean, you say Absolute Chad, you say he was kind of sugarcoating it, yeah. Perhaps that's the best way of phrasing it. I don't know what goes on in his head in his head. Yeah, Mark's Security Breach playthrough is basically gamer torture. Yeah. And that's why you have to be, you know, I think I'm fairly good at it. I'm always afraid to say stuff like that. Of looking at a playthrough of something and discerning how players feel about it, how they react to it. And, you know, that's part of what I do on this channel. I have to be good at that for this channel to really work well with the different playthroughs I show and with different player experiences and stuff like that. And the consulting I do, you know, it's hey, Roxy Eclipse Girl. Yeah, we're just reacted to a couple videos here, and then this is the last secret of the Mimic stream. Hey, Henry Emily. Good to have you here. The glitched attraction does the cupcake attracts the threat to you, but good. I'll take your word for it. I think I watched that game a long time ago. I don't really remember much about it. I will write that down, though, just in case I can use that as a comparison in the Secret of the Mimic case study. Is it also a cupcake in the glitched attraction? Yeah, we watched Phisnom already. It's, oh my gosh. It's 4:42 for me. And we have to finish this before the stream gets to 12 hours because YouTube doesn't like streams longer than 12 hours.
Secret has to offer. Signalis, £15. Inscription, under £20. Outlast, £12. Soma, £25. Dark...
Ooh. That's a great comparison. I guess it's in pounds, though. What Secret of the Mimic, he said, was like 33, 34 pounds.
Darkest Dungeon, £20. Outer Wilds, £20. Chicory, A Colourful Tale, under £20.
Oh, in Outer Wilds is a masterpiece. And it's much cheaper than Secret of the Mimic.
Lease of a Painful, £20. Deltarune, £20. Behind these games and their stories is a prevailing creative vision.
34.5 pounds. Yeah, that's crazy. It's 543 for you. Oh my gosh.
Lovingly presenting their hard work.
Yeah, in the morning, yeah. I don't normally stream this much or this late. just to be clear.
Work through the interactive medium. These games are not all part of the same genre, sure, but the principle still...
Oh, welcome from Italy. 11:43. Was that, I'm guessing that's AM, yeah. Because I know the UK is 6 hours ahead of me. Because I have a friend in the UK that I talk to a lot.
Still remains. A good game transcends the limitations of its genre. The Secret of the Mimic's main problem is it can't seem to escape it, nor can it escape the clutches of a franchise dragging it down. Looking at the Steam page and sifting through reviews, a lot of positive ones mention how it isn't perfect, but they like it enough to recommend. Many
FNAF. FNAF Reddit in a nutshell, right? That's fandoms in a nutshell, am I right?
Many of them mention the frequency of which you get soft-locked or hit a game-breaking bug that forces a restart, but, in the same breath, say that what's beyond the technical issues is worth enduring through. Hell, some reviews mention it's just not worth the full price.
The game completely breaks down, becomes unplayable, but still a positive experience.
And people ought to wait for a sale. This, of course, is not including the volumes of positive reviews that are just quoting the Secret of a Mimic song. I think the reason why so many are quick to embrace the game and claim it's worthwhile is the same reason you still have loads of people flocking to the most recent Call of Duty. Nostalgia. A lot of people grew up and had definitive moments of their life at the same time these games were in their prime, sometimes even while playing them or watching others play them. For myself, the first few FNAF games up to Pizzeria Simulator released while I was in high school. I remember the numerous times I'd come home and sit on my bed watching 8-Bit Ryan on my iPad. There's an ironclad association between these fleeting memories of youth and the remains of what was once wholly loved by so many. Now, I'm not going to strawman that every single person here who
making a bracelet for the Roxy cosplay. Ooh, that's cool.
Maybe still wholly loved by so many. Now, I'm not going to strawman that every single person here who maybe still likes Mimic Secret after playing it is just trying to claw back better days long gone. Guilty pleasures exist, you can like things while acknowledging their flaws. That said, I think it would be remiss to say that the legacy of FNAF and the unspoken aspiration to return to said better days isn't ever present, and tantalizing people with the thought maybe, just maybe, it might come back. There's something to be noted that a video talking about FNAF as if only the first game existed garnered so many views on such a small channel, releasing just days before Mimic Secret launched. I think there's also something to be said that while most positive reviews are partial concessions to the less than stellar state of the game, or just outright random memes, the negative reviews are all walls of text containing meticulously reasoned arguments for their justified dislike of it. There's a bit of an indication that the negative reviews are written, really, by the only people paying attention to what they're playing.
100% true.
For all I have done to take a hammer to the secret of a mimic, I don't think it's lazy or born from a cynical disregard for the potential significance of games. Really what I loathe is the arrogance of what it asks people to cough up. Video game developers do not occupy a vacuum. The space around them is constantly changing and they have inspirations, so they're knowledgeable of their predecessors. So to have looked around the room and seen all these games offering way more for way less and to still charge as much as they do is kind of insulting. It can be hard.
It is, and they definitely know what they're doing. They're definitely overcharging because they know people will buy it anyway because it's a popular franchise. And it's gross.
Sometimes to peer past that and the way it exacerbates the problems I take with everything said before, but really, there are things I enjoy about this game. The hand interactions are a vestige of when this was a...
This is also the same company. I talked about this in my Steel Wool video. This is the same freaking company. Who released... They even admit the playtime is 20 minutes. In this game that barely has any gameplay, by the way, and again, in my Steel Wool video, the gameplay isn't even properly represented in the trailer. The trailer shows more interaction in its gameplay than the actual game has, so it's straight up false advertising. 20 minutes for $10. So even before FNAF, they were doing disgusting things like this. There's no other way to explain it. You've done a lot of FNAF cosplays? Well, that's awesome. Oh, you took a tail from a stuffed toy? That's cool. Cosplay is fun. I've never done it myself, but... Well, maybe I'll get myself a cosplay girlfriend. She'll dress me up. You're right, I shouldn't get sidetracked. I'm about to hit the 12-hour limit. I can't do that. I have to end the stream before I hit the 12 hours. Oh, hold on. There we go.
Originally intended for VR exacerbates the problems I take with everything said before, but really, there are things...
Oh, Gustav cosplay, heck yeah.
I enjoy about this game. The hand interactions are a vestige of when this was originally intended for VR, but I enjoy the
artistic overcharging. Love it.
Extra layer to the interactivity. The design of the data diver is genuinely cool. The thought that you could go back to previous areas and that this is part of the game's secret ending is neat. And admittedly, the scene where the marauding mimic reduces to the size of a young boy and climbs into bed before deactivating forever struck a genuine emotional chord for a fleeting second. Seeing this killer...
A fleeting second? It didn't with me because I was kind of confused about the connection with David, and I was disappointed by the connection with the paranormal aspects of David that are very clearly present in the game and stuff. And
The machine shrunk by the vulnerability of its own incomplete home, and excitedly taking a plush toy into its harsh metal arms was actually a little moving. There is work here. To pretend there isn't is to waste our time justifying a petty dislike. This video wasn't made to vent a performative contrarian opinion for rage bait, like discrediting the earned successes of Repo and Lethal Company with a made-up word like friend slob. You're so stupid, you're stupid! Really, it's to mourn the potential of this game. There are great concepts behind the Mimic's gameplay contributions and the thought-out environment hosting your encounters with it that are painful to see not fully realized. I think if it had the freedom to spread its wings and explore its own story, this could have had the slimmest of chances to be a good game, potentially even a great one. The problem is that Steel Wool will continue to serve as the designated punching bag for FNAF's failures, through their own fault or otherwise, because the brand recognition is just too good to give up. They are a business. Who would say no to a free money printer with free online marketing to boot? Any potential their own stories could have will always need to make room to be a footnote in the annals of a convoluted and contrived story that's been collecting dust for years now. To open up a new narrative front in the endless war FNAF wages in the pursuit of eternal relevancy, promising ideas made expendable not because they could be done better as part of FNAF's story, but because it will better appeal to the wallets of fans who leave positive reviews bereft of any specific mention of what the developers worked hard on. Regardless of whether you like it or dislike it, The Secret of the Mimic is a game that just doesn't work. It may not be wholly terrible, but it's definitely not good either. It's just bland. What will define this game in years to come won't be the value it holds as a piece of interactive art, but really the absence of £33.50 in your bank account. This is why The Secret of the Mimic just doesn't work.
Huh. Well, that was a waste of time. Alright, I'm out of here. Had enough of this weird place. Huh.
Please have a threat spawn in front of his face.
I could have sworn that this wasn't open when I... What the fuck is that?
And now we come to contemplate the most important question. Why was this game made? A tax write-off? Owing a favour to powerful people? Or is this whole game just a convoluted excuse to...
Tax write-off is funny.
...justify the existence of a pyrocynical commission? Morning. This has been a working to finish this video right now, but let me tell you, despite that, I've had a blast of it. This has been a lot of fun to work on during times where I'm not endlessly fretting over the book series, and despite that this has a more negative tone towards what I'm talking about, I had a great time putting my thoughts together and reasoning through why I felt this way, and I hope that even for people who may not agree with me by the end of this, they'll appreciate the effort that's gone into it, and hopefully people will understand this isn't me just trying to cash in on rage bait. I do genuinely believe in what I'm saying, and I hope I reasoned it well enough, at least. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank all of you for 10,000 subscribers. That's surreal. It's crazy to even say. This video isn't the 10k milestone celebration. That will be coming shortly on its own after I finish up with the book series and then finally have my hands free, so I'll be a lot more cheesy and insufferable about it soon. Until then, I hope this will tide you over. For the time being, I'm hoping you stay well, and again, thank you very much for watching until the end. Take it easy. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree on Phisnom. Well, yeah, good video, honestly. Good video. Phisnom's video was good at certain parts. He never justified the core gameplay loop. He thought he was. He didn't. He even admits that the stealth horror gameplay loop was a bit tired and then he tried to justify it in Secret of the Mimic, and I kept waiting for him for him to do that. Yeah, this video is much better. Honestly. Yeah, Phisnom at the end admits that the game is missing something, but leaves it there. That kind of bothered me too, because it's like, what? I think what he was getting at there is just what he thinks other people think is missing from the game. So that's why he wants that to be a separate topic for a separate video. Is my understanding of that. Hey, Hearus. Yep. Anyway, 13 minutes before we hit the 12-hour mark, and then YouTube breaks when that happens. So, thank you all for joining. It's 5 in the morning. I might get a few hours of sleep. That'd be nice. Blueprints. Next week, Blueprints Part 2. Amnesia the Bunker will be an amazing one. And I might, for after that, I might schedule Deltarune. That's what I'm thinking right now. Anyway, thanks for the stream design, Dad. Thanks, Harrison. Well, thank you all for joining. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, all the content creator goodies. And for those who weren't here earlier, we streamed Heartbound a couple days ago, but that is unlisted, and it's probably going to be for members only. But for now, if you wanted to watch that stream, you can watch it through the Discord. The link is available through the Discord in the streams channel. And I'm letting people watch that unlisted until I make it members only in probably a few days or so. So, there you go. Please, Heartbound showed up in your dream. You're so scared. That's funny. Alright, have a good night, everyone. Thanks for joining. I had great fun with you all. Hopefully, I had 13 heads. I see you over there on Twitch. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hope I wasn't a bad React tuber. I tried to react a decent amount. Oh, have a good night, everyone.